whatever.
He's going to get comeback player of the year. Do they have that?
They do.
He's going to get it. Of course, his competition was Richardson. I told you before they even drafted him.
He
He's
can't
not
throw.
an NFL quarterback.
Yeah, he's not. Can't. Got to drop back, and the ball's got to come out on time and on target, and that's not really his game. So the NFL isn't a good match for him.
Put him in a Taysom Hill role, and he'll flourish. He's a heck of an athlete.
You wonder if Denver's looking at him like, they let him go. We're going to get him. I know how to use him.
Who let him go?
If the Colts let him go,
okay.
will Denver scoop him up?
We were talking about Hill.
Because obviously, they got a coach who knows how to use Taysom Hill.
Yeah?
The difference is Taysom Hill has been more durable in the pros. He certainly had injuries in college, and Richardson hasn't been able to stay healthy in the pros.
If you're going to be durable in the pros.
Where you're getting paid the biggest money.
Played. Now, he could have made money here, obviously, but they didn't have that then.
Yep.
Although, was BYU paying guys on the side? Man, the way they're going, you just don't know. Slam Magazine, Pop saying we didn't even tell him about the money. Why are we still making an issue about the freaking money and BYU? I don't understand it. Let it go. You're the ones who keep making it an issue. The rest of us have said, hey, on.
There you go. Good for you.
Power to you. Way to go. As Kyle Whittingham said on Monday, congratulations to Texas Tech. They're playing to win.
Falcons-Niners. Falcons, very difficult schedule.
Oh, I can't believe Tagliabue saddled them with that.
Back-to-back wins over the Commanders and Bills. I don't think they have a team on their schedule with a losing record.
No?
So far. Not so far. And they got the Niners now who are 4-2.
Oh,
Niners. Who are playing for the Niners this week, Yak?
The shreds.
Is Kittle really coming back or no?
That's what he says.
Okay.
Garcia's at quarterback now.
Oh, please no.
A lot of good games.
Steve Bono.
Steve.
Wow, now we're really throwing it back.
I never understood how one guy's Bono and the other guy's Bono.
It really doesn't make any sense. It's so confusing. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Utah State.
Utah State and San Jose State, short week coming off the trip to Hawaii. Both teams 1-1 in the Mountain West Conference. Kickoff set for 7 o'clock. Scotty G is going to be on the call at 6. Can the Aggies get it together on a short week, a little discombobulated or whatever? Pull it together.
I mean, it's just a short for San Jose.
Perfect 3-0.
It's not like they had off last week.
Their flight was coming back from Hawaii. These guys still have to fly for a short week on a Friday.
Yeah, short week.
Figure it out.
I think that for them and what they want to accomplish this year, I think it's imperative that they win.
Utah State 3-0 at home, 0-3 on the road. They are at home for this one tonight. Scotty G at 6. DJ at PK. Utah and BYU tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Zone crew is going to be at UCCU Freedom Boulevard Branch in Provo from 4 to 6. Giving away food. There'll be games. Going to give away some tickets to the game. So stop by. You might have a chance to win free tickets to go see the game.
Yeah, and if you really want to know what's going on with DJ, I'll tell you off to the side.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I'll give you the lowdown.
PK will be
I'll give you the dope.
tea.
Yeah. Oh, I'll tell people. Yeah.
All right, more on this game coming up, obviously, in the next segment. DJ PK.
Hashtag college football.
My wife, Manette, and I love Indiana University, Bloomington, the state of Indiana, the people we've met. We have very strong feelings about President Whitten and Scott Dolson. And, we've accomplished a lot here in a short amount of time, but still have a lot of work to do. So I couldn't be more proud to be a Hoosier, and I plan on retiring as a Hoosier. And the way that this state has embraced us and our success in football has meant more to me than anything else. So I just wanted to get on camera and let you know that Kurt Cignetti is going to work daily to make Indiana the best they can be.
Indiana Hoosiers signing coach Kurt Cignetti to an 8-year, $93 million extension to keep him out of the upcoming coaching carousel, including the vacancy at Penn State. He's going to average more than $11 million a year, so that, at the moment, makes him one of the top 3 paid coaches in the sport. So at 64 with that 8-year contract, retiring there does seem like a strong possibility.
Knock. Hello, Brian. This is Kalani Sitake. In the last 19 games, the Hoosiers are 17-2. Knock, 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 knock. Hello, President? In the last 19 games, the Hoosiers are 17-2. And what's BYU in the last 19 games?
17-2.
Knock, 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 knock. You don't want me to go over to UC Los Angeles? Knock, 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 knock.
Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door.
It's time to pay up.
The gold is going to be spilling out.
$11.5 million. Actually, 11.6. A lot
Don't
of cash.
cheat him out of $100,000.
No. Well, he's 100, almost $100 million. Yeah, he's 36. He's 64 years old too. Yeah, this is what it takes, man, to pay. If I'm Kalani, I'm not interested in leaving. But no, I mean, you got to listen.
Absolutely.
I mean, you told me to listen earlier today.
I did. I also told you to keep your phone by you once when you were golfing. I would tell him to keep his phone wherever he is. He's probably not golfing this time of year. That'd be a surprise. But in whatever meeting room he's walking into, keep your phone handy.
I don't know that this means he's going to be there forever. That sounds good in the moment.
It does.
Suppose somebody offers him 15, 20 million.
And look at Penn State willing to pay a buyout, too, when they get frustrated. So,
But good for him. You know, this guy's a late bloomer in a sense.
oh, yeah, absolutely.
And now, yeah. It's outrageous that they pay that kind of money, that winning matters that much with a bunch of teenage boys. And some
yet,
guys barely in their early 20s. But
yet people are willing to write those checks.
nevertheless, that's what happiness is determined upon winning college football games.
College football schedule, Texas Tech, Arizona State, 2 p.m. on Fox, right before the Utes and Cougars at 6 o'clock on Big Fox, so you can settle there for your big games in the Big 12. In the SEC, Ole Miss and Georgia, followed by Tennessee and Alabama on ABC, 1:30 and 5:30, so some glamour matchups there. And USC Notre Dame are basically playing at the same time as the Utes and Cougars. They're going to kick off at 5:30 on NBC. So a slew of college football games for you. But let's face it, most of the states locking it down to 6 o'clock on Utah and BYU.
Yeah, listen.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Utah Jazz.
Walker Kessler, 3 for the top. Bullseye. Walker Kessler now has 12 points, 10 rebounds, and 8 assists tonight. And Walker's got a block of Grant. Outlet by Hendricks. Walker catches. Walker jams. It's Walker Kessler, everybody. Pumps back out by Bamba. Luke a third time. Young children, if you fail the first time, try. If you fail the second time, try. If you try again, you will succeed. Savim Mihailuk for 3.
Jazz beat the Blazers 132-129. Final preseason game. 6 Jazz players in double figures. Keontae George led the way with 20. Kessler hit a 3. He had 14 points, 10 rebounds, and 8 assists.
Kessler hit a 3.
Yes, he did.
The story of the game.
That was it right there.
If you can add that to the old arsenal, that'd be awesome.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now on to the regular season. The 4-game preseason is over. So get ready. Real games coming up.
Sure. I have a level of excitement / intrigue. I don't know what I'm going to be looking at, but I'm going to be slowing down to see it. It's so conflicting. You know, I stumbled on a podcast with that. What's the guy's name out of Boston who did internet stuff and now has made $1 billion?
Bill Simmons.
Yeah. And they're talking about, he got the Hardy connection with the Boston there, and they're not supposed to win. They got to protect that 8th pick. Basically, Locke said last week it'd be malpractice if they don't. But at the same time, they got minimally an intriguing group of young guys, if not an exciting group of young guys, depending on how far you want to go. And obviously, we'll get into this next week. I'm just curious to see how it all plays out.
How it all comes together, if it does, or to what degree.
Yeah.
Starts Wednesday. Home open. The opener is at home. The home opener kicks things off. Game number 1 at home against the LA Clippers Wednesday night. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Paul George played 41 games last year, and he's going to miss the opener this year, still rehabbing from off-season knee surgery. Played just 41 games for the 76ers last year.
And he's been wounded for a long
He
time.
really has. Former Golden State Warriors general manager Bob Myers is leaving his analyst position with ESPN to become the president of Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment. He'll work with the 76ers, the New Jersey Devils, etc.
I couldn't care less.
Probably not RSL, although Blitzer's still a minority owner in the team. DJ PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Zarowski deals. Edman swings. He dumps one down into center field. Will Smith has a green light. The three-lit home is cut off. Now Freddie Freeman to third. He's safe. Smith scores on the RBI base hit from Tommy Edman. And the Dodgers grab the lead in Game 3.
1-1 pitch is hit high in the air, right field, tracking backhand zone at the warning track, leaps at the fence, it is gone! Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with his 5th home run of the postseason, and the Blue Jays strike back to take a 6-2 lead in the 7th.
Dodgers up 3-0 on the Brewers with a 3-1 win. Toronto 2-2 with the Mariners after an 8-2 victory. The Dodgers now 8-1 in the postseason, PK. They are just crushing people here. This was at least, fairly competitive. It's not like they hit a gazillion homers and put 10 on the board, but nonetheless.
It's why there'll be a lockout for the 2027 season.
Stop it with this paying guys with the future dollars and
Yeah, they
blowing
either
past
bought
us.
guys outright or bought guys that other teams didn't want to pay to that level. And Glasgow was the pitcher, the latest example. Snell, Mookie, Freddie Freeman. The list goes on and on.
Yep.
But hey, they're playing by the rules, man. They are the Texas Tech of MLB.
I'll be very proud to hear that. We're the what?
Well, they are. They're the BYU basketball of MLB. As BYU insists that they're not paying the most money.
Do what the Dodgers do. Just shrug. Like, yeah, when's the next game?
It's funny, there's all these attacks against BYU and its church institution, and they just let it go, by and large, right? You get so many people telling them what to do and yada, yada, and they just brush it off and continue to go. But for some reason, the money thing is sticking with them, and any chance they get to say, see, they do. Let it go. And Dodgers, they're going to cause a lockout this time next year after it ends. Yeah, it's almost just guaranteed. If they go ahead, and I have no idea who's going to win the other series. The other series is I'll beat the crap out of you, then you beat the crap out of me.
Yeah, the games aren't close, but the series is very competitive. It was 8-2 and
10-3.
what was it, 13-4 yesterday?
Yeah, it's
Or
amazing.
the day before, Game 3.
On how that's working out.
And the road teams won every game.
Yeah.
Great. Hitting well in other people's ballparks. Today, 4 o'clock, Toronto and Seattle, Game 5. Who goes up 3-2? That's on FS1. And then the Dodgers try to sweep the Brewers, 6:30 tonight, Game 4 on TBS. DJ and PK.
Hashtag RSL.
RSL trying to clinch playoff berth tomorrow night. They are in St. Louis. Win and they're in. Win and they probably move into the 8th seed and host that wild card game unless Dallas can pull a shocker in Vancouver against the top team in the West, which is certainly possible but seems unlikely. But first things first, RSL's got to win. If they don't win, then they'll need some help. It's 4 teams for 2 playoff berths right now.
You guys don't get this done after having this up and down season and then have it right in front of you. You guys absolutely need to win.
True story.
I'll feel bad for you as if you don't.
Coverage starts at 6, kickoff at 7 tomorrow night.
Who's
here
on the call?
Zone. Me.
We always tell Scotty G.
Jay
And
Nolly.
tell yourself.
Me and Jay Nolly.
Yeah.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Utah Mammoth, San Jose Sharks tonight at the Delta Center. Puck drop set for 7 p.m. Coverage on the KSL Sports Zone will begin at 6 o'clock with Hockey Night in Utah. Adrian at 6. Mike Foltz on the call at 7. There you go, PK.
Two really good dudes.
Can they follow up a win with another win? Yes, like both those guys. And won't be long before Mike will be on with this week.
Won't be long now.
Nope.
And then you're hobnobbing with Uncle Bill.
Simmons?
No.
Uncle Bill.
Armstrong.
Yeah, I did see him on the plaza.
He texts us, well, if I saw him on the plaza, he'd walk right past me. But you, yeah. DJ, what?
That's not how it happened. It's more Bill, huh?
Yeah, look at you, man. What were you doing on the plaza? You a fan?
I did a live shot.
A live shot?
I did a live shot at 4 o'clock.
Oh,
I
man.
was walking out, and there he was.
Nice.
Yeah.
And you are, move over, Craig Bolajak. You are the TV king.
There's what's trending, brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up, Barry Tramel, sports columnist, Tulsa World, joins us at 8 o'clock. Eric Drage, former BYU wide receiver, at 9 o'clock. The question of the day, all about the Utes and the Cougars, is next. Hot takes or toast on the way. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Currently slow and going SR 36 at Saddleback Boulevard in Tooele County as you try and get towards Salt Lake City. It's also pretty much an easy drive traveling both directions of I-15 between Ogden and Provo at this moment if you're out and about. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. $2,500 off 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a trip to Hawaii, Bronco Mendenhall has a short week to get ready for a Friday night showdown in Logan against San Jose State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Friday at 6 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and we're extending our free furnace sale. We still have a few more open spots we're trying to fill on our schedule. Just to recap how the sale works, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. Call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's The Zone. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride, but saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes, that's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU and Utah, the rivals coming together tomorrow night, and Jay Hill says the familiarity between the two schools, both players and coaches, doesn't give an advantage to either team.
Not really. When the ball's kicked off, it's college football. And leading up to it, there might be some things where you think, oh, well, they know we do this, but we also know what they do. And the reality is when the ball's snapped, you still got to stop it. So I don't think it changes that much.
Pre-game show live from UCCU's Freedom Boulevard branch in Provo from 4 to 6 o'clock. They'll be giving away free tickets. They got food from Beehive Meals. PK will be there spilling tea. It'll be great. That's from 4 to 6 tomorrow. This update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
In the KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals, the rivalry pregame bash live from UCCU. Enjoy Beehive Meals soup, game, prizes, and chance to win tickets to see the rivalry game in person. Don't miss it tomorrow, 4 to 6 at UCCU's Freedom Boulevard branch in Provo. Brought to you by Beehive Meals and UCCU. Love where you bank. Question up on our Facebook page, DJ and PK. Strange things always seem to happen in and around the rivalry game. What are the possibilities this year?
Oh, so many. Limitless, endless, boundless.
Bear Bachmeyer will play like Jake Heaps, and the Cougs will lose 54-10. That's Lloyd's.
Jake Heaps in high school?
No, I don't think so.
He was good. Oh, was he good?
Well, if that happens, our good friends can bring a bunch of turnovers to the station.
Turnovers. But now, if there's any question, you can have the appeal and it can overturn. Could be the exact opposite. That could happen. Wasn't there one game the Utes thought somebody was Staley fumbled and the Cougs went down and scored? Now, that in today's world, would that have comeback even happen? Was it in Coach Edwards' last game?
Last game.
Yeah, and they insist there was a fumble. And then there was one BYU, what was his name? Bradley?
Brandon Bradley, his knee was down.
I was thinking of Brandon Beal.
Now currently on staff, but yeah.
And his knee was down. Could they have reviewed that?
Well, they did review it. That was right, kind of during when they first had replay.
Yeah, but they didn't have it down like they do now.
There we go.
They didn't have Dean Blandino in studio.
What about Mike Pereira? Don't leave him out.
But Dean Blandino is a much more fun name to say.
Let's go to Dean. Dean, what do you got?
The question is, did he have control of the ball? Thank you, Dean.
And here's your salary for the next 365 days.
Good gig.
And they got to have a three-piece suit on. Come on, they should have like a hat, sitting on a lawn chair, out on the balcony.
In my backyard,
I'm
guys.
retired now, guys.
In my backyard over here.
I looked at it. Beats me. The glare off the screen's brutal. Back to you.
Back to my Mai Tai now. Thank you very much.
That's what I miss about Michelle Tafoya not being on Monday nights and now it's Thursday nights. Back to you, Al. I just miss that. It's not there. Back to you, Al. And we got basketball coming up. Guys?
All right, what are you looking for? Something strange that always seems to happen in and around the rivalry game. What are the possibilities?
Well, I think we got one here. The Utes win. Just want to say, man, this was a great way to go out in my coaching career at LaVell Edwards Stadium.
He just walks.
Oh, not then.
Oh, he doesn't walk now, but he announces it.
Yeah, I will never be back here. Except, of course, when they come back to honor me as a distinguished alum.
But he runs the flag
and they run the bell.
He runs
or
the flag out before the game.
No, don't they do something else?
When he's the Y lighter.
Is that where they do something where they honor you, right?
Yeah, they have you come out on the field. A lot of times it'll be like a jersey or whatever, but they're having him light the Y ceremonially.
Yeah.
So he can't run out with the flag?
No. They're too old for that.
Yeah, I was going to say, like...
That's more of an alumni guy, kind of, or a more recent guy. A younger guy is
well,
what I'm trying to say.
But, okay, to that point, though, Eric Drage, we're going to have on this morning, just rented out this past week at Arizona.
Well, yeah, he has some Tucson, what am I looking for?
Ties?
Yeah.
Ties to the area, yeah.
He was history. He didn't play high school ball there. I've golfed with him. I know this. I know the story. So he's a connection is what I was looking for. But I know they did something like they called me once to get Dick Rosetta's phone number because he had retired, longtime Tribune writer and all that, and they brought him out on the field to do some. Is it Light the Y or something?
Yeah,
they did something to honor.
They've had him, like guys like Dick Norris have done it in the past.
Yeah. I think that would be more.
Tom Homo did it the first home game of the year this year.
Yeah, it makes sense. And they bring you out and give you an introduction and all that stuff.
Jared says, I don't know what'll happen that's weird, but as a Y fan, I've never been more nervous. There's no way Witt lets us win 3 in a row. He'd rather beat us and lose out. We never seem to have that fire and hunger.
Yeah, I don't know about beat them and lose out because the year they went to the Rose Bowl, they lost. And nobody remembers that from the Ute perspective. At that time, they would have traded a BYU non-conference loss for an opportunity to take Ohio State right down to the wire in the Rose Bowl. That sounds like a pretty good trade-off to me. So I wouldn't say that. I think is that especially now that you're playing them in the middle of the season. But, yeah, he does get them up for the game. I mean, he's a master at it. There's no doubt about it. And they understand what it's about. And now it's never been easier to get up for the game because before you had those great teams and whatnot, but you were essentially shut out of the playoff. And now you're not. No, they can't keep you out. It doesn't have to be a beauty contest. Now, they can put you in via a beauty contest, but you can get in by doing what you're supposed to do. That was what was so cool about the Rose Bowl. You didn't need some committee to go to some vote and all that nonsense. You just did what you did, and you got in. And that's the same thing here. So you could argue that this team, both teams for that matter, have never had more incentive to win this rivalry game because there's never been a legitimate opportunity, maybe in theory, but not actuality. Now it is actual. It's a fact. You can get there.
And there's multiple paths.
And there can be nobody stopping you.
The automatic berth, and no one can stop you, and yet still the committee could pick you.
Yeah, unlikely. I'd rather earn my way in.
Absolutely.
And then there's no doubt.
But Ohio State was pretty happy they got picked.
Well, there was no doubt they were going to get
They're
picked.
Ohio State, so they get picked.
Yeah, there was no doubt. That's the point.
Frank says, BYU blowing out Utah. Just kidding. Laughing, crying emoji. And Utah won't blow out BYU either. There'll probably be at least one play no one has seen yet from one or the other team. Deep in the playbook.
No, I'm telling you, a fake punt, that Aussie punter just goes through his progressions and throws a 30-yard strike right on the line. Mark it to K-pop? He's K-pop.
He could be at the front. He's
K-pop.
He likes to put the wrinkle in.
Sam Vanderhaar with a touchdown pass igniting a QB derby.
He's K-pop. That sounds like that new thing they got on Netflix thing going on there.
K-pop Demon Hunters, man.
Yeah, man, that's
the
rage. That is the rage. I'm all over it.
It was on in my house yesterday.
Oh, the music. It's unbelievable. Move aside, Beatles. Finally, Jake Scott was right.
Does DJ even know what we're talking about?
No, I do not. Okay. Baseball was on in my house yesterday. What were you watching? Explain it to me like I'm 5.
I was watching baseball on my tablet. My kids were watching K-pop Demon Hunters, which is like
K-pop.
the biggest movie that's come out on Netflix this year.
Yeah, it's just, it's taken the country, if not the world and intergalactically, by storm.
It's a pretty good soundtrack.
Oh, it's the best.
You just love this nonsense. It's the best. He says, with all sorts of fake emotion.
It's all that, man. I've been listening to it every day. It's like back when I was in high school. Me and my buddy, we'd race home to listen to on his turntable Peter Frampton Comes Alive. This is K-pop. Peter, same thing. 50-year difference, but what the heck?
Strange things always seem to happen in and around the rivalry game. What are the possibilities this year? And Landon says Morgan Scalley leaves Friday to be the new head coach at Penn State. That'd be strange. Wait for the breaking news.
No, that won't happen. In order for them to name a coach during the season, it has to be someone who's out, maybe like an a la John Gruden.
Has no ties, has no responsibilities.
Who's been fired. I think and I don't even think he would coach at that point. I think Rich Rod did that with Arizona.
Yeah, there have been multiple guys who've done that where they sit in the stands and they watch.
Yeah, but that's usually the bowl game.
Yeah, they've done that.
This was actually during the regular season. Yeah. That they did that. But Scalley ought to put his name out there because if nothing more, he can get more money from Utah.
Knock, knock.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. Sure.
Like you said in the last segment, you never know.
Right. And there's been possibilities. I wouldn't necessarily call it literal opportunities, but I'd certainly say possibilities from what I understand. As there should be. He's a charismatic, younger guy, all that. You want somebody who's a representative of your program, not having cheerleaders sit in your lap and that type of thing, or young gals and all that. That's embarrassing. So with Scalley, you don't have to worry about any of that stuff. That's for sure. So yeah, he should investigate it. This thing could go on. It could linger on. I mean, Whittingham certainly appears to be healthy enough, and if you listen to him talk and all that stuff, it really sounds different from 10 years ago.
It doesn't. Doesn't sound like he's lost his edge at all.
No.
Which still doesn't mean he couldn't just pick up and walk away one day.
Well, he will.
But that doesn't mean it's this year.
Right.
Or next year.
Yeah, and if you want him to regain his edge, get a sharper edge, tell him he doesn't have it.
Tell him he doesn't have it. Yeah.
Yeah. I might tell him that.
Get all the Ute fans fired up on that Ute walk. They're walking by and everyone's, you've lost it. You've lost it.
Ooh, they better have security there.
Gray says Utah will win 34-31, but a BYU fan will drop a cougar tail on a Ute fan's hair. I assume that's a takeoff on spilling beer.
So that's a donut, right? I've been told it's some kind of donut.
It's like a maple bar.
Put it on your hair. Ew.
Utes will ride the bus to Provo at a steady 67 miles an hour. BYU will pray over the PA system and do the haka. Both head coaches will respectfully say how well coached the other team is. The winner of this game will make the 12-team playoff. And like I said, Utah 34-31.
Okay. Nothing wild.
Maybe that cougar tail.
Santiago speaking to the media after the game.
Santiago out on the field at the end of the game and then speaking to the media?
No, in the on the field. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
My guess is he'll shy away from that.
No, I don't know what he's doing, man. He's we haven't seen the fiery Brian Santiago that I love.
Keep that behind closed doors.
I told him, I said, all right, you've done enough of the apology. You got the gig. Now go back to being yourself.
What did he say?
He's going to laugh. Yeah. I mean, he was the guy that I know is a feisty, competitive dude.
Yeah. Big time. There's plenty of stories. Plenty of people know that.
Yeah.
And after he went into administration, not just.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. He played it well. He had to show people that he could get along and blah, blah, blah. And so he politicked in a way that was enough for the administration and the board or whoever decides all that stuff to go ahead and give him the gig. And now he's got it. Now, you do have to be diplomatic. I mean, I'm joking. But I certainly wouldn't want him to lose his competitive firing spirit, which I don't think he has. He's just manifesting it in it maybe a little more amenable way for BYU with the advent of maturity too. There's a reason.
This guy is older than that guy.
I believe he grew up on the same block as the Whittinghams. They're all feisty.
PK, stay with us. Coming up top of the hour, Barry Trammell, sports columnist for the Tulsa World, all things Big 12. With an outsider's pair of eyes, none of the emotion. What does he see happening in this rivalry game? That's coming up. Stay with us. Right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash blocking the left lane on northbound I-15 to Bangor Highway. Expect delays at the point of the mountain with delays also on eastbound SR-36 at Lake Point in Tooele County as you try and get towards Salt Lake City this morning. This update brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes, delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Rivalry week is here, and Kyle Whittingham and the Utes head south for a battle against BYU in Provo. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Upgrades? Repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm here with Blair. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure to be here.
It's so great to see you. So how much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
That's incredible. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised at how quickly that number went down?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
Tell me about the biggest benefits that you've seen with Salt Lake City fat loss.
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Thanks so much for sharing another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. Aloha, it's Reno Mahe, and I want you to join me this Friday at the Pickler in Lehigh for the Social Health 2025 Games and free family community event. It all kicks off at noon, and it's totally free to get in. Bring your family, your friends, and get ready for pickleball, axe throwing, drift cart racetrack, a skate park for kids, RC car races, golf simulator, delicious food trucks, and more. Meet former NFL, BYU, and University of Utah players. We're raising money for Social Health Initiative, a nonprofit giving away proven social health curriculum to schools and first responders. Get a ticket for a chance to win skateboards from Gold Coast and prizes every 15 minutes. And don't forget, entry is free. Let's build community, have fun with friendly competition, and make a difference for the Social Health 2025 Games this Friday from noon to 5 p.m. at the Pickler in Lehigh. I'll see you there.
Attention Jazz Nation, the long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah and Provo tomorrow night, 6 o'clock. Kyle Whittingham on the impact the rivalry game has on recruiting.
A lot of the guys coming out, they're either going one way or the other. They're already decided. And so they've either grown up blue or grown up red. And so there's very few that just have them to make a big decision right at the end there. And so I would say it has an impact, but maybe not as big an impact as some people may think.
This Ute update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The band of the day today is Kiss in honor of Ace Frehley, passing away at the age of 74. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com.
74 years old.
Yep, 74 years old. You were just singing Kiss when we were golfing a week ago.
I was?
Yeah.
What was I saying?
The ballad, Beth.
Why was I saying that?
I don't know. In the moment, I didn't know either. We were walking back to the cart after a hole, and you just ripped off a couple of bars. I don't know. I don't know what got you. I don't know what got you started.
Strange.
Yeah, there it is. Rivalry game coming up tomorrow. Got a question up on our Facebook page. What's your clean rivalry joke? Christopher says, when OJ was running from the cops, why did he go to the University of Utah?
Why?
Who would think to look for a Heisman Trophy winner there?
When I posted that, I don't know how the computers do it, but then some jokes came up via the video.
Mm-hmm.
And this old couple's walking down the street, and the gal says to the old, they look easily high 70s, late 70s, maybe 80s. She said, "You see that guy back there?" And the husband says, "Oh, the one who was drunk and acting all happy?" She said, "Yeah." And he says, "What about him?" "I almost married him." And then he turns to her and says, "Oh, I see he's still celebrating."
Caleb, what do you get if you mix an athletic director with a football field?
What?
You get off the field. That's a joke. Daniel, I would share a joke, but I don't care if there's a dad joke instead. When does a joke become a dad joke? When it becomes apparent. Go Aggies! Exclamation point. Aggie Spartans tonight. Scotty G right here on the Zone. Why does everyone hate BYU so much?
Why?
Because seriously, talk to them for 2 seconds. F those guys. This isn't a joke. It's just facts. Larry.
That's just not true.
Larry, we're looking for jokes. Larry just shares his rage.
Some of my favorite entrepreneurial schemers are BYU graduates.
Oh, nice. Nice. Entrepreneurial schemers.
Yeah. I did have to put a sign on my door, no solicitation.
Keep people away?
Yeah. I don't have any money. No one asked me to invest in kolaches.
I should have had a sign up.
Like they do you. You're a money guy. I'm not. I'm paycheck to paycheck.
Stop.
For all I know.
Paycheck is why I live in Utah.
Yeah. I live in here. I live because of the people.
There it is. I've lived in Utah too long. I don't know what to tell you.
I haven't lived here long enough. I don't know what to tell you. I've lived in Utah too long.
Yeah. My grammar fell apart on the air, and you asked why, and there it is.
I've lived in Utah too long.
I brought in some bad grammar to the show, and you called me on it, and there it is. Well, I live in Utah too.
You were unveiling and revealing true feelings there. I've lived in Utah too long. Jeez. There's a few Democrats in there. Come on, you've made your mark.
Chad, how do you get a BYU graduate off your porch?
Oh, hand him the pizza?
Pay him for the pizza. There it is. Got to share that joke once every year. It's probably the law. We got to take a break. When we come back, Barry Trammell joins us, sports columnist for the Tulsa World, our Big 12 guru. We'll find out what a guy out of state thinks about the big game. That's next. Stay with us.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue with slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides. Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Utah Mammoth hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right, it's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't miss your chance to win big every week on the KSL Sports Zone. This week, win tickets to see the Sandman, Adam Sandler, in the You're My Best Friend Tour, Sunday, October 26th at the Delta Center. Get tickets at SeatGeek or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. DJ PK, and we're joined once again by Barry Trammell, sports columnist for the Tulsa World. Barry, good morning.
Well, how's it going, guys? Sorry I missed you yesterday.
It's okay.
I sure didn't want to miss this week, for crying out loud.
Biggest week of our lives.
You guys got to get along better. I don't mean you two. I mean the whole dang state.
No, us
for crying
too.
out loud. What's with Kyle Whittingham? Who doesn't like Kyle Whittingham?
Me.
But for crying out loud. Because listen, I think I've heard, I need to figure it up. I'm going to say, too, I'm going to say I've heard 5,000 sermons in my life. And I'm probably low on that. I'm probably real low on that. But he issued one of the better ones of all time the other day when he said, "Hey, wishing ill on others isn't good for the soul."
Yeah.
That's rock solid theology. That's good life lessons. That's good life coaching.
Yeah, he said that multiple times.
And then here comes Whittingham, who unprompted last week talks about Sam Levitt. And this week says, I'm not going to talk about the other guys. I'm not going to say anything about Bear Brockmeyer. I don't talk about other people. They play for somebody besides Brigham Young.
Yeah, we were both sitting there for that. That was did not go unnoticed.
And he played for BYU. His two brothers played for BYU. His mother still lives right down the street from BYU. His wife grew up on the street. His wife's father was a professor at BYU, I believe. And look at him now. Oh my gosh!
No great day.
Yeah.
This athletic rivalry stuff will get you. It'll just get you. It'll mess you up. Well, is everybody fired up about this whole situation?
Absolutely. Everybody's intrigued. Both teams are ranked. Both teams have title hopes. Both teams have playoff hopes. Both teams have quarterback playing in a rivalry game for the first time. So, yes, there are many, many parallels. Both teams lean heavily on their run game.
Well, I think it'll be a good game. I think it'll be a fun game. I'm fired up for it. I'm impressed with Buckmeyer. I'll speak in Kyle Whittingham's instead. How's that sound? It looks like Buckmeyer's a ball player to me.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can throw much, but man, when they need him to make 7 yards, he makes 8.
Yeah.
So
tough kid.
I like that. And Dampierre's taking care of the ball, so that's a good one too. So that should be fun. Are they pleased it's at night? Is that good, or would they have preferred 2:30, 3 o'clock?
I think probably would have preferred afternoon, but I think everyone was relieved that it wasn't late night, 8 o'clock.
Which is usually about 8:20.
Yeah, which is 8:20 by the time they kick off here, which means it's going to finish at midnight, and then you got to fight traffic, and depending on how far you're going, people are getting home at 1 or 1:30. So people are pretty. I think 6 o'clock was good enough. Probably would have preferred the daytime. The weather's cooled off here a little bit. It's definitely fall temperatures, so they can live with it though.
Just be glad you didn't get one of those 10 a.m. deals.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens at some point in the future. I think that the winner has an inside slot to join Texas Tech in Arlington. What do you think?
I'm worried about BYU because they still got to play Tech, and I think Tech's the class.
And they got Iowa State next week, both on the road, I believe.
BYU, if BYU of course, if BYU beats Utah, I don't know who else would finish with just 2 losses. It might just be. So you're right. In other words, you're clearly right. It's a case of BYU would be clearly running in the second slot. Anxious to see if Cincinnati can be the dark horse we always seem to have in this league. They seem like they might be capable of that. I don't know.
Yeah.
But maybe, and I'm not. Are you guys ready to write off Arizona State? I don't think I am, but I'm close.
Well, we'll know Saturday. I mean, if they beat Tech, everybody takes them serious, and if they don't, they got 2 L's. So
now that they had 2 L's last year, it's funny. I listened to Dillingham because I grew up there and went there. And all during the offseason and in training camp, he didn't want to talk about last year. And this week, well, last year at this time, we were exactly where we were, where we are now. He wanted to talk about it for months. Now he wants to bring it up and try to inject some positivity into them. I mean,
coaches.
Things could break their way, but probably not.
Here's the deal about coaches. I think politics exist so we don't get overly mad at coaches. We got other people to get mad at.
Yeah, I mean, if they get blown out, then I think you can write them off, and then they'll look to, have 8, 9 wins. Which if they ever, anytime they get 11 wins and follow it up with 8, 9 wins, that's you're not a contender, but you still had a decent season, and I think they can have a decent season.
Yeah, if I'm an Arizona State fan or a graduate, I got to be pretty pleased with the direction of the program.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sort of been in
3. So I think they got Kansas State might be a little misleading as far as the losing record, but they got Oklahoma State, West Virginia. It seems like they got a walk in the park. It's almost like Yormark tried to set it up, give them a couple of tough games, and then away you go.
Yeah, they've got now. They did get. It looks like 3 of the 4 other best teams: Utah, BYU, and Arizona State. But in the Big 12, the scheduling, I can't get mad at anybody. It's such a crapshoot. Even if you're trying to rig the schedule, I don't know how you do it. Crying out loud. Somebody try to rig it easy, and somebody hands you Cincinnati 25 or Arizona State 24, and all of a sudden your schedule goes from soft to tough.
Right.
So it's a fun thing, though, and I'm just so happy for the state of Utah. I think this is going to be a great deal. I hope it's a good game. I hope everybody gets along. I've heard that it's Did you guys hear that?
No. Go ahead.
Okay, I had a little bit of an interruption there. But anyway, good. But anyway, I just think it's great for state of Utah football and the new wing of the Big 12, just reminding people that, hey, here's two programs with proud histories, and it really got a lot done. And when you think that everybody that cares about college football in the SEC or the Big Ten, here's a reminder that that's nonsense. So I think it's a great stage. I think it's exactly what the Big 12 needed. The Big 12's been hit with some of its loss of rivalries, and now all of a sudden, here we go. We got the Holy War in all its glory. So I'm just and I'm pleased. I got myself an early game. Should be able to watch a good chunk of it. So I'm fired up for Saturday.
Do you think the rest of the country gives the winner a lot of credit, or do you think the winner gets a little bit of a bump and the loser takes a big hit?
Well, when you talk about the rest of the country, if you mean the SEC, I can't speak for the Big Ten because I don't really. My pal Tom Chattel in Omaha, he just keeps me up to date on what's going on with Big Ten. So I don't know how those people think. I can tell you in the SEC, I mean they don't want to really give much respect to Michigan and Ohio State, so they're not going to care. But I do think that most of the national media will give the Holy War its proper due, give the winner its proper due. I think good things will come to the winner of this game. Now, it's not going to compare to the latest job status of Billy Napier south of the Mason-Dixon line, but that's just the life we live and the place we're in. So, I think and then another thing I think, guys, and I don't really know how people in Utah, the Big 12 people in Oklahoma are too busy, going through their dumpster fire to worry about what's going on in the rest of the world. But Texas Tech's emergence has been really good for the Big 12. It shined a light on the Big 12. It's given the Big 12 what people think is a national contender on some level. So I do think the idea that, hey, this Brigham Young Utah winner is going to be in really good shape and could make the playoff. And if it's BYU, a showdown with Tech coming up, I think that's been really good and has caused a lot of the national media to realize, hey, lots of interesting things happening in the Big 12. Because the Big 12 last year, it got some notoriety and a lot of people paid attention, mainly for the chaos. We were a TCU 2-point conversion away from there being a 5-way tie last year atop the Big 12.
Right.
And that's just the kind of stuff you never see. So this year, though, it's not chaos, it's quality. I mean, Tech's really good. And while everybody talks about, they ran over Utah, it's 13-10 in the fourth quarter. So I watched the game. I didn't know who's going to win until the fourth quarter.
Right. So
that was a good quality game. I think that's what we're going to see Saturday night in Provo. So I think this is great this is what the Big 12 needed. They needed not ultimate parity. They needed 2 or 3 teams to get really good and win and play high-profile games for high stakes.
My concern, since I tend to take the opposite side, I think 23 years in newspapers did that to me, and that's the way it goes there. But as far as Tech, and they're certainly bringing a ton of publicity, and it's Cody Campbell and all that. And, I went through and looked at their roster, and, they sucked defensively last year, and they brought in all these transfers, and I think 6 of the transfers on defense are just one-year guys. Then they'll be done after this year. And we know about Campbell, and they raised $63 million and all that. So if they continue to just stomp everybody, which they've done so far. And I realized that the Utah game you're right. I mean, it was a 3-point game, and it looks worse than it was. But on the surface, to national people, if they see the scores and they continue to roll, they're like the Dodgers. They just bought themselves a great team, and look at the Dodgers go. They're going to go to the World Series, blah, blah, blah. In baseball, we're going to probably have a lockout for the 2027 season because the owners want some salary cap there. Or is it a situation where, all right, look what Tech did. And Kyle said this. I asked him about it this week, and because he made a statement about the top 25 reflecting the top 25 in terms of money. And he said, well, look who's the leader in the Big 12 right now. Look who has the biggest budget. And he said, this isn't a complaint. Congratulations for them. They're committed to winning. So is it good for the league, or is it something that, wait a second here, if you just buy yourself for the best team, away you go?
Well, it might end up being bad. It might end up being detrimental to college football. It might end up being detrimental to Texas Tech even. However, Texas Tech, which has played in one major bowl, I think ever, and that was in 1994 when Texas A&M was ineligible for the Cotton Bowl, and Tech won a tiebreaker as a 6-5 team to get to play in the Cotton Bowl, is ranked number 7 and is billed as a playoff instigator, if not a contender. Indiana is number 3 in America, and this year it's legit. And the unbeaten team in the SEC, or there's 3 of them, Ole Miss, A&M, and I guess that's the only 2, maybe. It looks to me like we're getting a bunch of new faces and a bunch of good stories. And let me promise you, who's not sitting around thinking, I wonder if this is bad for college football. The people at Texas Tech and the people at Indiana and the people at Ole Miss.
Nope.
So this is what we needed, how we got there. You know, we can worry about the carnage later. But I'm just thrilled about just the idea that people have an avenue to victory.
Yeah, I mean, you can argue that the Tech set the standard now, and if you're Utah, BYU, ASU, down the line, Oklahoma State, whomever it might be, if you want to compete at that level, here's what you're going to need to do, and either you do it or you don't.
Yeah, no, that's right. You know, Gundy, back when he had a job, you know, he got in the Hooskow by saying something similar, only more caustic, about Oregon, saying, you know, they've got all this money to spend on players. They ought to be good.
Right. Yeah, I remember it.
And then Dan Lanning said, well, yeah, we did. Of course, that's where the players are. They're in the market where you have to buy them.
Right. Yeah.
So you can either play or not. You got your choice.
Yeah.
And then just, you know, to emphasize his point, he beat OSU 69-3.
Yeah, he emphasized that point.
Yeah. So, but that's just the way it is. I mean, it's like baseball in the 70s when free agency came. You don't have to like it, but you better embrace it. You know, here in Oklahoma City, and maybe Salt Lake went through the same thing with the Jazz. You know, some of the NBA bigger markets and more established franchises, they don't really want to listen to the Thunder talk about small markets and, you know, the disadvantages and that kind of stuff. They raise a good point. They said, you guys are the one that wanted in the NBA. I mean, we didn't go steal you from the Continental Basketball Association. You wanted in this thing. This is how we play. The Knickerbockers exist in New York. The Lakers exist in Los Angeles. There are Cody Campbells out there that will do stuff. So, you know, there are other avenues by which to play college football. People have played big-time college football and said, you know what, I don't want part of this. University of Chicago, Yale, Fordham, on the West Coast. Was it St. Mary's had a really good program in the 30s and 40s. They don't play anymore.
I remember.
People have made decisions like this, and you got to decide if you want to. It's not a right or wrong decision. Just make it.
Yeah, exactly.
You got your eyes on anyone else in the conference now, or you've narrowed it all down? Texas Tech, Cincinnati, BYU, and Utah. And ASU is the last one, and depending on what happens this week. That's it?
Iowa State hit the iceberg. I don't know what happened. 1 week they can't stop anybody, and then they, Kansas State snake bit, so they're out. I don't see anybody else. I don't think TCU is very good. I'm stunned at how bad they are. They still got a pretty good record, but I'm not at all high on TCU. Baylor is sneaky. Their record is sneaky. I think they 3-1, or you've only got one conference loss, but that defense is so bad. I think their losses are going to pile up. I think Arlington's going to be 2 of those 4 teams, and maybe if Arizona State could do something, I guess I better keep ASU in there just because they've done it before. But they would be the 5th. I really think it'll be two of those 4: the Utah schools, Tech, and Cincinnati.
Barry, we appreciate it as always. Thanks for joining us. We will talk to you again next week. Enjoyed the games.
All right, see you guys.
DJ PK, Eric Drage, former BYU wide receiver, is going to join us at 9 o'clock. More on the rivalry game next. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound I-15 is all jammed up due to a crash at the Bangor Highway junction there with vehicles on the left and right shoulders. Backups begin rounding the point of the mountain, adding 10 to 15 minutes to your morning commute. UHP is still cleaning up that wreck, and they're obviously going to have things bogged down as you try and get through that area. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions, from system installs to fast fixes, delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's another edition of the Holy War as BYU returns home for another chapter in the BYU-Utah rivalry game at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on The Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. With slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides, Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Mills is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hands, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMills.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMills.com.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. You've heard us talking about SLC fat loss for a while, and I'm sitting down here with Jeff and Angela, who have also been on the program. How are you guys doing?
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. Well, you look awesome. Tell me how much weight you guys have lost and how long it's taken.
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far.
Tell me exactly what's changed about that health now that the weight has been lost with SLC fat loss.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell somebody who is like you guys and maybe wants to start losing some weight about SLC fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Just get a hold of the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Just go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Aloha, it's Reno Mahe, and I want you to join me this Friday at the Pickler in Lehigh for the Social Health 2025 Games and free family community event. It all kicks off at noon, and it's totally free to get in. Bring your family, your friends, and get ready for pickleball, axe throwing, drift kart racetrack, a skate park for kids, RC car races, golf simulator, delicious food trucks, and more. Meet former NFL, BYU, and University of Utah players. We're raising money for Social Health Initiative, a nonprofit giving away proven social health curriculum to schools and first responders. Get a ticket for a chance to win skateboards from Gold Coast and prizes every 15 minutes. And don't forget, entry is free. Let's build community, have fun with friendly competition, and make a difference for the Social Health 2025 Games this Friday from noon to 5 p.m. at the Pickler in Lehigh. I'll see you there.
The Garden Restaurant, Salt Lake's best lunch spot. Healthy, hearty, light, fresh, customizable, and very craveable. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3, soon with extended hours. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU and Utah tomorrow night at LaVelle Edwards Stadium, and Aaron Roderick says turnovers are of paramount concern.
Super important, you're right, because a week ago I was standing here saying, we're not going to freak out about that yet, but 2 games in a row, that's a problem, and so we have to nip that in the bud now. Turnover margin will probably be the deciding factor in this game. It'll be, if not the deciding factor, it'll be up there. It's super important in every game. We have to take care of the football, and I'm sure they're trying to do the same thing, and both defenses are trying to get takeaways, and that's the name of the game.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
CJ and PK, our rivalry week coverage. Interviews brought to you by UCCU. Love where you bank. Question of the morning. Something crazy is going to happen. Something strange. What will it be? Eric thinks Kalani and Kyle are going to wrestle at halftime.
No, they're not.
Out there on the logo, best 2 falls out of 3. Let's go.
How about like a game-winning block kick and a tie game returned for a touchdown? Something like that.
As I say, we've seen the blocked kick, but yeah,
Right.
We have.
The return, though.
I've seen the block return, not the rivalry games.
Yeah, but I'm talking about when the score's tied.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like it's 17
And one team
all.
thinks they're lining up to win it,
Yeah.
and the other team blocks it and runs it back.
If you're up and you block a kick, all you do is just fall on it, or and the game's over.
Right.
Or you play it 3 more times and the game's over.
We've seen both those things.
So somebody gets in there and the ball bounces, like you call it candy hop in baseball, and somebody picks it up and is gone. Would that be something?
Get the big hop.
We saw something that was similar with that Auburn and Alabama game several years back on the long field goal.
Kick 6.
And you've got your defensive team or your protection team in there. You don't have any speed guys, so it's a bunch
The
of
linemen
300-pounders.
can't get over to the sideline in time.
They just can't compete with the speed. And so that was pretty wild. I mean, that's a once in a lifetime. We saw Michigan State when I was at Vegas and Barkley was there. That was a blocked punt return for the game-winning stuff you'd never imagine that you would see. So it's been out there. So something along those lines that could happen, or teams going in for it's a tie game and like a 98-yard interception return or something to win it. Something along those lines. It'd be kind of cool to have.
That was the was it Lusk, I think, who picked one off in a CSU game. That was such a big deal when they were both undefeated. He ran it back. They were going in for a tie. CSU was going in for the tying touchdown. He picked it off and ran it all the way to win the game. It could happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's shenanigans that can be involved, and the shenanigans tend to live on. But I'm looking at
a dramatic, game-changing, unexpected play.
Yeah.
I liked what you said earlier about not just trick plays, but trick plays in special teams.
What about a game-winning safety?
Nah.
Sacked in the end zone to win it?
You wouldn't be throwing in that situation. You'd be playing for overtime. That's too dangerous to even Gary Croton in his heyday wouldn't do that.
But maybe to Yock's point, and you just brought up Michigan State, you block a punt, get the safety, goes out the back of the end zone in a 1-point game.
There you go.
And everything changes.
I could do it.
That'd be really strange.
Nah.
Well, I think they had all these things, but you're saying there's a chance.
No, because if the game is right there at the end, all you're looking to do is get the ball off.
Yep. Catch it and get rid of it.
Yeah, we're talking about literally at the end.
You know what we used to see that we don't see is the long snappers. They used to, occasionally see a ball snapped over the head or it skid back on the ground. Like long snapping. Those
Perfection.
These guys locked
they
it
give
down.
scholarships for that. You make money off of that.
Yep.
Grimes' son is doing that here for the Cougars.
Yep.
Don't
see that very often anymore.
That's just not going to happen. That's not.
Never mind.
No.
With the athletes we've got a quarterback, how about this play? We've seen it, but we haven't seen it in the clutch with the game on the line. You're driving, you're down 4, you need the touchdown to win the game. You throw the pass, it's batted in the air, the quarterback goes and catches it and then runs it in. But we've seen both these guys run. The completion to yourself for the game-winning touchdown. Either one of these guys is capable of pulling that off with the right bounce.
Yeah, but that sounds like you're already in field goal range, so why would you be throwing it?
Because you're down 4. I set up that scenario. You're down 4. You need the touchdown.
I suppose. How about somebody storms the field and the other guy gets in a fan? The fan gets in one of the players' face, and it is on. The thing we've been hearing about
Finally
for decades
happens.
upon decades.
And there it is.
Yeah.
Full-on brawl.
Yeah. I don't think that will happen.
Good.
Fans have to beware on that. But I do think that we'll see if BYU wins. I do think we'll have a fan stormation. That wouldn't surprise me at all. I would expect to see that because it's not just a rivalry game. And it's always huge in and of itself, but the implications to go 7-0, and wow. Then if you go 7-0, then you can afford a loss. Most likely.
Yes. I'd be surprised if there were 3-8-1 teams. It's still possible, and I brought that up, and you dismissed it as highly unlikely. It's not going to happen.
I don't see it at all.
There's too much parity in the league. You wouldn't expect that.
Yeah.
Picking 3 teams at 8-1 while it's possible is like picking somebody at 12-0. Of course, it's possible, but you don't pick it. Odds are stacked against it. Although maybe Tech's going to be able to run the table. We'll see.
That wouldn't surprise me. I mean, if you just research how much money they've spent and what they went after and what they targeted. I mean, this defense was not good last year, and now it's really good. They're number 1 in the country against rush defense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's because they're all their interior guys they went out and got, and they're one-and-done guys.
Got an all-star team up there.
They didn't care. They wanted them for this year. And as you look at it, and I'm along the lines of Whittingham, like this, you can't complain about it. No. To our knowledge, nobody broke any rules, and I don't know that there are any rules
Just
to break. Anyway.
There you go.
So with that in mind, they did, and they had the money available, and it's clear they're getting guys. They're beating out powerhouse, perennial powerhouse, the Blue Bloods, Notre Dame's, Ohio States of the world for recruits to go to Lubbock. This is not
never happened.
Yeah, it hasn't. This is a program since Leach left in 2009 has had. The best they've done is they've had 5 8-win seasons, and 2 of them have been in McGuire's. This is his 3rd year. He had it his first, didn't have it his second, had it last year. And away they go. And from starting in 2017, they had 5 consecutive losing seasons. Matt Wells was a part of it there.
And
Cliff Kingsbury.
Look at him now.
Kingsbury, who's thought of as this top-notch coordinator in the NFL, right? And
scheming people open all over the place.
Yeah, and he couldn't get it done. And Kingsbury is thinking, well, my gosh. Yeah, why couldn't you get it? It's Lubbock, Texas, man. It's out in the middle of nowhere. It is just to the left of El Paso. It's not a glamour spot, and kids weren't dying to go there, but now they are. And it could be on the moon if you're going to give them that kind of money. And that's what they have. So they're going to be really good, and they are really good, and they very well could go undefeated in this league. I mean, if they win tomorrow, I think I would say that they would, and they're a double-digit favorite. Yeah, a double-digit favorite.
Who's going to stop
on the road?
Yeah, who's going to stop them at this point?
And that, I think it sets a standard then if you want to compete. Here it is. They've established themselves.
They set the bar, and then everybody else it's up to everyone else to clear it.
Well, meet it.
Meet it or clear it.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
If you can meet it, you can have competition with them. If you can't, you won't.
If you're not getting to that neighborhood, you're going to have to reset your expectations.
Right. Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with 8, 9, and 10-win seasons.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
But if they're going to be out there like this, and we'll see if this becomes some kind of cap, how hard a cap it is, and what the workarounds are. But right now, you and I are both expecting that people will find their loopholes and spend their money.
And it appears BYU is willing to pony up.
So if you're looking for nominees for who can meet or exceed the bar,
I think it's those
It's
two.
a short list, and right now it's Texas Tech sets it, and BYU might be able to move into that neighborhood. But
wouldn't Kansas be in that mix as well with that money they got?
I don't know.
The only thing about there, and I get why you say that. I mean, $300 million, that's the number that catches your eye, right? But they were so far behind. How much of that is just to get them to the middle, as opposed to you're in the middle and then you're going to accelerate? Now they're investing the money, and we haven't really seen this or been down this road, so I don't know. But that's why I wonder about Kansas. Like, a lot of that money went into the stadium.
Yeah, $70
Well,
million
Utah's already
plus,
got their stadium. BYU's already got their stadium. ASU's got their stadium, on down the line.
Well, that's fair.
So I don't know. But who's to say if someone else comes in, if that guy writes another check, or if somebody else comes in and write a check, then Kansas is.
If Booth opens the door for other Kansas.
Maybe it creates some momentum.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe, but I think it's going to take more because they were
way down.
They were way up the track as PK's folks would have said back in Jersey in the day. You don't want to finish up the track, PK.
Okay. Remains to be seen. I don't think you can just have money.
You got to spend it well. The Mets and the Dodgers both had money. The Dodgers spent it well. The Mets obviously have their problems.
You still have to have good coaching and all that stuff, as far as that goes. But in a way, I like that they've set the standard, and we'll see who can approach that. And if the Cougars are in position to do it, to go 18-2. If they win tomorrow, 18-2 in a 20-game stretch. This was a team that was 5-7 less than 2 years ago. And if they win, and I have no idea who's going to win, so don't ask me who's going to win because I have no clue.
I think what A-Rod just said about the turnovers. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, really, that is something I couldn't have comprehended just less than 2 years ago. You were just looking for them to be competitive. And even 17-3 is not chopped liver here. So either way.
85 or 90% winning percentage, you'll take it.
Yeah. But 18-2 with wins over your rival. And if they were to get it, which is a huge if, it's a huge if for both teams, then it's not, well, our quarterback was hurt and this and that, blah, blah, blah. No, and no. This is the ultimate shut-up game. I don't want to hear it from either side. Whoever wins, wins. And there's no, well, yeah, buts, this and that. We were just getting going in the conference and blah. I mean, you can make fun of, well, Utah, it needed some time to acclimate to Power 4 football, but that's just a joke. Yeah.
Your wife thinks you're funny.
Because BYU had the 1 year in the conference, but big whoop. Utah's program has been up and running for several years. So that's what's at stake. And it's funny, I get admittedly trapped in the moment. But to me, this is the most pivotal, ramification-wise rivalry game that I've seen since I've been here. And I admit, I might say that again next year.
Okay.
But when everything has changed so dramatically.
Right. But we said
who cares in 2000 what happened?
Right. But in 2010, 2011, when you say that.
Who cares?
I know, but at the time, it's like everything's changed so profoundly.
I don't think a lot of changed in 2010.
Yeah, because BYU went to independent and Utah went to the Pac-12 and Utah won and they went off on a run.
But expansion happened all the time. That's not profound. This is profound.
I think it was profound. It led to a 9-game win streak and 2 Rose Bowls. I think it's profound.
But I'm talking about profound in the game of college football.
There's another seismic shift, more realignment, and rules changes.
This is 1,000 times more than that. I mean, TCU was coming and going. They were changing leagues daily. They
were just in 5 leagues.
Expansion, moving around, that had happened. It was profound in its own right, but that's a small P. This is not only a capital P, it's a capital
right,
every
but the
other
prisoner
letter.
of the moment, you don't know this moment's coming then. It felt massive. I get it. That was massive realignment that changed the structure of the rivalry. But now a decade and a half later, we get that again. Plus, we get these 2 rule changes with the transfers and the NIL.
Yeah, I mean, BYU could go out and say, if they win, why would you go there? You're not going to win like we are. You're not going to get paid like we do. They're going to have a coaching
probably
change.
Probably not in that order.
On whatever order.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just throwing stuff out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
You're going to get paid here. You're going to win here.
You said 1?
Yeah.
Oh, see, you're going against what BYU's all talking about.
Well.
Travis, that's not me saying it. That's David James Snickledorf III.
Call me.
I'm not saying it. He's saying you go to BYU, #1 money. Did he not say that, Jack? He tells me to listen, and for once I listened, and that's what I heard.
I appreciate you listening. That is what I said.
Travis can walk over to me next Tuesday when he's at practice and say, hey, tell your guys.
That's it. You said they're going to go to BYU for #1, money.
Mm-hmm.
Not for all the blessings that you can't even handle the amount of blessings. You're like, stop already. I got enough. Go over to these people. They need some more. I am blessinged out. I'm maxed out. I got as much as I can possibly handle.
The windows have opened highly.
Well, yeah, and I'm going to shut the windows.
And they're pouring forth.
And then, so you're saying they're going for money, but yet A.J. DeBonsa is saying, Dad, Pops is saying no.
Yuck just, implied and then said implied. This is great, but when he says, we got to go to break. You were so disappointed you were enjoying this.
We got
all right, fine, break. Eric Drage, former BYU wide receiver at 9 o'clock. NFL Locks of the Week next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Still lingering delays as you travel northbound I-15 between Point in the Mountain and Draper, all due to a crash by the Bangor Highway in that intersection there. Otherwise, things are looking pretty good this morning. There's still some residual slowing out in the Tooele Valley on SR 36. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, strap it, or pave it, GoPave Utah is your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Holy War is here. Another chapter in this storied rivalry is about to be written. And only one station brings you complete coverage of the Utes and the Cougars in what could be the biggest matchup in Holy War history.
The Holy War is on.
Listen to the KSL Sports Zone all week long as we break down this game from every angle as the Utes head to Provo to battle the Cougars. Then on game day, catch a special edition of the Holy War pregame show live at UCCU in Provo starting at 4 with a postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Somebody's going to be happy Saturday night. Is it going to be BYU? Is it going to be Utah? I don't know. That's why we're going to tune in and find out. Now, you want happy times for the rest of your life, particularly after you worked 40, 50 years, right? Well, what do you need to do? You need to have the cash. That's why I'm telling you to get with the folks at Trajan Wealth. I was over at their offices yesterday in Draper, met with Steve. This guy's a professional through and through, man. And he's a fiduciary. So he's not looking to sell you anything. No, he's looking to maximize whatever you have available and have it get to the point where you are satisfied with it. I met with them, and what they're going to do is see what you got, what is available, what your goals are, and then figure out a plan working collaboratively with you that is going to be something that you're going to have the peace of mind with, knowing that the money is going to expand, and then when you need it, it will be there. Does that not sound like a winner? Even if your team loses Saturday night, you can still be a winner when it comes to the finances. Call Trajan Wealth, your local trusted financial fiduciary. That phone number is 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600. I said I met with them in Draper. They also have offices in Farmington. 2 convenient locations. The website, check it out. I've checked it out. A lot of information. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business.
Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Fall is here, and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet, courtesy of Advanced Windows, and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote. They stuck to the quote. It was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now, it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's advancedwindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Provo Saturday night, 6 o'clock. Devin Dampier and what he's learning about the rivalry.
Just happened to learn a lot more history behind it, but I knew a lot, probably the first week I got here. That was the main topic talked about with a couple players for sure. My older brother, Dorian Singer, he used to go here. He played in that game last year, so I know what I'm walking into.
This Ute Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hercules First Credit Union. Salt Lake County High School Player of the Week Award goes to Taylorsville High School's Kai Spite. Spite racked up 145 total yards and scored 3 rushing touchdowns, including the game winners. The Warriors beat Hillcrest 35-28 in overtime. The Salt Lake County Player of the Week Award is proudly presented by Hercules First Federal Credit Union. At Hercules, they're celebrating the everyday victories. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. Time for the locks of the week. I see 3 or 4 games out there. No real conviction for them. Not completely sold on them. Going to have to pick one of them here.
I got 2.
You got the, you picking the Jets maybe to lose the 7 straight to the Panthers?
No.
No.
I hadn't looked at that one.
You think the Saints are doomed going up to Chicago?
That's 1.
Do you like the Giants going cross-country to play the Broncos?
Didn't have them.
Staying away from that game.
Yeah.
They've won 2 out of 3, both at home, but they won 2 out of 3 with the quarterback change.
I think the other one's obvious.
I know I should. The Patriots over the Titans.
No.
Oh, what is it?
KC over the Raiders.
Yeah, I hadn't looked at that one because I can't pick the Chiefs. Already done did that.
Yeah, I think those two. I think KC would be.
That's your pick?
The obvious. If I had to bet money on who's going to win this week.
Kansas City's going to be.
But you're also trying to save one for down the line, so
right.
that it's not just literally this week and this week only. I would go them, KC. But the Bears are hot now. They got a little mojo going. We saw it against Washington. Now it did take the fumble with the wet ball and all that stuff, but they still had to drive down the field.
They've won back-to-back 25-24 games. Yeah. But they have won 3 out of 4 and back-to-back wins. So right. No, or is it 3 out of 4? No, they've won 3 in a row, haven't they? It's 3 straight. My bad. 3 straight.
So they've got positivity, and they're feeling good about themselves, as they should. I've got no problem with them feeling good about themselves because it's all about, I don't care how you got it, but the fact that you got it in the end at this level is literally all that matters.
Yep.
And, a lot of people were dumping on Williams as a bust because he's kind of a diva and a prima donna and all that stuff. But none of that matters when you're out on the field. And do they have something? Are the Bears building something? Yeah. I mean, I don't really care, but I like to see it. So I think I'll just go with KC and get it over with.
Okay. I was thinking about going with the Patriots, but I think I'm going to save them later for the fact that you got to pick somebody in the middle of the league. I think I'm going to take the 3-3 Panthers over the 0-6 Jets. Going to bite the bullet there and hope the Panthers don't mess it up and the Jets break out.
Okay, then I'll redo mine and go with the Bears.
Okay, seriously, who are you going with?
I just said it.
You going with the Bears?
Chicago. Dead serious.
All right, I'm going with Carolina.
Bears.
He's saving the Chiefs, and I'm going to save the Patriots. What are you doing in there, Yak?
I've got.
You're the one they care about, not us. We've missed. You're undefeated.
Yeah, he's got a shot for the Double Crown.
I've got the Green Bay Packers rolling in to State Farm Stadium down there in Glendale. They're going to beat the Cardinals.
Is Murray out again, or do we know?
We don't know yet, but I'm still believing in Jordan Love and the Pack.
Believing in that
and
defense.
that level of competition,
Also
I think
true.
You can believe that. I don't know that I believe in them to be a big-time threat to go to the Super Bowl.
That won't even feel like a road game, will it? Going to be at least 10,000 Packer fans.
There'll be a lot of Packer fans that show up.
They always show up there.
Yeah.
DJ and PK, Eric Drage talking rivalry game next. Stay with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
You don't show up to Lavelle Edwards Stadium halfway. Neither should your energy drink. Bucked Up Energy gives you smooth, long-lasting power. No jitters, no crash. Just focus, flavor, and pure Cougar drive. Grab a can of Sour Bucks or Rocket Pop on your way to the game and taste why athletes and fans everywhere get bucked up. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy, built for game day, made for every day.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Angela and Jeff. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. You both look great. So how much weight have you lost?
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far.
That's incredible. Tell me what changed about your health.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
And what kind of things can you do now that you couldn't do before?
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore. And I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell someone who's thinking about losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK, and we're joined now by Eric Drage, former BYU wide receiver. Eric, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
The rivalry game is almost here. How fired up are you for this? Or with age, you've mellowed. It's not quite such a big deal.
No, this will never not be a big deal. I'm pretty fired up. I'm excited, especially to have both teams ranked. It just makes it even better.
How was it to run out in Tucson, that dreaded hole that is Tucson? I know you like it a little bit more than I do, but you did not go there, and then the Cougars beat them like they did.
It was amazing. I, probably had a lot of friends up in the stands watching, and I'll be honest, I was just hoping I didn't pull a hammy or fall running that out. But just to get the adrenaline pumping again, it was a lot of fun, and then to pull out the win like they did, that was a good experience. Absolutely.
What would Eric Drage's NIL number be today? You ever ponder that?
I don't. I think it would be really low. I played with guys that would be really high, Ty Detmer and guys like that. But yeah, mine would be probably like $50 a game or something. I don't know. I mean, it would be very high for sure.
And you did play with Detmer, and Detmer, we know what he's done. That's all going to be forever in BYU lore for sure. Where do you think this thing is going with Bachmeier?
So I love the kid's grit. True freshman. I'm not even going to nitpick anything, right? Like, I think he's got a great career ahead of him. I think if he gets a little bit better with the ball security, although like I said, I played with Ty and his ball security was pretty loose. He threw a few picks, but I think Bachmeier is going in the right direction. I think he's got better every game. We had success early, which helps a young kid. And I think the sky's the limit with him.
What do you think of the receivers for the Cougars this year? What have you seen?
I mean, I've been saying for a while that Chase Roberts, he has to get more targets. I love that kid. I think he's fantastic. I think he's always open. But then Parker Kingston, like those kind of wheels. Like we had Tyler Anderson back in the day, right? But Parker's like another level with that speed. And I like what they're doing with the receivers. I think Fetzy's done a great job every year he's been there. He gets those guys ready to play, and that's always been one of their strengths over the past 5-10 years. So I think I love the recruiting or the receiver class, but I just please target Chase a little bit more.
Now, you played at a time where it was just a little bit early before Utah really was getting the rivalry to where it was split in the early 90s. And so at that point, I'm guessing you guys, when you went into that game, there's no doubt in your mind you were going to win.
Yeah, I mean, we were pretty confident every time we played them. Not this. It sounds a little arrogant, but it was like paying our tithe, and we'd lose to them once every 10 years, and that's about what it was. And I thought McBride, and I love Ron McBride, by the way. I think he's phenomenal, but he did a great job of kind of evening the teams up a little bit, and then it's gone the other way, unfortunately. So it's good to see us get a couple wins in a row against these guys, and maybe we get another one tomorrow.
How much more you joined Big 12 versus Independence era? Because it does look like that's when it pivoted and BYU got back on some equal footing. They were disadvantaged in the Independence era, and Utah took advantage of it.
Absolutely. I am thrilled that they're in a big conference. I've got a buddy, Charlie Peterson, former player. He loved Independence because we got to play, and it was cool. We got to play some really good teams that we never would have played in the past, right? Like being in the Mountain West or the WAC. But the recruiting is just phenomenal. The talent that they're getting now, we never would have got that if we stayed independent. So I love the Big 12, like that we're part of it. And more than anything, I love that Utah's back in the same conference with us. I just want to, this rivalry needs to be, it's one of the best in the country, and it needs to be played every year.
Yeah, Eric, it's funny you say that because, I'm an ASU guy, grew up in Arizona and all that stuff. And when all this thing was going down, I thought to myself, I said it on the show, that I wouldn't want to be in another conference that the U of A wasn't in, because it seems like they should be playing every year. It's our rivalry. I don't even know it's as big as this rivalry nationally, but it's ours. And if you live there or went to those schools, it matters. And I don't care if nobody else cares about it. I care about it. And so from that perspective, I wanted that to happen. And I think that the rivalry had taken a big hit, that to an extent, obviously Utah dominated, but it just didn't seem right that they weren't playing every year for what college sports are supposed to be about, with its tradition as a part of it. They need to be playing.
Absolutely. And when they weren't playing, like I didn't fault Utah, right? Like they get a chance to go play Florida. They don't want to play another good team, plus go through the Pac-12. So I understood, but it was like, let's get back to where it should be. Let's be in the same conference. Let's play each other every year. I just hope they move it so that I know it was a scheduling thing, getting them in late like they did last year, but let's get it back to where it's late in the season and more's on the line. But I love playing them every year is the way it should be here on out.
Eric Drage, former BYU wide receiver, joining us. Our Rivalry Week coverage brought to you by UCCU. Love where you bank. Do you watch a lot of Ute football? Can you offer opinions on that team, or you just watch the Cougars and get on with your life and you haven't been following the Utes?
I am such a college football junkie. I've watched almost every one of Utah's games. I just watch as much college football as I can. My wife hates me on Saturdays, but I even went to the Utah and Texas Tech game and got to watch that in person. Here's my take on. I think they're really good defensively. I think offensively, it's what they've always been. I think Witt just has his thumb on the offense a little more than fans would probably like. It doesn't let the offense turn it loose. They're not a big play offense, but man, they're efficient. And we're going to have our hands full for sure. But I think they're gettable. I do think they're gettable.
Low scoring or high scoring?
I'd say mid. I've been saying around like 27-24 kind of game. I don't think it's going to be. I can't imagine it getting away from one of the teams, and it's going to be hard to score in the red zone for both of them. I think so. That's kind of my guess. 27-24. It could go either way, but I'm picking the Cougs.
Sure.
Eric, speaking for the receivers on both teams, do you believe that the defensive coordinators are going to commit fully to stopping a run? There'll be safeties down there playing like linebackers, and the receivers are going to get one-on-one coverage and a chance to make big plays.
Absolutely. I think they have to, right? Because both teams run the ball exceptionally well. And if you don't take that away, then it's going to be a long day. I think that could happen for sure. And then maybe number 2 opens up a little bit more, and Parker and some of the other guys. But I absolutely think it's going to be a lot of one-on-one out there with the receivers. And, maybe even we get a 98-yard touchdown this time.
You mentioned this earlier, BYU's recruiting, it's really expanded. And you're coming up a long time, 30 years since you played there and all that stuff. But it just seems to me that their recruiting net is about as wide as it's ever been, and they're getting kids in there. And, now they've made this financial commitment and all. Your thoughts on that? Maybe you're surprised a little bit? What do you think?
Yeah, very surprised. In fact, I ran the flag out down there at Arizona with Ty Mattingly, and him and I were talking about it. And we always had some players, right? We always had some ballers, but like the secondary, for instance, we had some good players. Derwin Gray, one of the greats, but we didn't have 8 players back there, 8 ballers, and that you can, if one goes down, you can plug another guy in, and it's amazing the depth that we have. I think that's always been our, in Independence and even in the Mountain West, it's always hard to get depth, right? You can play with the big boys with your 1s, but then when you rely on your 2s and 3s, that's where we always got hurt. And now that's not the case. I mean, I'm standing on the sideline with Jack Kelly the other day looking what a specimen he is. And the guys replacing him I'm like, they're just as good, right? Like, so it's amazing what Kalani's done down there. The recruiting has been great. And I am a little surprised. I think we've got NFL talent year in and year out, and we couldn't say that in the past.
Who are the guys you think are NFL talent?
So I think Glasgow is a lock. I think he's a freak. I think he's one of my favorite players to watch, and I usually don't love watching defenses, right? Like, I'm watching the skill guys. But I think he's a lock. I think Kelly's going to be playing. I think Chase is going to be playing. But it has to be the right situation. I don't think he's like a high draft pick necessarily, but I think he's going to be if he can land with the right team, I think he's got a shot. I think Farron is a lock at kicker, which I don't know that I've ever said that about a kicker, but I like watching him, as well. He's phenomenal.
Carson
there's
Ryan,
probably
maybe?
a couple others. Oh, yeah. I love that kid. I'm a tight end guy, right? Like back in the day, our tight ends, Chris Smith and Byron Rex, and man, we threw the ball to the tight end. I wish we would target the tight ends a little bit more as well. I think they could be the quarterback's best friend.
Tonavasa?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's you're right. I forgot about him, and we missed him in the first half, don't we, this game? So, but I think he's an NFL guy too. Yeah.
How's the golf?
Since you and I played, it is not any better. We played like 10 years ago, probably, and I'm almost quitting golf. I'm so frustrated.
Just got to go out there and slice it with no shame. That's what I do.
There's a good shot right around the corner. You know it's coming.
I know. Hole 8, I usually hit a pretty good shot. Then I'm like, okay, I'll be back. And so as long as I can keep getting that one shot, I'll stick around.
All right. You want to say anything profound? Make any predictions? Stake your claim now if you would like, or you can just let it go and ride off into the sunset. Your call.
Yeah. No. I mean, I'll make. I'll like I said, 27-24. I'm saying for the Cougs, and I mean, I don't think this game defines the season. I think, I guess that makes me sound like I'm hedging my bets a little bit. But I mean, if we can go 2-2 in the next 4 games, I think that's a success. And just I'm praying that one of those is Saturday.
There you go. Eric, we appreciate the time as always. Thanks for joining us and enjoy the game.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Eric Drage, former BYU wide receiver, join us right here on the Zone.
I think that's the reality of BYU.
What?
2-2, 3-2 in the next 5. This is awfully tough.
Agreed.
If they come out of this 4-1, I'm going to be praising them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That'd be super impressive to pull that off.
Yes. 5-0. Wow. I mean, I just, it's impossible for me to see it. You look at so many of the big boys when they go through, it's hard to play at peak every week, and then you factor in competition, and you see, like, just look at Oregon last week. They got beat at home.
It happens.
And
honestly, I thought that pick 6 kept them in the game a little longer than they deserved.
Very well could be true.
Indiana, that was really impressive. That was just a rock-solid performance. I mean, I know a lot of times teams will win and fans will but it's like, yeah, that was good, but I can't imagine Indiana fans butting that. That just has to be like you at the Coliseum, just hugging random people in Arizona State gear. That's the way Indiana fans should have reacted to that.
Oh, 1986.
I remember it well.
What a great year.
But we had Barry Trammell on earlier, and he said he doesn't really think TCU is all that good, and we thought it was 4 really tough games in a row. But at the same time, if TCU isn't quite that good, Cincinnati
not.
over the last 5 games, right? Exactly.
Although I don't think they're better. I think they are who they are. I always thought they were good.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they think they're better. Cincinnati thinks they're better. And that's dangerous.
I would even say they know. They know. They may have gone in thinking we can be pretty good. That old Lavelle Edwards quote that he would trot out at the start of every season, we got a chance to be pretty good. You can see the talent there. It's got to come together, and you got to have a little good fortune with the injuries and all that. They had one close one get away, but other than that, really impressive.
Yeah.
And I do wonder, as much as we sit here and think, man, Utah or BYU, whoever wins this game can end up in Arlington playing Texas Tech. Tech does seem like a foregone conclusion. I'm just sitting over there looking at Cincinnati thinking, Cincinnati's good. Now, maybe they'll lose to both Utah and BYU. Who knows? But they don't have to play Texas Tech. And that's just a huge advantage in the race to Arlington. We already know what happened to Utah. BYU's got to go to Texas Tech. I don't think any of us think they're going to win. Well, I'll watch the game and see if we're wrong. So, man, advantage Cincinnati in that race for the second spot in Arlington.
Could very well be.
They're good, and they don't play Tech. So that's a chance to dodge a loss right there. Now, as soon as you say that, maybe Cincinnati rolls out a stinker here. It happens.
I mean, we're trying to map it out as logically and as reasonably as possible here.
Well, Cincinnati got to crush Oklahoma State to get to 7-0.
Oh, for sure.
Or 6-1, excuse me, to get to 6-1.
Yeah.
And they got to play Utah and BYU. And the other games, Baylor, Arizona, TCU, nobody there is great, but everybody's got a puncher's chance. Everybody's got a chance to knock off Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And especially TCU because they have to go there. Baylor and Arizona are going to Cincinnati. So, college kids on the road seems a little dicier than playing at home.
Oh, yeah. And
especially in such a far-flung league.
The folks are going to rally around Cincinnati, and there's going to be a lot of emotion, a lot of enthusiasm. So you've got all that stuff going down. So, yeah, all this stuff is going to be very, very difficult. And the Cougars, in terms of difficulty, are right there with anybody. That's the great thing, man. For so many years when BYU had big wins, it was always but.
Mm-hmm.
Not this year.
No.
If these next 5, and the last couple, well, West Virginia, no, but the last couple have been super close. Colorado, obviously, and Arizona. both on the road, as you say. I mean, not big travel, but nevertheless still on the road. And they needed everything to win the game. This is incredible what is happening. If you love competition and you love, nobody loves stress, but if you're a fan, it's stressful. But for us, the nature of what's going to happen, this drive is huge, game defining, all that type of stuff. If you love all that, you got it going on, man.
Yeah. Well, this is when I think of that Steve Cleveland quote. The big game on the road, and he walks out of the locker room, and he's a ball of stress right before, and he's thinking about 40 things that could happen. He's got to be prepared.
Yeah.
If they sub, we sub. If he's in foul trouble, I go to that guy. If they're cutting a man, do we go to zone at the other end? He's got all that stuff. And you're sitting over there like, oh, this is going to be great. And he gets it. He just look at you.
Yeah.
We're right there. We're at the look at you moment. If Kalani and Kyle, if the coordinators are wound up and they got 40 things in our brain and they see us and we're just like, this is going to be awesome. And it usually is. Occasionally gets out of hand. But if the final margin is inside the point spread, which is 3.5, are any of us surprised? We've seen it so many times.
No.
Neither one of us are gamblers. We're gamblers. Picking a game straight up is tough. And I think I'd lean a little Utah. BYU's had a little turnover issue and the, freshman quarterback. I mean, even though Dampier hasn't played in this game, he's played in big games, hostile state. He's just got more experience, more snaps, more games. So that's like a thin thing. But, man, if you're a gambler and they give you 3.5 points in this game, there have been so many close games, I'd just be tempted to take the points. It always looks like such a toss-up. Why is it 3.5? Why isn't it 1.5? Like, why are you so sure it's Utah? I mean, pushed, I would say, yeah, it's probably Utah. I would feel shakier about that than I did about Pittsburgh and Cincinnati. We were talking about that earlier in the show. If you missed it, Steelers-Bengals.
I don't know why it's 3.5.
I know, which makes me think that if I were doing the points, I wouldn't be worried about who's winning. I would take the points. Acknowledging it could be a tie game and someone scores a late touchdown and then
the nature of the game, the points you get for scoring.
Yeah,
I would pass.
Oh yeah. This is absolutely no. If you're going to do that stuff, wait till you see a spread and you think, why is it that big? I mean, that's these games and the rival games and the emotion. Some of these games are just crazy. I haven't figured out all these traveling games. Now college is going to London. The pros are in London again this week.
That's why
pass on all those things.
I bet $1,000 on the Utes last week. That's why I've been happy all week.
Okay, fine. DJ and PK finish the segment with a big old lie. When we come back, everything you missed in this show next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a fresh crash southbound I-15 at 90th South in Sandy. It's on the left shoulder, plus lingering crash delays on northbound I-15 by the Bangerter Highway. Delays go all the way back to the point of the mountain still this morning. This update is brought to you by Enbridge Gas, reminding you to prepare for winter. Get a furnace inspection from a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Rivalry week is here, and Kyle Whittingham and the Utes head south for a battle against BYU in Provo. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Aloha, it's Reno Mahe, and I want you to join me this Friday at the Pickler in Lehigh for the Social Health 2025 Games and free family community event. It all kicks off at noon, and it's totally free to get in. Bring your family, your friends, and get ready for pickleball, axe throwing, drift cart racetrack, a skate park for kids, RC car races, golf simulator, delicious food trucks, and more. Meet former NFL, BYU, and University of Utah players. We're raising money for Social Health Initiative, a nonprofit giving away proven social health curriculum to schools and first responders. Get a ticket for a chance to win skateboards from Gold Coast and prizes every 15 minutes. And don't forget, entry is free. Let's build community, have fun with friendly competition, and make a difference for the Social Health 2025 Games this Friday from noon to 5 p.m. at the Pickler in Lehigh. I'll see you there.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU and Utah, 6 o'clock tomorrow night. 4 o'clock for the pregame show. UCCU's Freedom Boulevard branch in Provo, where our team, including PK, will be giving away tickets to see BYU and Utah. You might want to head over there tomorrow between 4 and 6 for the pregame show. Meanwhile, Jay Hill talking about Jack Kelly and Raider Damouni's status for the rivalry game.
So we're expecting Jack to go. He's practiced really good the last 2 weeks, especially this week, but he even practiced last week. Raider right now I'd say is doubtful, just depending on how he continues to progress.
This Cougar Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. All right, as long as we're talking picks, I want to throw this out about picks and games. And, you know, we look at stats, we look at trends, you look at history, you look at talent, you look at matchups, you look at all kinds of things. The hardest thing to measure, and it's so important in football games, properly channeled emotion. I mean, emotion one, if you don't have it, bang. It's a mess. Now, if you do have it, it's got to be properly channeled. There are stories. There's a story from a BYU-Utah game a long time ago that BYU was so hopped up before the game, bouncing off the wall, screaming. They left all the emotion in the locker room. You know, save it for kickoff. Save it for the kickoff and then go. And the best example, and this is why I give Arizona State a puncher's chance against Texas Tech. Tech looks awesome. And on talent and all the money spent, at some point, though, they're still young. They're still human. Does Tech take somebody too lightly? Sam Levitt couldn't go last week. ASU looked terrible. If Tech watches that and thinks we got these guys, that is a dangerous attitude. You want to have confidence. You got to be careful about the overconfidence. Levitt's back. Quarterbacks can be a huge equalizer when you have less talent than somebody else. A quarterback can be a huge, huge equalizer. Cincinnati played with emotion last night. Those two teams are defensively challenged. Cincinnati's terrible. Pittsburgh, despite all the Steelers' steel curtain and they got a tough guy coach and Tomlin and all that. I mean, they're just giving up points and yards. It didn't start this week. It started in the opener with the Jets. They barely squeaked that thing out. And you look, they're in the bottom quarter of the league. It's not good. But I thought Pittsburgh would win that game. And I didn't scream out, lock, win it. But replaying in my head, I did leave people with the impression I thought Pittsburgh would win. Because I did. Because the new quarterback coming in, and he doesn't know the offense to the point that he admits he was confused going to the line of scrimmage in a postgame, but the plays worked. Emotion. UCLA didn't have it when they started 0-4, when they got rolled at home by New Mexico and got rolled at home by Utah. And lost to Northwestern and Vegas. There's legitimate talk about them being 0-12. Now they've got it. They got a coaching change. They got somebody to believe in. They're fired up. So they win back-to-back games. They got Maryland this week at home. Maryland traveling cross-country. Couple teams I don't know what to think about. Maybe they're going to win 3 in a row. Emotion. Cincinnati had it. They knew Browning wasn't good enough at quarterback. Flacco, we got a chance. You got emotion. You start playing hard. It matters in a sport where you're getting knocked down play after play after play. So, give Arizona State a puncher's chance. They may well go out there and get rolled by 30, but puncher's chance. I don't know anything about Texas Tech and their state, and are they ready to go? That game's on Fox at 2 o'clock, right before Utah and BYU play at 6 o'clock on Fox. USC Notre Dame on NBC, and ABC's got some high-profile SEC games. LSU and Vanderbilt are both ranked. They're going to 10 a.m. Followed by Ole Miss and Georgia. And that was a miss yesterday. Should have mentioned Ole Miss. When we were talking about teams changing their place in college football thanks to money, and we listed Texas Tech, SMU, Indiana, Vanderbilt. Should have listed Ole Miss. Ole Miss is undefeated. Ole Miss is undefeated going into a big game here with Georgia, and Georgia's got a loss. Since when does Ole Miss have a better record than Georgia at midseason? Since they started paying players above table. That's when. Talked a lot about Utah and BYU this morning. We have all the producers, Yak and everybody else have been working on this. There is a page up now. Yak, where do they find the page with all the interviews?
So we're going to put a tweet out if we haven't already on social media.
That'll link to it?
It'll link to literally every interview that we've done this week across all 4 shows, and there's going to be a good 20-plus of them, it feels like.
We got the Saturday show tomorrow, 10 to noon, which is always a college football preview show. So you know which game they're going to be previewing.
Yeah, college football Saturday.
Right.
Yeah.
10 to noon. And then Yak and I have put together 12 interviews, 4 hours of the best of our interviews for you in your car tomorrow.
It's the pregame show.
It's the pregame show. And it's they do that with the Super Bowl. The pregame show, the pregame show, the Terry Bradshaw Priest pregame show, the whatever, yeah. So it's the pregame show from noon to 4, and we'll have all the best interviews. There have been a lot of good ones. Kalani Sitake came on this week. Austin Collie was really good. We just had Eric Drage today. Eric Weddle.
Curtis Brown and Jacob and Ben was good.
Yeah. Zach Moss. There's a ton of good interviews. And if you don't think that we made a list of 6 Utes and 6 Cougars to keep it even, because you people are going to be counting. We know how you are. Jake and I just looked at each other. We never actually didn't spend any time. I was like, yeah, let's make 2 lists. And Jake's like, yeah, I know exactly why. Got to keep it even. Literally alternated. So if you're in a car for 40 minutes, you'll get one of each. And if you don't leave early for that game with that stadium packed, you're going to be in your car for 2 hours. You're going to get 3 of each. So anyways, noon to 4 with that. And then the pregame show from 4 to 6. Freedom Boulevard, the UCCU branch in Provo. They're going to be giving away tickets to the game. If you want to win tickets, you're looking for a way to get in. That's like it doesn't really fit in Provo. It goes against the brand. I was going to say it's the Last Chance Saloon, but you can't really. It's in Provo. That doesn't really work.
There's only one.
It's your last chance. We'll just leave it there.
There's only one proper, quote, establishment in the city itself. So.
Really? There's still one?
There's still one, yeah.
But in the county?
Oh, in the county.
You grew up in Orem.
There's a handful.
Orem has one?
Orem.
AF has one?
Orem has one now. Didn't when I was growing up.
Okay.
AF has one. PG has one.
You can literally do this. I didn't know you could do this.
Lehigh's got a couple now.
What? Springville, Spanish Fork, Pace it. What am I, Hacksaw? Hello.
Where are you?
We did talk, in addition to rivalry talk, and you can get Eric Drage wherever you get your podcasts. And listen to him. He was good. We talked baseball. PK sure there's going to be a lockout in 2027. The Dodgers, not just spending all that money, but spending all that money into the future. I suppose other teams can do that. But I also suppose the owners could try to draw a line in the sand and we could lose the 2027 season. That's happened before. I mean, we didn't lose all of the 94 season. They played enough games that looked like Tony Gwynn might hit 400, and I got all excited. But even then, you're like, oh, it's coming. They're not finishing this season. It's coming. Sure enough, it did. It happened. It wiped out the World Series. So 2027 may be lost. PK and I were talking about this off the air. And I was like, yeah, well, if they're going to wipe out a season before we get an expansion team and we get all excited about it and then we get it ripped away from us. Do it before. So I like the 2027. If that's when it has to happen. And then sign a long deal, will you? Sign like a 10-year deal. Let's not deal with this for a while. So do some 4-year thing and do it again. So decade and a half, long term. Like that baseball. NBA TV deal.
This is baseball, though.
I know. Well, but they've been on their best behavior for 30 years. And the problem is that leads to a turnover, so you get a whole new generation, right? And they heard about it, they've read about it, but they've largely forgotten.
Well, and that's
because
the
there
thing.
were difficult in the aughts right after 2000. There were some difficult negotiations in there, but then you still had a lot of people like, oh, we're not going down that road again. We're going to find some kind of middle ground, compromise, figure it out. We're not doing that again. But now it's 30 years, and that institutional memory, the institutional pain isn't felt in the same way because so many owners have turned over, and obviously all the players are gone, and the union leaders have turned over. Yeah, let's do it. Be billions of dollars at stake. Meantime, the Dodgers win again to the playoffs. They're up 3-0 on the Brewers. One more to go to the World Series. They can get it today. They're 8-1 in the postseason. They're just mauling people. And it wasn't, I mean, they had good starting pitching, but it wasn't outrageously fantastic starting pitching. They went to their bullpen yesterday. 3 in the third, 1 hit, no walks, 1 base runner. You got the 10 outs. Excellent work by the bullpen that has been justly criticized, but they came through big time. Even in the 1 inning they had to pitch in game 1, they didn't pitch at all in game 2. Even that 1 inning they made way too exciting, 3 walks and a double. Pull it together, bullpen, and they did. 4 guys got it done for the Dodgers. Hockey tonight, Mammoth and the Sharks at the Delta Center. Puck drops at 7. Mike Folt will be on the air. Adrian Denny, 6 o'clock. Hockey night in Utah. You know, if you are a sports fan who you generally like hockey and you turn it on during the playoffs, especially in the third period or overtime, but you don't really know it, and this is kind of where I fit in. This is me. Listen to Adrian Denny's postgame show. That guy's way into it, and there are people, and we talk about this with soccer, and it happens with other sports too, but it's very noticeable in soccer. They don't want to let you into the sport. I know you don't, and they'd rather lecture you on how little you know than teach you what you don't know. And you're going to learn a lot of stuff listening to Adrian Denny's pregame show. He's got a ton of stats and trends. You can pick up on stuff. And listening to him last year is where I got hung up on this, which I will talk about all year with the Mammoth. I think it's just going to be true. You know, they're good. They're not great, right? They're competitive, but they don't overwhelm people. They're going to be in a lot of one-goal games going into the third period. And Andre Torney brought it up a few times last year, and Adrian brought it up a few times that it really stuck with me. And every game they've played this year has been a one-goal game going to the third period. If you got the lead, can you slam the door? If you're behind, can you fight and scratch and claw and get back in it? They got 4 points in 4 games, which isn't a good enough pace. A point a game's not going to get you to the playoffs. Low 80s isn't going to do it. So you got to get in front of that. But the fact that they were able to get an overtime win on the road, a third-period goal, an OT goal, under pressure, it's like hitting big free throws in the last 2 minutes. Not that it isn't hard to score a goal early, but, man, pressure can get bigger later. So check them out. And Scotty G's on the air tonight. So the Mammoth will be on 97.5 The Zone. Scotty G's on 1280 The Zone. The Aggies in San Jose State. Aggies are perfect 3-0 at home. It's a short week for them. Now San Jose is having to travel. The Aggies lost some time coming back from Hawaii. That's a long trip. But San Jose State, I always figure these teams that play Friday nights on the road, that's a major disadvantage. So whatever problems the Aggies had early in the week, the Spartans have them late in the week. So see if the Aggies can get to 4-0 at home. I would think so. They're both 1-1 in the league. So if you're going to try to get to the Mountain West Conference title game, don't drop this one. Got to get it. All right, DJ and PK, your feedback's next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's another edition of the Holy War as BYU returns home for another chapter in the BYU-Utah rivalry game at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off. They're frozen. You put it in a slow cooker. You walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to beehivemeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at beehivemeals.com.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by September 30th, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at kslsports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah and BYU in Provo, Saturday night, 6 o'clock. Our pregame show from 4 to 6 at UCCU's Freedom Boulevard branch in Provo. John Henry Daly on what led him to leave BYU for Utah.
I'm extremely happy about my decision to come here. I'm very happy about my coaches. I love my coaches and I love my teammates, and so I'm very satisfied and very content with my decision to take my talents up north.
This Ute Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
Now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Jacob and Tuesday from 10 to noon at Belliston Jewelry in Ogden, 1155 36th Street. Belliston Jewelry, locally made just for you, cherished for generations. DJ and PK, it is time for your feedback. This AI-generated stuff, yuck, it's getting to be too much. Should I? Did you see what you were tagged in?
No, our guy Chewbacca
He's getting after it.
Doing.
He's getting very creative.
Because he did the one with the Sparky one yesterday with PK and ASU gear and everything, and this new one today. This is a
good one.
Yeah,
it's got an oil painting. It is textured like the paintings that hang at the U of the old-time ADs and coaches. They have a room there where sometimes they've done meetings and stuff, and we've been in there for them. Chris Hill used to have annual meetings with the media, and you sit in that room and talk to Chris, and those things would be over the shoulder. You'd look at them. It's got Kyle on the left, Kalani on the right. Kalani's got on the trademark ball cap and a hoodie. Kyle's got on the Ute pullover, and PK's right in the middle. And Chewbacca says the real question of the day: which coach does PK love more? That is so good. Well done, Chewbacca. Well done. All right, question. What strange things could happen in this game? What are the possibilities? Jack says PK and DJ use their college football eligibility and enter the game. PK replaces the Utah field goal kicker who's injured late with no backups available. DJ replaces the BYU kicker, also injured in the game with no backup available. It goes into an overtime kicker shootout. Okay, stop it, Jack. We're out there shanking 35-yarders. What strange could happen? Glenn says a true freshman could lead his team to a win. I guess on the surface that sounds strange, but it doesn't sound that strange to me. If BYU wins, it isn't strange. A mild upset because of a 3.5 point spread, which when PK and I were talking about, where we were guessing a 1 or 2 point spread. Vaughn says the game ends in a 0-0 tie after 4 overtimes, and one of the janitors shuts off the LAS lights because he yells as he fights off Mark Harlan to throw the switch. It's after midnight, and we don't play football on the Sabbath. That's never going to grow old. There's always going to be fighting off Mark Harlan comments, jokes. We did ask for jokes today. What's your best clean rivalry joke? Oh, copy. Why did the Ute fan buy season tickets? So they have a place to sit while I hate watching BYU every Saturday. Hey-oh. How many people do that? Buy season tickets to both stadiums. I think there's some businesses that do that, mostly because I've heard of that. Actually, I know there's a business that has Ute, Cougar, and Aggie season tickets. And it's because they do business all over the state, and so they're dealing with people who want to go to games all over the state. But for an individual to do it to get in, got to be rare. Oh, here's a joke. This sign has as many natties as Utah, and there's a guy holding the sign. Nice. Once you go undefeated, whether they vote for you or not, does that matter? You got undefeated. You did everything you were allowed to do. We did have a question out there, which maybe we should get to one day. Who did it best? One of our listeners sent this in a day or two ago. 1984, 2004, 2008. Those are the 3 Ute and Cougar teams that went undefeated. Who did it best? And I would say 08. I watched 84 from afar. I lived in California then, and I was here for the other 2. But the problem that they had in 84 and in 04 is they never really got to be tested. They never got the big game. Hey, here's a top 10 or top 5 team. Utah got Alabama. Now, you argue Utah didn't get fully tested, but they played more ranked teams throughout the season and then got clearly the best bowl opponent of the three. I don't think there's any debating that. I think that's clear. Now, they could have gotten a better one, right? Why play the SEC runner-up? Play the SEC champ. So you can say that they weren't fully tested. Maybe they could have done that. The 04 team, it was just there. And they just, sometimes the people around college football just don't want to be successful. Like, you got 4 undefeated teams. You got to have 2 bowl games matching undefeated teams. What are you doing? You know that would bring more eyeballs. All right, if USC and Oklahoma, you want them to play for the championship, but Auburn should still play Utah. Put them in the Sugar Bowl, let them play, and let's see what happens. And I bet a lot of people would watch that. And the longer Utah hung in there, the more people would watch it. Or in the case of what they did against Alabama 4 years later, if they jump out to a 3-touchdown lead. Are you kidding me? You got to see this. This is unbelievable. Which I think is what Moose Johnson said that night. Unbelievable. All right, we're out of time. Prepared for something unbelievable tomorrow. Jake and Ben are coming up next. Believe that. Right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Party time! You have a great weekend, okay, buddy? Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Aloha, it's Reno Mahe, and I want you to join me this Friday at the Pickler in Lehigh for the Social Health 2025 Games and free family community event. It all kicks off at noon, and it's totally free to get in. Bring your family, your friends, and get ready for pickleball, axe throwing, drift cart racetrack, a skate park for kids, RC car races, golf simulator, delicious food trucks, and more. Meet former NFL, BYU, and University of Utah players. We're raising money for Social Health Initiative, a nonprofit giving away proven social health curriculum to schools and first responders. Get a ticket for a chance to win skateboards from Gold Coast and prizes every 15 minutes. And don't forget, entry is free. Let's build community, have fun with friendly competition, and make a difference for the Social Health 2025 Games this Friday from noon to 5 p.m. at the Pickler in Lehigh. I'll see you there.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn with My Hearing Centers.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up. Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride, but saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes, that's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Friday, and we're talking football non-stop. All football, all the time. This is another edition of Football Friday with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, happy Rivalry Week Friday to everybody. Ben, we are on location. We are in Utah County. We are at the Pickler right here in, what did we decided it's technically Saratoga Springs?
I don't know. I think it's Lehigh because it's called the Pickler in Lehigh.
So Lehigh.
The Pickler Lehigh.
But for some reason Google wants to call it Saratoga
Well,
Springs.
the road we're on is Saratoga Springs Road. Saratoga Road?
Something like that. Yeah. But it's basically right off Pioneer Crossing. Yeah. It's very easy to find. In fact, the facility itself is huge and beautiful. But we're out here with the Social Health Initiative, and this is a big-time fundraising event. It is free. Ben, they're going to have pickleball tournaments. Former NFL players are going to be here. We already said hello to Reno Mahe, who's a big-time involved with today's event. And I took a walk outside, out the back, Ben.
Uh-huh.
They've got your skate park
out
there,
skate
pal.
Park
Yeah, they got that. They've got the bounce houses. They've got the drift cars. Have you seen those?
The RC drift cars?
Well, they've got RC cars. They've got an RC track, but these drift car carts that you sit on, and they've got a drift car course, which is super cool. They're going to do cornhole tournaments. Anyway, this whole thing is absolutely free. If you have children and they want to burn energy.
You want your children to burn energy?
You want your children to burn all of their
energy? A lot
of
schools are out today.
Yeah.
A lot of fall break.
This is your spot. And it's all free, and we're going to be talking about how you can donate to, and there are various organizations that are here. The Life Shop is here. They're doing all the events outside, Ben. And
did you hear what they do? It's very cool. They teach kids how to build websites to put them in positions to, have jobs, move on in the future. You do that, you get to hang out, do all this stuff for free in the back, skate parks. It's really kind of about turning kids into well-rounded people.
It's not just websites.
Oh, is it not?
Oh, it's all sorts of life skills. They'll teach you how to be an auto mechanic. They have
really
all
cool.
sorts of life skill programs, and then you get to do all the cool stuff if you come and do the program. It's a really cool thing. So we're really excited to be here, especially on Rivalry Week. And Ben, we've buried the lead because they are going to do an auction. They're going to do a raffle too, and you can buy raffle tickets and win all sorts of stuff. But they're going to also do an auction. And look at that basketball right there. What do you think that is?
Well, it looks like it's signed by several BYU players. I mean, that would be in my imagination.
It's a BYU basketball, and there are many signatures on there, Ben. Now, ask me, because I was talking to Dave about this. Dave Kozlowski is kind of the brain putting this whole thing together today. And I'm sure we'll talk to him on the show coming up at some point. But do you recognize the last name Kozlowski?
Of course.
It's a pretty infamous name around here.
Yep.
So his cousin, first name is Brody. Now, put those two names together, Ben. Brody Kozlowski. Does that ring a bell for you? He is currently on BYU's basketball team. Now, I was told that basketball was signed by the entire team 3 days ago.
Oh. Everybody on the team?
Everybody on the team.
Interesting.
Who's currently on BYU's basketball team?
Includes,
outside of Brody, of course.
That includes that guy?
Richie
Saunders?
Well, yes, Richie Saunders.
Shout out Richie Saunders.
Yeah, absolutely. Richie's on there.
But that guy's on there.
You can go check it out.
Okay.
Go see for
I
yourself.
haven't seen his signature yet.
So that's an autographed basketball with the entire current BYU basketball team that you can come out and bid on for auction. So that's not bad.
No, that's very cool.
And then they're going to auction off those shoes over there, Ben. They're partnering with a local shoe company. So you would appreciate this, I think, more than me being a shoe guy. So you should walk over there and check those out.
Yeah, for sure.
But Dave was telling me that they're in high demand.
Okay. No, this is great. This is very cool. Stop on down and see us again. The Pickler in Lehigh near Saratoga Springs. Stop on by and see us. Not hard to get to either.
Super easy.
We both came from Salt Lake, and this was not very difficult to get in. But free pickleball play. There's a golf simulator, the skate park in the back, RC car. It's really a very, very cool opportunity.
How's your pickling skills? Is that what they call it, pickling?
You know what's amazing? Looking around here, and I walked around here with Reno Mahe earlier, and he kind of talked why he wanted to get involved with pickleball, et cetera. It's like, look at this group closest to us. There's a near 70-year-old playing with three people in their 30s. The group next to him has, a 17-year-old on the far side, two women and a man. It's like you really can mix and match. The learning curve is extremely quick. It's great exercise. I thought we might be walking into an empty building just because it's 10 o'clock. No, the courts are being used.
Oh, yeah,
tons
people are
of people
playing.
here,
Yeah.
all ages, all genders. It's really, really cool. It's super inclusive. I think it's a great sport.
Yeah, I like it too. We were talking to Brant, our on-site engineer, and he had a negative opinion on pickleball. He said, "Oh, that's just old man tennis." And then he tried it, and he really liked it.
It's really fun.
But the description is accurate, but in a really good way.
In a
like
good
that
way.
You're describing. Yes,
Yeah.
like, do you know the last time I played tennis, Ben, and this was going back a couple of years ago, I thought I was going to perish on the court. I mean, now I'm in really bad shape. Don't get me wrong, but like tennis is a grind.
Well, Brant's not 30 yet, and the second Brant turns 30 and starts realizing, oh, I'm an old man. You're old at 30 now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to be picking up that pickleball racket saying, this is one of the greatest things that's ever happened to me. So anyways, come on down. We're going to be here until noon.
Yeah, we're super excited about it, and it's for a great cause, and we would encourage you to come down. I mean, they're going to be here all day. We're going to be here from 10 to noon, but this event is free and going on all D. So come on out and see us.
Yeah.
I buried that joke a long time ago, but I felt like bringing it back out. How you doing, Ben?
Excellent. I'm excited for the game tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm very excited for the game tomorrow. Rivalry games are all memorable. You know, I was thinking about that a little bit this week. Like, you can really, and now it got a tad more difficult in the Independence era because they didn't play, back and forth every year and they took time out. But you could go back year by year and go, oh, that's Andrew George is still running. That was in Provo. The year before must have been Max Hall threw a zillion interceptions at Rice Eccles. And the year before that, 07 would have been, God, what would have 07 been? Did Utah? No, BYU. Wow. Now I'm trying to remember. 06 was Johnny Harleen is still open.
You talked about the undefeated season
Who
already.
won the next year? Was that the Brandon Burton? No. That was later.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look.
It was at Lavelle Edwards Stadium, though. And the quarterback would have been for Utah in 07 would have been Brian Johnson.
BYU beats
Utah
Utah 17-10.
In 2007?
2007.
All right. So there you go. That was in BYU's run of how many Vegas Bowls in a row?
Yeah, it must have been a lot. BYU is a top 25 team. Again, I'd like to look back at these and just see how often these two are playing when they're both ranked. It's not common.
No, the last time was 08.
Okay.
When BYU was one loss and Utah was undefeated. BYU's only loss, or BYU might have had a non-conference loss. I'd have to go back and look at it. But their only conference loss was TCU. And the conference was still technically title was still technically in reach. Or at least BYU could have ruined it for Utah in 08. Maybe that's what it was. But that was the last time the teams were truly, there was this kind of stuff on the line. And the games all in between there were fun. So it goes to show. I'm just so glad they're back in the same league, Ben. I mean, I remember you and I were talking about when the Pac-12 was falling apart, and you and I were talking about what is the ideal scenario for us, not for the universities, but for us.
Uh-huh.
I remember I said, I can't remember, I think you might have agreed, but was them being in the same league. Whatever happened, them being in the same league together. And at the time, all the Utah fans wanted to stay in the Pac-12, and I get it. But I do love it for this specific week, this specific game, that they are back in the same league. The game is back. I feel like the rivalry is back. That's what this game signifies. And not that it truly went anywhere, but it's got a ton of purpose. Both teams are good. Like the Holy War is back.
You'll have to remind me of this game, 07, because I honestly don't remember this game. Utah's up. Utah scores its only touchdown of the game with 1:34 left. It must have been Darrell Mack.
That would have been about that time, yeah.
And then with 1:34 left to take a 10-9 lead, and then with 38 seconds left, it had to be Harvey Unga scores a touchdown. I mean, that's 60 seconds later, 50 seconds later, to take a 15-10 lead. They tack on the 2-point conversion, and they beat BYU 17-10. That is not a game that jumps out in my memory, but I'm sure there's plenty of fans who remember that one well.
Wait, was it Utah won or BYU won 17-10? Yeah, I don't know how I've memory hold 2007. It had to be in Lavelle Edwards Stadium.
It was, yep. BYU's top 25 ranked, undefeated at home.
I remember that year for Utah because everybody was hurt, but they managed to tape it together and salvage a decent season.
Yeah.
But somehow I've memory hold that game. I don't know.
Yeah.
How I did that.
But,
how did Max Hall play?
Poorly. I mean, okay, 17 of 40. Not great.
That's not great.
270 yards, 1 interception. Better than Brian Johnson. 17 of 29, 129 yards, 2 picks.
Yeah, he couldn't.
That was not his game.
Brian could not throw the forward pass in 07 or really in 08. I mean, it's not his fault. He had that shoulder and just was never the same quarterback throwing the ball afterwards. It's really a testament to his brilliance because he managed to be a truly dynamic quarterback without having a Brett Favre-like arm, and was won games, made passes, did all the things, even though he was not at that point physically dominant.
I talk about it a lot with basketball, and it applies to every sport, but football, certainly quarterbacks. Just win, man. If you go out there and win, I say cash your checks and go home. I know that might take on a different meaning now during the NIL days, but I mean, you did a good day's work if you get a W. It doesn't matter what it looks like. You just want to make sure you have that win, and I think that's obviously what we're looking at tomorrow. I don't know if tomorrow's going to be a pretty game by any means.
Oh, I kind of don't think it will.
No, I don't think it's going to be an easy game. I don't think it's going to be a necessarily fun game to watch. I don't think any team's going to play what we would say well, especially on the offensive side of the ball, because I think they both know what the other team does and probably practice against it a lot every week, so they know how to slow it down some. I'm not expecting a lot of rhythm to this game tomorrow night.
I don't think so either. I think really it's going to come down to which team can run the ball. And we can talk about how they go about succeeding running the ball, but whichever team can run the ball, I think, has the advantage. I mean, everybody's going to talk about turnovers, and I get tired of talking about turnovers. But I think whichever team can establish the run. I think for Utah, they've got to get the zone read going against a loaded box. And I think for BYU, I think the Bears also going to face a loaded box. But that's more about L.J. Martin, right? And the offensive line with BYU. That's, I think, a big question mark. BYU's offensive line hasn't been bad this year, but can they hold up against Utah's defensive line? I think that's a different story. So that's really one of the fundamental storylines for me.
Yeah, again, I think BYU's going to have to win this game with chunk plays. I really do. I think if they're going to win this game, it's because they've found a way to break off that 75-yard pass where, Utah has a blown coverage or somebody trips on the field or slips on the field and somebody gets open and springs. And that's not a discredit to BYU. BYU does that against teams. That's what they've done well this season. They've had one of those big plays seemingly every game. Utah's going to win the game by just being methodical, moving the ball up and down the field. If they're able to do that, and you're going to see, again, I've said this before, a big game from Devin Dampier. If he can just move the ball with his legs over and over and over, I think Utah has a good chance to win this game, and I think that's where BYU has been susceptible. I do think, because I think there's a very realistic chance this is Kyle Whittingham's last game, he's going to say go all out. You certainly don't want to lose Kyle Whittingham or Devin Dampier for the rest of the season. And that would be, a real blow to Utah's hopes of going out and winning the Big 12 or getting the Big 12 title game. But I do think Utah wants to win this game above all else the rest of the year, and I think they may put Devin Dampier and the offense in a place where they say, let's go all out. Let's go try and win this game, and let's make sure that he gets his on the ground regardless of the number of hits he has to take.
All right, we are live at the Pickler. We're out here in Lehigh. Come on out. We've got a big free event. Joining us now, no big deal, former NFL player, former BYU Cougar, and former Brighton Bengal, the one and only Reno Mahe. What's going on, man? It's good to see you.
Good to see you guys. Thanks for having me on. Thanks for being here.
Well, Reno, you gave me the physical tour, but can you give our listeners kind of the audio tour of what we're doing down here today at the Pickler?
So today here at the Pickler, David Kozlowski has his social health initiative. They're holding a kind of a free family fun event here. It's crazy out there. I mean, you're going to have a golf simulator, you're going to have pickleball tournament, even just pickleball. Just come out, play some pickleball. They got some, what do they call it, crazy carts out there. They got RC racing. They got, cornhole and
the skate park.
Yeah, I saw the spike ball out there. You guys ever play that game? It's so fun. Yeah,
I was really good about 100 pounds ago. I'm not as good, but I can still beat some of the youth in my ward. They got, 9? I don't know how to. Bounce houses. Yeah. They got food trucks. So pretty cool deal. They got a lot of fun things here for the kids to do.
And it's all for a great cause.
It's all for a great cause, and it's during fall break.
Yeah, so, right. The kids are out.
Yeah, and it was funny. They brought it up. They're like, well, people are going to be gone for fall break. And I was like, hey, buddy, there's a lot of people that don't go anywhere for fall break.
Yeah.
I would have appreciated something like this because we didn't go nowhere for fall break.
Yep.
No, I've got two young kids. I was telling Ben, like, you're always looking for ways to get them to get their energy out. And this is perfect. Yeah. Like I could spot a bounce house from a mile away. It's like, we got to get my kids there. We got to get that energy out of here. Let's go. But you're also doing there's an auction. We noted the BYU basketball over there with AJ DeBance's signature on it.
This year's team they got. So that I'd like to get that one.
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
That thing looks pretty cool, but. On top of that, they're going to be giving away skateboards, longboards. Like every 15 minutes, they're going to give a couple skateboards and longboards away.
Yeah, that's what Dave was saying. That's amazing. And there's going to be a pickleball tournament, right?
Pickleball tournament. I think they've got 20 to 30 pairs that are going to be playing in this tournament. So
that's cool. By the way, congratulations on the facility. This is amazing.
Yeah, we're pretty excited about it.
Amazing.
I live here in Lehigh. Now, granted, just for full transparency, The location's in Saratoga Springs.
Ah, that's the mystery.
Okay, that's what we're debating that. We're like, it's kind of right there
right
on
on the border.
So it's on the border, but it was always I don't know how that worked out. I came in the fourth quarter of this deal, but it's called the Lehigh Pickler in Saratoga
Springs. Hey, whatever. It's easy to find.
It's easy.
Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we've seen it before. Yeah.
You get it.
Yeah.
You get it.
Similar thing. All right. Well, hey, listen, Reno. Will you stick around and talk to us? Talk some football next segment. Are you cool with that?
Love to.
All right. The great Reno Mahe. We'll talk to him about the rivalry week coming up next. Jake and Ben live from the Pickler, the Lehigh Pickler in Saratoga Springs. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
The Holy War is here. Another chapter in this storied rivalry is about to be written. And only one station brings you complete coverage of the Utes and the Cougars in what could be the biggest matchup in Holy War history.
The Holy War is on.
Listen to the KSL Sports Zone all week long as we break down this game from every angle as the Utes head to Provo to battle the Cougars. Then on game day, catch a special edition of the Holy War pregame show live at UCCU in Provo starting at 4 with a postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Aloha, it's Reno Mahe, and I want you to join me this Friday at the Pickler in Lehigh for the Social Health 2025 games and free family community event. It all kicks off at noon, and it's totally free to get in. Bring your family, your friends, and get ready for pickleball, axe throwing, drift kart racetrack, a skate park for kids, RC car races, golf simulator, delicious food trucks, and more. Meet former NFL, BYU, and University of Utah players. We're raising money for Social Health Initiative, a nonprofit giving away proven social health curriculum to schools and first responders. Get a ticket for a chance to win skateboards from Gold Coast and prizes every 15 minutes. And don't forget, entry is free. Let's build community, have fun with friendly competition, and make a difference for the Social Health 2025 games this Friday from noon to 5 p.m. at the Pickler in Lehigh. I'll see you there.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone here. I'm here with Blair today. Blair's also been on the program at SLC Fat Loss. Thanks for coming in, Blair.
Pleasure to be here.
Awesome to see you. So let's get down to it. How much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just
That's awesome.
60 days.
But I guess more importantly, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy. And the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Now, talk to me about this scale for a minute. Were you surprised how quickly that number came down for you?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
And what are the biggest benefits that you've seen now that you've worked with SLC Fat Loss for a while?
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Blair, thanks for sharing your success with SLC Fat Loss. To learn more about the secret of losing up to a pound of healthy fat a day, just like Blair, get a hold of the folks at SLC Fat Loss. That's slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Fall is here, and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet, courtesy of Advanced Windows, and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows, where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote. They stuck to the quote. It was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's AdvancedWindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Time for your Cougs at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's offensive coordinator Aaron Roderick emphasizing you can't turn the ball over against the Utes.
Super important, you're right, because a week ago I was standing here saying, we're not going to freak out about that yet, but 2 games in a row, that's a problem, and so we have to nip that in the bud now. Turnover margin will probably be the deciding factor in this game. It'll be, if not the deciding factor, it'll be up there. It's super important in every game. We have to take care of the football, and I'm sure they're trying to do the same thing, and both defenses are trying to get takeaways, and that's the name of the game.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order at Kenny J's. The great Reno Mahe on the show coming up next on Jake and Ben.
The Holy War is here. The Holy War. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
I don't like Utah. In fact, I hate them. I hate everything about them. I hate their program. I hate their fans. I hate everything. So it felt really good to send those guys home. They didn't deserve it. It was our time, and it was our time to win. We deserved it. We played as hard as we could tonight. But I think the whole university and their fans and then the organization is classless. I think, they threw beer on my family and stuff last year and did a whole bunch of nasty things, and I don't respect them. And, they deserve to lose.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join us and Beehive Meals at a rivalry pregame bash from UCCU. Enjoy Beehive Meals, soup, games, prizes, and tickets to the rivalry game. Don't miss it this Saturday, 4 to 6 at UCCU's Freedom Boulevard branch in Provo with Beehive Meals. We are live from the Pickler Lehigh. Come on out and join us, 629 North Saratoga Road. Joining us now, Reno Mahe, who's a part of this really big event, but of course we want to talk football with you too, because you've been in this rivalry for a long time as a player and a coach, and you've had family on both sides of it. You're currently decked out in all of your Cougs gear, so give us a little insight on what you're expecting from BYU this week.
Oh, man. This is such a cop-out, but I hope it ends in a tie. No, I don't know. This year's kind of it's one of those things that the last couple games, like you're pretty confident on how things look, but like Coach Roderick said, turnovers, and if you can't protect the ball, this game can slip away real fast. And I don't like what's happened to the U as a BYU fan because, you know, they started out hot, Heisman talk for the quarterback, and then that Texas Tech game kind of, when you get humbled early like that, that trajectory for your team could be something special. And so that feeling you have from the U and the way they're headed, it's scary as a BYU fan because I don't know. I wouldn't bet against the U right now. Like they kind of have that U of old feeling where they're just pummeling teams right now. And that Texas Tech game is an anomaly to me because they're like what are they, paid $1 billion for that team? Yeah. And so I'm sorry, that's not a real team. And so it's the rivalry game. You just never know what's going to happen. No. But I don't like the feeling.
I felt this against watching BYU against Arizona, which it felt like almost being undefeated becomes a thing in itself, right? That gets this weight on your shoulders where you're just not playing clean anymore. I totally get what you're saying. You get a loss out of the way. You kind of say, we're susceptible. We got to be sharp. We got to play harder. And it does almost seem to free you up to just go and play your game a little bit. Is that a real feeling on the field?
I believe it is. And I feel like, I don't know, maybe A-Rod and them are just masterminding everything for the rivalry game. And it's just like
4D chess.
They're saving. I want to hope so. But I just, there's some years, you know, it wasn't last year, the year before I felt really good about BYU's chances. Last year I felt like it was 50-50. I didn't feel, but what Coach Witt and the coaches are doing there at the U right now, they're building for another special year. Like it feels like one of those years, and I think that Texas Tech game, doing it early, really helped out. Like it, so I don't know. I'm praying for my Cougs.
Ben and I were talking, and I think the run game's going to be key. Like, whoever can run the ball, because both teams are going to try and stop it, and both teams are tough up front. They're tough on defense. Is there a key as a former running back? I mean, going into games where the chips are down, but you know you've got to do it. You know, it's going to be a tough defense. Like, what's the key to that?
I think the key to that is being able to, we talked about it, I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but just protecting the ball, field position. And watching some of these coaches, Kalani's great at it, Coach Witt's great at it. Who's going to take the chances at the right time? You know, who's going to go for it on fourth down, and who's going to protect the ball? Again, protect the ball. Does being at BYU give them the advantage? Maybe. I think it could help from a home field advantage, noise, and whatnot, but I don't know. More and more I think about it, it's going to be one of those rivalry dandies. Unless one team turns the ball over, it's just going to get away from them.
You should never feel good about the rivalry game, right? There's no logical fan who goes in confident that they're going to win the game tomorrow, because last year BYU was a much better team than Utah, and that game came down to crazy final 2 minutes.
Came down to a wild athletic director running onto the field.
I mean, it was.
I know we talked about this at the break, but I just was dumbfounded. Like, could you imagine if they ran that ball? If they ran the kickoff back for a touchdown and he had a penalty on him.
Gets called back because of the AD.
Oh, man. Ooh, that would have been crazy.
But there's usually some discrepancy between the teams as far as talent goes, and certainly when Utah was in the Pac-12 and BYU was figuring itself out in independence, it felt like there was a bigger gap, but these two teams are so evenly matched right now. I mean, they are just, again, if you feel if you feel like there's an edge for one of these teams, I think you're selling yourself short, or you're selling the rivalry short. I don't see a clear edge for either team going into this game.
The only edge I see is the weight of the games, where I feel like the undefeated team versus the team that they got a chip on their shoulder of what happened early in the season. That's the only edge I'm going off on, because I think you're right. Everything else is kind of evened out. Like everyone's loaded on all fronts.
I like how, I'm sure it's different behind the scenes, but how casually Kalani prepares his team. And I'm sure I'm sure behind the scenes it's fiery, but he doesn't seem to put extra weight on it unnecessarily. And I do think Witt does. I think Witt, because we've heard Kyle Whittingham, we're never going to lose to that team again. We've heard that history. I feel like Kalani brings a real healthy, smart approach to this game, where his players aren't getting caught up overly in the rivalry aspect of it, though I'm sure it's, obviously it's a huge game. It's the biggest game of the season.
I think I can speak to that from the standpoint of Kalani took what Lavelle and Coach Mack had, and he really he feels like there's and Kalani owes so much to what Coach Witt has done for his career, and so he just has that. He has so much love for the U, for everything the U provided for him in terms of his coaching career, and it's just his personality. Like, he truly loves his opponents, and he feels like there's not going to be a game if you guys aren't here.
Yeah.
Like, why am I going to hate you for providing this opportunity for us? And win or loss, I've been in those locker rooms with him as a coach and even as a player. But as a coach, win or lose, he'll tell his players, go out, love your parents, love those that came to support you as if you win, as if you won. So win or lose, he tells them, go and be grateful we got to play this game. And so it's a certain mentality.
No, I think you see it. I think you feel it.
Yeah.
I really do.
And so
you grew up here. You, as we said, you've had family on both sides. You played at BYU, but you also lived in Philly for a while and on the other end of the country. When people asked you about the rivalry, I'm curious to your answer, because we see the Big Noons coming in and that Barstool guy, and he's like, whoa, this Holy War is really something. When people asked you about it, how would you describe it, or what would you tell them about it?
So my older brother played for the U. So it's funny, David Kozlowski here played at the U, but his older brother played at BYU, Glenn Kozlowski. So it's kind of a funny flip, but still the similarities for both of us.
Yeah.
Growing up a Ute fan, I hated BYU. And so I think it's fun banter, because there's guys up at the U, a lot of the coaches there. I grew up with Morgan Stanley, Lewis Powell. Our sons played football on the same football team. Yeah. And so I've got nothing but love for so many of those guys over there. And growing up with Coach Mack, he wasn't even a coach. He was my uncle. Like, I was just with him a couple weeks ago. Like, I love the dude. And it's just, you play against your siblings, people you love, you guys are going to go at it. It's going to be a hardcore sibling deal, but at the end of the day, you still want to win, and you still got nothing but love for them.
It's pretty cool.
No, it's amazing. No, it's a rivalry, totally unique. I mean, driving down here, there's a big farmhouse that has a huge Utah flag right up. It stretches to all corners of the state. And then further, I'm sure there are Utah flags and BYU flags truly all over the country this weekend.
So I've got to ask you a stupid question before we let you go, but this is just a personal thing with me. My buddy and I had a discussion once on the worst job in sports. All right, the hardest thing, worst job in sports, and our answer was punt returner. because honestly, I played outfield in baseball in high school. Fielding a fly ball is hard enough as it is, let alone having 11 people running as hard as they can to remove your head from your body. You were a punt returner. Are you crazy?
11 people that are trying to keep their job. Because when you're on special teams in the NFL, you're almost the bottom of the 53-man roster.
Block.
You're on the chopping block, so you're trying to go make a name for yourself every play. And so, yes, you could look at it like, dude, what was your problem? Why would you do that? I look at it as that was like the only way I could make the team was to do the one job no one else wants to do. No one wants to be a punt returner in the NFL. I don't care what anyone says. But there's a lot of players that want to be in the NFL, and they are willing to do that.
Yeah.
And so they're, all right, I'll tell you this. I would go back there, and the thought process that I'd go through my head is, I'm not catching a football. I'm catching diapers.
Okay.
Like, this is my way to buy diapers for my kids. And so it changes your perspective on, I can do this, but there's this rule that they can't touch you if you just wave your hand.
Yeah.
Right.
So if I feel any pressure, I just wave that flag. I'm good.
I'd wave as soon as they kick
Yeah,
it.
right.
I'd be like, "Ah!" I mean, I would.
Do you see me talking to the you see the ref? You
Yeah.
see me. I'm waving before the ball goes up.
Don't
But
let
when
them
you
hit
do
me.
that, then the coaches are going to wave you to your next team.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, to your point, didn't Philly, am I remembering this right? Didn't Philly bring you back because they needed a punt
Yes.
returner and a guy who could do it?
I played my 4th year, and that's your retirement year. You qualify for the retirement. So I'm like, I'm good. I really don't want to play no more. And then I'm sitting there at church. They were playing against the Green Bay Packers. The guys they brought in to do punt return fumbled, lost the game because of it. And then I'm getting blown up, and they're like, hey, we're flying you out tomorrow. And so they brought me back for a whole 5th year just to catch punts. Very first game I'm back, the day before the game, I'm getting calls from the guys that I was playing flag football with the week before. And they're like, hey, are you going to make it to the game? I'm like, hey, I'm out of town this week.
I'll be at a game. Yeah, I'll be at a game.
That's so funny.
And the very first punt return I catch against the Redskins that game, I might have got a yard. I get a standing ovation. I'm like, I've been here for 4 years, and I didn't get one standing, and I got a standing ovation for just catching the ball.
Oh, that's so
And
funny.
so that was fun.
Are Philly fans as intense as their
Yeah.
reputation is?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think I figured out why after.
Oh, interesting.
Betting.
Ah,
okay.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
I remember we had a crazy game against the Packers. We won. Crazy Monday night game. Come running off the field. We didn't cover the spread.
Yeah.
Or something. It was something crazy like that. And
Yeah.
it finally made me realize, and this guy's like, Reno, you suck. Like, the game, we won the game.
Yeah, right.
And he's like, you're only on the team because you're Mormon. And I was just like, we won the game.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Okay, so that makes a lot of sense.
That
All
does
right,
make sense.
I get it.
That's my opinion.
Yeah.
on it.
Okay.
What's it like to play for Andy Reid? We know we got to cut you loose, but
No, I'm good. I'm good. You guys are fine. Andy Reid is he's a great communicator. So you know where you stand.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think that's for these coaches, when you're a great communicator, and he has the perfect game plan. Protect your players, put it all on you. Like, if you look
Yeah.
at his interviews, it is the same. He has the playbook. He came and did a coaching clinic and really explained to you what his philosophies are. Communication. Everyone knows where they stand. Everyone knows what's expected. Let the athletes go be athletes.
Let them
Like,
do their
it's great.
thing. I always thought it was cool. Hans and Scotty did the Ronnie Mack and Lavelle Edwards show for a long time, and I got a chance to fill in on that a couple of times. It was fun to get to know Lavelle Edwards. I mean, a living legend, or rest his soul. But he said Andy would call him every week. And say, Coach, this is what I'm thinking for the game plan this Sunday. I thought that was the coolest thing for some reason, that, he, like, what a grounded guy, I guess is what I'm going for.
I could text him right now, and he'll text me back his next, he'll just text you back. He's just a good man like that. Like, I have when everything happened with my daughter, he gave me some, you guys are getting me choked up. He gave me some advice that I felt like saved my marriage, protected me and my family. So
yeah,
I love Andy.
That's amazing.
That's amazing.
No, I think that says a lot about him. I think he will. I think before it's done, he might go down as the best NFL head coach ever.
Huh?
At least he'll go down as one that the players will. Every player speaks highly of him.
Yeah.
Every interaction he has with his players that have had falling outs with their organization, they'll always remember Andy protected them, and he was always up front with them. Like, he's just a good man. And so,
you going to go to the game tomorrow?
Unfortunately, my aunt passed away,
Oh, I'm
so
sorry
we're
to
driving
hear that.
out to a funeral tomorrow morning.
Well, that's more important.
And so and it's probably healthier for my heart to not.
Plus, Eagles might need a punt returner.
Oh, yeah,
He's got to keep his phone on.
Nah,
They
got Covey there, man.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
They'll just pull Covey from practice. Like,
Yep.
Covey's the man there, dude. They love him out there. He's doing great things out there.
Talk about bravery. Imagine being a punt returner at 5'8" or whatever.
The comps between you and Britton Covey are numerous, right? I mean, it's very similar. I mean, you guys were compared. You were compared, or Britton Covey, excuse me, was compared to you when he was at Utah. I mean, I remember hearing those conversations as well because he kind of did a little bit of everything and was the punt returner as well.
Well, and he's on both sides of the rivalry, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got deep blue
Oh, that was
family
one of the biggest misses in BYU history. Like, that could go down as one of the biggest misses, and there's a lot of them. Like, for BYU at least. Like,
oh well, I'll say this: I bet you Utah would trade Britton Covey for Zach Wilson if they could go back and do it again.
Ooh, that's an interesting thought.
You bet.
Yeah, Utah. You're
Utah
right. BYU
lost.
whiffed on Britton Covey. Utah whiffed on Zach Wilson. If Utah could go back and get Zach Wilson, they would
No,
trade
you don't
Britton
think
Covey
so?
for him.
See, that's
Covey?
I get it, but Zach Wilson was the number 2 overall pick when Utah has desperately needed a quarterback. I know Cam Rising's been great.
Covey was like the second most popular guy in the state behind the governor.
I'm sorry. You're talking about quarterback Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson.
Zach
yeah,
Wilson.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a receiver.
Okay.
The tight, like,
no, Zach Wilson.
They had a tight end, Wilson, and I'm like, for Covey?
No,
Like,
No, the
We're
recruiting
talking
misses.
about recruiting misses.
Utah missed
on Zach Wilson.
Oh, yeah, because he was committed to Boise State.
And
Utah
he's a
didn't
Utah guy. I mean, he was a Utah fan.
No, his dad was teammates with my brother.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So,
yeah.
Well, and then Jackson Dart was the other one. Because his dad, Brandon, played at Utah, and I remember I interviewed Jackson on the day he decided to go to USC. And Utah didn't.
But, I mean, for us, I mean, you got the Reeds. We had 2 Reeds that ended up at Utah. Karene Reed.
Yeah.
He's playing for the Broncos now. The Fanos were, they were BYU family down, like them ending up at Utah. Like, there's a handful. But
how many times has the Kaufusi family gone back and forth?
Yeah,
Yeah, but they were also, Coach Kaufusi coached there. And,
yeah, right.
There was relationships on both sides.
Did guys transfer between the schools when you were playing? Do you remember that very much? Because John Henry Daly and Bonos you're talking about right now.
Yeah. There were some guys, because I think
Keanu Tanuvasa right now. I mean, these are huge players switching teams and playing in the rivalry the next year against the team they played for.
Yeah, and that's – I think there was some, not as much.
Well, the rules were different because transferring in conference was a
2-year penalty.
was a 2-year penalty.
2 years?
So,
yeah, I think they had a couple-year penalty. But at the same time, I think there was a time where, when the rivalry first started at Utah, it was, back in the 20s, 30s. But then I think BYU kind of started getting the upper hand. Yeah. They got Nike. They got –
that was a big deal.
And then Utah got the Pac-12.
Yep.
And then now they're back on.
I'm so glad they're back in the same league. Ben and I were talking about this. It just wasn't the same when BYU and Utah weren't in the same league. Think back to the 2008 game where both teams were ranked. BYU had 1 conference loss. Utah was undefeated. I mean, the stakes couldn't have been higher, right?
Yeah.
I mean, amazing. And I still wish the game was at the end of the year. But I feel like the rivalry's kind of back. Like, they're back in the same league. The stakes are super high. There could be a conference title on the line. Both teams are good. Like, it's awesome.
I do agree with you. Having it at the end of the year would be cool. It is fun. They're back. Sports in general, college sports.
It's different.
It's such a...
Imagine what you would have you would have put in your pocket coming out of Brighton High School. You were a star coming out of high school. You would have been
Gatorade player of the year.
You wouldn't have been eating ramen at BYU. I tell you that.
Hey, we didn't eat ramen at BYU when we were there. I don't know what they did at Utah, but we didn't eat ramen at BYU.
Did a little better. Oh man, that's
we
so
had
funny.
McAbee's.
Well, hey, I tell you what, everybody listening, if you haven't seen the Lehigh Pickler, you need to get down here and check it out. This is an amazing facility. Ben made the observation when we walked in. We walk in at 10. We think like, oh, this is probably going to be kind of empty. Dude, it was wall-to-wall people playing. It's amazing. People are out here doing it.
It's a Friday. 10 a.m. and just, everyone's out. Everyone's playing.
So cool.
It's very cool.
We'll see. 12 is going to come real quick. It's going to get pretty crazy out here. But I think they're also giving out some Utah BYU, come out. There's a lot of giveaways.
There's a lot of giveaways. Yeah, it's really cool. Thank you, Reno. Thank you
for
so much.
On,
this
guys.
was super fun.
Appreciate you guys.
And thanks for having us out. We're super stoked to be a part of it today. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming out. Thank you, guys.
All right, we'll have more next. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a trip to Hawaii, Bronco Mendenhall has a short week to get ready for a Friday night showdown in Logan against San Jose State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch all the play-by-play action, beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Friday at 6 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You ready to upgrade your home with stunning new windows, but you're overwhelmed with where to begin? Look no further than Peach Doors and Windows. At Peach, you can experience the luxury of custom-made windows that are tailored especially for you. And, man, this is the perfect time to do it. You look outside, the views, the colors are absolutely unbeatable, but maybe you don't want to experience that chill in the air, and it's only going to get colder. Now's the time to upgrade your doors, upgrade your windows. Make sure you're not getting that cold air inside while still maximizing the value, the efficiency, and the beauty of your home. You can go check out their showroom. They're open 6 days a week, including Saturdays. There's no pushy sales tactics, only guidance from the experienced staff. It's going to be really easy and really fun. Go see them. 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake City. 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake City. Maybe you're not in Salt Lake. You can check them out online, peachbuildingproducts.com, and they can service anywhere in the state of Utah. Give them a call, 801-566-1255. Again, check them out online, peachbuildingproducts.com. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive Meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's The Zone. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
Attention high schoolers, are you ready to power up your future? The Hercules Scholarship Competition is officially open now through November 1st. You can win up to $2,000 towards your tuition. It's simple. Fill out the application, answer one essay question, submit before November 1st. Don't miss your chance to invest in your future. Apply today at HerculesCU.com for your Hercules Scholarship and make your education unstoppable. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's John Henry Daly on what excites him about the rivalry game.
I mean, they got a great offense, right? They got a lot of moving parts, and, they got a great team in general. And so I'm just fired up to go into this game, go into LaVell Stadium, and go play some Utah football.
This update is brought to you by our friends at Kenny J's Barbecue. They will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Kenny J's Barbecue.
The Holy War is here. The Holy War. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Nelson just flung up there almost for grabs, incomplete. Time is run out.
After review, there's 1 second on the game clock.
So this game is not over. This will be a 51-yard attempt to try to tie this and send it to overtime. Blocked. Live ball. Fans flooding the field. And Falslev is finally tackled, but a flag comes out.
We have a live ball foul. While the play was still alive, the crowd rushed the field. That's a live ball 15-yard penalty. 1 on-time down at the 19.
Holy smokes. So now Riley Stevenson will attempt this. A 36-yard attempt to try to send it to overtime. And it hit the upright. And the game does end. And for a third time, the Utah fans storm the field. It is officially over.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you about Win Ticket Wednesday. Your chance to win big every week on the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next week, Ben, you can win tickets to go see Adam Sandler and the You're My Best Friend Tour, Sunday, October 26th at Delta Center. Get tickets at SeatGeek or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Also, want to remind you about our friends at
Win Ticket Wednesday. Oh no, you
Belliston Jewelry. Pay attention. Join
pickleball.
us, Jake and Ben, coming up next Tuesday from 10 to noon at Belliston Jewelry in Ogden, 1155 36th Street. Belliston Jewelry, locally made just for you, cherished for generations. Belliston Jewelry. We are at the Lehigh Pickler. Come on out and see us. It's right off Pioneer Crossing. It's very easy to get to. We talked to Reno, and it's technically in Saratoga Springs, but it's like right on the border.
Quickly, can we pay off something funny that happened yesterday? We talked about Walker Kessler and kind of where fans are on Walker Kessler and how he's going to feel. And he was awesome last night. He came back, nearly had a triple-double, really passing the ball well. I had talked about, can he be a top 5, top 10 center in the NBA? Man, he looked like it last night. He showed you exactly why he is so valuable and why the Jazz will end up paying him next summer, and quite handsomely, I would imagine. He also stepped out and hit his only 3. He did take a 3, and it was maybe the best-looking one he's taken so far. I don't expect to see a whole lot of them during the season. He'll take some, but, that's a good sign that he came back from that shoulder injury. Most importantly, after not getting paid, he expressed his frustration over it at media day, put his head down and went to work. That's the best Walker Kessler the Jazz can get.
Free throws. That's where we want him to work.
He's only 1 of 2 last night.
That's where we want him to start. I have one play that's standing out in my mind from last night's game, and it was in the second quarter, and Bryce Sensabaugh beat his guy, got the double team, and then hit Walker with a slick pass that he dunked home. But I know I sound like a broken record, Ben, but Bryce Sensabaugh interests me.
Yeah.
And his potential interests me because I don't think he's as one-dimensional. Well, let me put it.
As his label would suggest.
Well, but his label might actually be his role in the NBA, so I don't want to get too far over my skis. But if he's better than that, I think there is that potential there, that he could not. He's a 3-and-D guy. That's kind of where people have him labeled, just a dead-eye sharpshooter, which is true. But, man, if he could do a little more, I think he's got a lot of potential. That's all I'm saying.
He's got some real funk to his game.
Yeah.
His game is pretty funky in a good way. That can be a real plus for teams, and I think he's got it.
So I don't know why he keeps standing out to me. But Walker was great.
Yeah. Well, Sensabaugh's been the Jazz's leading scorer through the preseason. It's worth noting.
And honestly, motivated Walker Kessler is like his best attribute. That's what he showed me the most last year, was that he was motivated to be a really good player in the NBA, and he was going to do the hard things it takes to get there. And he totally showed that. And if he's pissed about his contract and that's going to motivate him this year, well, good for him. I bet he's going to go out and have a big-time year.
Sky's the limit.
All right, stay tuned. More next, live from the Pickler, is Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth, and that's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth, and those good folks are amazing. In fact, I was in their Draper office just yesterday chatting with my guy Trevor, and it's really a great experience. I can't emphasize this enough, because when it comes to financial matters, I got to tell you, I am totally unprepared to properly navigate the financial world. And I got to imagine there's some people out there that are in the same boat that I am. Well, they're going to take the time, they're going to make things simple for you, and they're going to lay it out step by step to help you get and accomplish the financial goals that you have. Maybe you don't even know what those financial goals are. When do you want to retire? What kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire? And then they're going to lay it out for you step by step, just how you can get there. So give them a call, 801-899-7600. They have that Draper location I was talking about. They have the locale down in Farmington as well, so they've got one close to you, 801-899-7600. They'll do a free consult with you, so just give them a call. You can also get started at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. That's 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
Aloha, it's Reno Mahe, and I want you to join me this Friday at the Pickler in Lehigh for the Social Health 2025 Games and free family community event. It all kicks off at noon, and it's totally free to get in. Bring your family, your friends, and get ready for pickleball, axe throwing, drift kart racetrack, a skate park for kids, RC car races, golf simulator, delicious food trucks, and more. Meet former NFL, BYU, and University of Utah players. We're raising money for Social Health Initiative, a nonprofit giving away proven social health curriculum to schools and first responders. Get a ticket for a chance to win skateboards from Gold Coast and prizes every 15 minutes. And don't forget, entry is free. Let's build community, have fun with friendly competition, and make a difference for the Social Health 2025 games this Friday from noon to 5 p.m. at the Pickler in Lehigh. I'll see you there.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue with slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides. Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
Let's be honest. Shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride. But saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes? That's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
UCCU, proud sponsor of Game Night Live. Celebrate 6 Salt Lake Valley UCCU branches. Enter to win a Jeep. UCCU, love where you bank.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Holy War is here, and the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Snap to John. John backpedals, plenty of time. He's moving to his left, shuffling. All kinds of time. Now the heat comes. He's got to run to the right. John Beck is on the run. He throws behind him. It is caught for the touchdown! Johnny Harleen got it for the score! Harleen by himself in the end zone! The Cougars win it on the final play of the game!
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacobin, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live from the Lehigh Pickler. We want to remind you to join the KSL Sports Zone for the rivalry pregame bash live from UCCU. Enjoy food, games, prizes, cash, and tickets to the big game. Don't miss it tomorrow from 4 to 6 at UCCU's Freedom Boulevard branch in Provo. UCCU, love where you bank.
Jake, it's crazy we're playing all these highlights. And, you know, you think back of other big rivalries. It's like if you were to play this many highlights, you think like, oh well, some of those highlights are from 1941 or something like to go back. It's like, no, it's every single year something crazy happens. And not something like, oh, do you remember that pass in the third quarter? By the way, 2007, 4th and 18.
Yeah,
I was looking at the scoring
embarrassed.
plays. I was looking at the scoring plays only and thinking, like, why do I not remember this game? But, yeah, of course, I was.
And then Harvey ran it in after the 4th and 18, which I was standing on the sideline for, so I don't know why I memory hold that. I was thinking it was earlier than 07, but, of course, 07 is 4th and 18. But that's one of the more miraculous plays I have ever seen. And it seems like we get at least something. I was saying this the other day. There's at least something notable from every game where you go, oh, yeah, that was the whatever game.
Like, you remember trouble with the snap from Michigan State. And that's not the rivalry that, Michigan-Ohio State is. But, like, those games, as good as they are, the bad spot, we remember there are memorable moments in those rivalry games. The number of absolutely insane plays that happen in this rivalry, BYU and Utah, seemingly every year on and off the field, it's just it truly is one of the great rivalries of all time. And I hope fans on Fox tomorrow at 6 o'clock get treated to it. I hope everyone gets to see how wild it is.
I should not have forgotten 07 because that was our guy Kyle Gunther senior year. And every time you mentioned 4th and 18, he would spin out into some sort of mania. It bothered him so badly.
His famous story, and Curtis Brown told the exact same story in a different game, right? Which was the highlight we were just listening to?
That was, the 06 game.
Curtis Brown had said, I wasn't watching the final play because I was sure that we had lost. And then he saw his teammate run and throw his helmet up in the air. He's like, that's not usually how you celebrate a loss. Kyle Gunther will tell you that he was looking up into the crowd on 4th and 18 because the game was over. He was excited to watch the pain in everybody's eyes. And then he just hears, like,
a roar.
Cheer, and he's like, uh-oh. Something's gone wrong. It's like, that's how difficult I'm sure it is to live through those as an actual player as well.
And then, of course, Austin Collie, after that game, famously told our very own Patrick Kinahan, when you live life right on and off the field, magic happens.
Yep.
Which was one of those things that dominated sports radio for the next, 3 weeks, where people were like, are you saying that God is rooting for BYU? I mean, there's all these irate phone calls and stuff, and it's just, I don't know, it's just what this rivalry is.
Storming the field in 2012 3 times.
3 times. 3 times. And honestly, if that kick hadn't doinked on the – I can't imagine what Kyle Whittingham would have done. If the fans cost him a BYU-Utah game.
Especially at that point in the streak.
Or like Reno brought it up when we were talking to Reno Mahe. Can you imagine if Mark Harlan running onto the field cost the Utes a touchdown?
That was last year.
Last year.
We haven't talked about Brandon Burton. It's just truly incredible how good this rivalry is.
Oh, Utah returns a kick to the 10, touchdown. Oh, there's a flag on the play.
What is it?
Oh, the athletic director was on the field. Can you imagine?
No.
This game was absolutely stolen from us.
But this is why it is this game. And, again, someone's going to be a hero tomorrow.
Yeah.
There is going to be somebody on these two teams that pencils their name into history. And as we learned last year, good or bad. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to go down famously. It might be an infamy. And someone finds a way to become the main character every single year.
It was funny. In 2004, I remember the Utah BYU game because I covered it, and now Texas Tech, the thing with their tortillas, that was Utah. After that game, they were throwing tortillas around, if you remember, because they were going to go to the Fiesta Bowl,
right.
And they tore down the goalposts in 2004. And I had a chance to see the good doctor, Chris Hill, that very next week because he came in studio and I was producing DJ and PK, and we were chatting before he jumped in. DJ and PK were finishing up a segment or whatever, and I was like, yeah, there's some win, good for you guys. And it was like they tore down the goalpost. That was really something. And Chris Hill looked at me with this serious, stink face. He's like, that cost us $100,000.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh. He was not amused by the tearing down of the goalposts in the slightest. And I think they're collapsible now, right?
Yeah, they do that on purpose now to make sure, fans can't tear them down
it's
so
dangerous.
Nobody gets killed. But, yeah. No, I can't wait for tomorrow night. I'm glad we're getting relatively good weather. I'm glad there's not an injured quarterback that's going to be the determining factor here, at least, to start the game. We'll see where Jack Kelly is health-wise. Obviously, Utah's lost some players, but at this point in the season, nobody's healthy fully. So the fact that it's not, the top 2, top 3, top 4 players on the roster or the top players at their positions, I think is a really, really good wrinkle going into this game.
Well, it seemed like for a minute that maybe the injury situation could spiral on the Utes a little bit, and it has not, so that certainly is good news. And the fact that Jack Kelly's going to play, by all accounts.
The fact he hasn't been on any of the injury reports is it would be a surprise at this point. If he
because that would be, he's so impactful. That would be a major, major injury. And, yeah, I think we're fortunate this year that we don't really have that on either side. Again, no offense to some of the guys who are injured, who are perfectly great, but we don't have that type of injury. I'm with you.
No, L.J. Martin's available. Utah's offensive line is healthy. John Henry Daly's playing. Bear Bachmeyer's playing. Chase Roberts is playing. Isaiah Glasker's playing. All the big-time playmakers, Jack Kelly is playing, that we've come to expect over the last 6 weeks or 7 weeks now. Through the first half of the season are going to be out there, and it's going to be decided on the field, and that's the best way to do it.
I was just looking at the Weather Channel for the weather now that you mentioned it. Why would they have their default setting to Celsius? I'm like, oh, my gosh, it's going to be freezing. What's Ben talking about? It's going to be 18 degrees.
No, it's going to be nice. It's going to be, mid-50s probably by the time tip-off
No, it's
going to
be perfect.
It's going to be a little chill. But a little chilly because the sun's going to be going down. But
that's how dumb I am that I just looked that up and I'm like, boy,
18.
Winter got here quickly.
You're broadcasting live. You're going to be down there. You better bundle up.
Wear my parka. It's going to be cold this week. I'm knocking on wood. I'm supposed to play golf on Sunday. Might not be doing that if it's 11 degrees.
Oh, Celsius.
Why would that be your default?
Yeah,
do I look like I'm sitting in Brussels? Anyway, should be lovely.
Yeah. No, I can't wait. I'm excited for the game. Again, I really think maybe the most interesting chapter in this that we haven't talked about a whole lot is I think there's a very realistic chance this is Kyle Whittingham's last rivalry game. And because of that, I do think it has some extra juice for Utah, especially going on the road and playing at BYU, having lost back-to-back games. I don't think Whit wants to go into retirement having lost 3 straight to BYU.
No, I do not either. So you're saying the Utes will be good enough to allow Whittingham to retire? That's your prediction?
I think if Utah wins this game tomorrow, the likelihood that Kyle Whittingham retires goes through the roof. Not after the game, but I think it's higher than if it were the other way around.
What if they lost every game after?
He beat BYU. His last win was over BYU.
Call it a day?
Yeah, call it a day.
Because at that point, the program would still need something. And last year, he was that something.
But they'll be bowl eligible if he wins this game tomorrow.
Okay, all right.
So you punch your ticket, you're going to a bowl game, you beat BYU for the last time. You're actually in a really good spot to hand the team over to Morgan Scalley at that point.
2 words.
Bowl eligible.
Bowl eligible. Call it a day.
That's not what Utah's going to be celebrating after the game. Though I guarantee you if Utah wins, Whit will mention that. Whit will mention that in the post-game press conference.
That they're bowl eligible?
Yep, that will be one of the first things
but
he brings
he's
up.
not going to do 2 words in the locker room when everybody goes bananas.
No, he's going to be looking at whatever the bonus is in his contract that allows him to get, an extra $500,000 every time he qualifies for a bowl game. It's not – there's a reason he's excited to get to 6 wins. Also, going to a bowl game's cool for the players, kind of. It's less cool than it ever was before. Players used to need the bowl game to get any type of, not compensation, but gifts or whatever for playing college football. Now most of them are getting paid, if not all of them are getting paid something. So I don't think it's quite as meaningful as it was at one point. But, it has a financial motivation for Whit as well.
We are live today, Ben, from the Pickler Lehigh. Although technically in Saratoga Springs, it is the Pickler Lehigh, 629 North Saratoga Road, right off of Pioneer Crossing. It's really, really easy to get to, and if you haven't been to this facility, it's amazing. It's huge. It's beautiful, and Ben, they're doing a bunch of fundraising. We're out here with the Social Health Initiative, who we're raising money, and with this free event. Also, they have a bunch of stuff just outside. Ben's got his eye on the skate park. Are you really going to go do a kick snap on the pavement out there? Can we all come out and
kick snap on the pavement?
Can we come watch you kick snap out there?
Have everyone come down. Everyone who comes down and wants to watch me do a kick snap on the pavement.
Did they have a quarter pipe out there, or a
half
pipe,
they have a little mini ramp.
quarter?
They do. They have a little mini ramp out there. They've got some rails, so they've got a good little setup.
You kick snapping left and right.
Not even just on the pavement.
Did you name Ollie after the skateboarding?
I did not. In fact, I spell his name OLI specifically, so it's not after the skateboarding maneuver.
Because that would kind of be like a football player naming their kid Throw.
Or Rock or something.
No, Rock, you're just destining for a tough guy. If you couldn't name your kid Fumble.
Sure, that would be tough.
Like a specific act.
Yeah.
Right. So Ollie is not
at all.
Not based on.
Not even
you should have named him Kick Snap.
Yeah, that was a great name. Kick Snap Anderson.
Kick Snap Anderson. That guy's destined for greatness.
Or do we get beat up?
I doubt it.
Yeah.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more from the Pickler coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Rivalry week is here, and Kyle Whittingham and the Utes head south for a battle against BYU in Provo. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Who's got it better than us?
Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, Jake and Ben, we are live from the Pickler. We're out here for Pickler Lehigh. We're out here for a fantastic event. And joining us now, Dave Kozlowski, although we just call you Koz? Is that what we're doing? All right, well, first of all.
I call him Doctor.
First of all, we're super excited to be out here. This is, the Pickler is amazing, but this event is amazing, and you guys have put so much into it. It's so cool.
Yeah, thanks. We're happy to have you guys out here. And, the day before the BYU-Utah game, the whole entire vibe about what we're doing is called social health. And I think everybody knows the world's been a little crazy recently. Have you guys noticed that?
I did.
Especially Utah has gotten a lot of interesting headlines in the past month or so.
Yeah.
So we thought, why don't we do something for the community that brings everybody together? That's why everything's free here. But at the end of the day, you got Democrat, Republican, you got BYU and Utah. And everybody calls it the Holy War, but recently it's been feeling like the family war with all the coaches switching teams and stuff. So we're just telling everybody, hey, you can – rightfully so, you're competitive. You can hate the other team, but you don't have to hate the people, the person. Right? Like, it's just a team. So that's kind of our whole entire motto. Social health is what improves mental health. All the statistics show up. Harvard, UCLA. It's like if you have better relationships, you live longer and you're happier. Plain and simple.
And you know what the best play? I've got a 13-year-old, so I'm going through it. I'm starting to see, where do you make your friends? Who do you hang with? I love the youth that are out here, the kids, because this is when kids are impressionable and they're around people and they're doing fun stuff and it's productive. It's just, I really think it's very cool what you're doing.
Yeah, I think face-to-face communication. I mean, you guys were all children in the 80s and 90s, and if you want to go hang out with a friend, you had to go to his door, knock on the door. If you wanted to ask a girl out, you're like, hey, you had to get rejected in real life. At least that was my life experience.
I had one or two of those myself. Yeah.
But now today we're realizing that, you only get better at what you practice. And most of the youth nowadays are staring at their phones, staring at the screens. And, I don't blame them, because if I was raised now and I had an iPhone, I'd be on it all the time too. So it's up to us to help our kids get off those technologies. So this whole entire fundraiser is we've created a social health platform. We've been doing the curriculum at Harriman High School, Pleasant Grove High School, local high schools for years. This fundraiser is going to raise money so we can give it out for free. And the cool thing about it is we're using technology. So the same technology that captures kids' time and attention, it's called the attention economy. I don't know if you've ever heard of that phrase. The same attention economy, we're using that same technology to reverse engineer it to get people to get off their phones. So giving people prompts and relationship assessments like, hey, if this relationship's important in your life, you haven't even texted that person recently. So it's a school curriculum. It's a platform for for-profit and non-profit businesses. But right now we're just raising money to give it away to schools for free.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, let's talk about the auction, shall we?
Yeah.
Because that BYU basketball should raise a pretty penny, I'd hope.
Well, it better, especially didn't they come out ranked 2 right now?
They're
second
number 2 in the Big 12.
Big
top
12,
10 in the country.
Top 10 in the country, yeah. So if you guys listening out there, come down here. We got BYU basketball signed by AJ to coach every single player. Shout out to my nephew, Brody Kozlowski. He hooked everything up. And on top of it, we got some unique BYU basketball merch that only the team gets. We got a football basket that goes with it as well. Blankets, hats, the whole entire 9 yards. But that basketball right there, kind of thinking about holding on until after the season. It might be worth more.
It might be worth more.
I'm like, okay, wait, don't come down and auction for that. I think I might keep it. No. We're doing that, and we've been very fortunate as well. JSM 801 Customs. Have you guys checked out those Nikes over there?
Very cool. Sweet.
Wow. Shout out to them. They hooked us up. If you guys are sneakerheads out there, get down here and auction for these shoes. These are one-of-a-kind off-white shoes. So, we're excited to have great. And we got other prizes, too.
And it's all for a great cause.
Yeah, and we're giving away every 15 minutes. We're sponsored by Gold Coast Skateboards. We're giving away 2 skateboards every 15 minutes just by buying a couple raffle tickets.
Wow. You're talking to a skateboarder over here.
Oh, you
Ben.
too? Me too, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Mine's in the car.
So
That's what's up.
Are you going to get loose on it after the show?
I don't get loose.
There's a skate park out
I saw
there,
it. No, I walked. That was the first thing that caught my eye.
I tell you, we'll get our social media person, have you dropping in, and we'll make you famous.
Okay.
Oh, I love that
If
idea.
you fall, then we'll make you famous.
I'm not going to fall.
Okay, I don't think so.
But
you
we
do a
can
pop shove it?
Of course.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
We can always hope he falls.
You Jake, can root for it.
Yeah, of course. That's
No,
what
we're
I'm
rooting for each other. That's what this is all about. Yeah, we're here supporting
So I heard you guys
other.
had Reno on earlier. Did he tell you anything about the connection, he and I, or anything like that?
No, fill us in.
Okay, so most people have heard about the Reno. How much time do we have? Because I know,
Keep going.
Okay.
Go for it.
So most people heard, I believe in 2016, the tragedy happened with the Mahe family, especially the BYU faithful. If you're not aware, and I have permission to talk about this as well. So they tragically lost their daughter who got caught up in the blinds at their house. And it was a total accident. It was faulty. So they took care of all that. So as you can imagine, as a family, you lose your 3-year-old daughter, it's going to affect everybody. And that's a huge family, the Mahe family. Not just their family, but the extended family. So they went through a lot of stuff. They're going through some therapy and stuff like that. Just nothing really met their needs. And so through my brother Glenn Kozlowski, shout out to the OG from the national championship BYU team. My brother Glenn, he's friends with Reno. One thing led to another. I'm over at their house. I'm talking to them. And they said, we want you to help us out with their family, because my approach that I developed throughout the years is social health to improve your mental health. So I'm a licensed therapist in mental health, but it's basically when people have mental health problems, if you do a background, there's always relationship issues that precede it. Or if you're born with mental health issues, if you have better relationships with people, it's going to help you get through those issues. Same thing if you go to a doctor. If the doctor's a great guy, makes you feel comfortable, you're going to connect with that doctor. You're going to feel more trusting with that person. So we just focused on the family, healing the relationships together, and it worked so well for them that they're just like, man, we want to share this with the community. So thankfully, Reno's an investor here at the Pickler. With shout out to Dave Norton as well. He's the owner of the Pickler, and they said, use our event center, use us to be like the coming out party of social health in the community, because like I said, there's so much chaos in the world right now. Our nonprofit is establishing social health as the third pillar of the health system. We have physical health for your body, mental health for your mind, and social health for your relationships.
Awesome.
I think it's great.
And this is the
really
perfect
great.
event to launch. I mean, absolutely perfect.
Yeah, you guys are pretty familiar how popular pickleballs become, especially in Utah.
Yeah, no kidding.
Utah. So research came out earlier this summer that said pickleball improves your mental health. And the research showed the reason why it improves your mental health because it's connection.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I found because my specialty has been suicide with teens for many years. And I found out the best suicide prevention's connection. The kryptonite to depression, connection. What's the opposite of addiction? Connection.
Yeah.
Right? So human beings are social creatures. If we have good family, friends, and loved ones, we can get through trauma just like the Mahe family did. If you don't have good family, friends, and loved ones, it's hard to get through a regular day.
Yeah. Who are you rooting for? Because you played at Utah, right?
Yeah, I played at Utah, so it's definitely it's Utah all the way for me. But I got lots of love from my BYU family and friends. Have you guys noticed, I think this year, something about it, I've been listening to the radio, all the ex-players, they take their little bit of shots, but it's been like this really good respect.
No, it's a healthy spot.
It's a
really healthy spot.
That's why I said I call it the family war now, not the holy war, because look at all the coaches crossing over, and it feels like a family dispute. Like you fight, and then afterwards, like, okay, let's go eat some Kahlua Pig.
Yeah,
let's go hang out.
Yeah, right. No, and it's so intertwined. It's what makes it unique and awesome. And speaking of Reno, years ago I watched a game on Utah's sidelines with Reno wearing Ute gear because I'm trying to remember if it was his cousin who was playing or whatever it was, and it's just
when it comes to family, right?
Yep.
It's different. So just the other day I bought some jerseys from Brody Kozlowski. He's like, "Unc, you're gonna wear my BYU jersey?" I'm like, "Dude, don't tell nobody." So now I'm like, "That's my nephew, though. Like, I'm gonna go to a game and rep him. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna. Yeah, that's family."
Absolutely. Yeah, I know, because you hear Kozlowski, and at least I think BYU.
Oh yeah, he was a legend he was OG. Yeah, legend. I think he still holds the record for getting ejected for fighting more than any player in BYU history.
Now that is something to be.
That
proud
was
of.
That was his specialty, having a bad temper. And I'm his little
funny.
brother, so yes,
you
bullying.
know. Yeah.
He told me bullying. So bullying in the '80s was just called character development. Now it's like really bad.
It's a thing.
Now
it's
really
really bad. Like I help people. Like I don't want you to go through what I went through as a kid. It's horrible.
Character development. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Dave, we can't thank you enough for having us here.
Really
Seriously,
cool.
This is great. What an incredible event. Oh, we got to mention Life Shop too.
Yes,
because they're helping out with all the activities out front, and they're amazing.
Shout out to Life Shop, Provo City Town Center Mall. You guys, someone developed a pop-up for teens. They will teach, if your teens sign up there, they'll teach you how to do web development, build a car, all the cool stuff that you don't really get in high school. And then once you take these classes, you get the skate park, you get all the activations that they have they had like a Texas Hold'em poker night the other night.
Oh, that's cool.
Now they have a bunch of skateboards from Gold Coast Skateboards. So if you want your teenager to have a place to learn things and have community and connection all for free, look up the Life Shop. They're our partners in this event. And also big shout out to the Pickler Lehigh.
Amazing stuff. Thank you, Dave. We appreciate you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, more next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Aloha, it's Reno Mahe, and I want you to join me this Friday at the Pickler in Lehigh for the Social Health 2025 Games and free family community event. It all kicks off at noon, and it's totally free to get in. Bring your family, your friends, and get ready for pickleball, axe throwing, drift kart racetrack, a skate park for kids, RC car races, golf simulator, delicious food trucks, and more. Meet former NFL, BYU, and University of Utah players. We're raising money for Social Health Initiative, a nonprofit giving away proven social health curriculum to schools and first responders. Get a ticket for a chance to win skateboards from Gold Coast and prizes every 15 minutes. And don't forget, entry is free. Let's build community, have fun with friendly competition, and make a difference for the Social Health 2025 Games this Friday from noon to 5 p.m. at the Pickler in Lehigh. I'll see you there.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does.
We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. With slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides, Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Cougars at 30 update. Here's Jay Hill on with a health update on Jack Kelly and Raider Demooney.
So we're expecting Jack to go. He's practiced really good the last 2 weeks, especially this week, but he even practiced last week. Raider right now I'd say is doubtful, just depending on how he continues to progress.
Cougars at 30, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and your holiday parties. Plus, new catering clients get 10% off their first order, KennyJ'sBBQ.com, or go see them at the District, Kenny J's Barbecue.
The Holy War is here. The Holy War. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Tough way to lose a ball game. Unfortunate way to lose a ball game. Proud of our guys. Proud of our players. They battled. They should hold their heads high. It's not on them. It's not on them. They played hard. They did everything they could from start to finish, and I'm proud of them. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that it turned out the way it did.
This game was absolutely stolen from us. We were excited about being in Big 12, but tonight I am not.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We want to remind you about our friends at J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. We're live at the Lehigh Pickler. We're out here for a really great event with the Social Health Initiative. It's a free event. They have, Ben, we could rattle it off, obviously pickleball, but they've got a skate park out there. They've got the drift car track, RC car track. They're going to do a cornhole tournament. They've got the spike ball,
axe throwing,
bounce houses, axe throwing.
9 square in the air.
It is all free.
Yeah, it is.
It is all free. So pile the children into the automobile and get down here to the Pickler.
And as we were just talking to David Kozlowski, the idea is to get kids together. Just make friends, meet people, see that you can exist outside together and kind of have some healthy relationships.
Oh, man.
It's really cool.
That was so fun to talk to Dave. But we talked to Reno Mahe, who is right over there, earlier today, and you brought up an interesting point that I hadn't really considered. Well, with all the, John Henry Daly, we talked about that, Fano, and going the other way with Keanu Tanavasa, these guys that played for Utah or BYU last year and then are all of a sudden on the other side of the rivalry. That didn't happen before.
No.
This is a new element to the rivalry that I really, there were the Harvey Longies of the world that came back from a mission and transferred, so it's not like it didn't happen before, but the rules are different now. I mean, it used to be that you could prevent your players from transferring in conference, and they would have to sit out 2 years instead of just one. And remember, it was, hey, sit down, put that on. We'll get back to this thought. We want to talk to, and remind Claire, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Claire from the Life Shop is sitting down with us real quick. We're here at the Pickler in Lehigh, and we'll get back to the rivalry in just a second. But we wanted to talk to you because, first of all, the setup out there is just amazing. This event is going to be so cool, and it's amazing what you guys can do.
Oh, thank you. There's so much fun stuff out there. Have you talked about all the things going on out there yet?
Oh, yeah. Ben's going to go do the skate possibly here in a few.
The skate possibly.
I'm volunteering him to do it, but he is a skateboarder.
You know what? You really need to check out the skate park, but go check out the crazy carts. They're go-karts that drift.
Yeah.
They're super fun. That's kind of the name of the game at Life Shop. It's just having a lot of fun. Life Shop, have you told them about what it is at all?
So we talked a little bit about it. We talked about it with Dave, but kind of set it up for us because what you guys do is so cool.
Oh, thank you. So we're located in the Provo Town Center Mall right next to Bath & Body Works. So really near the Target end of the mall.
So it smells very good.
It does.
Yeah, it smells very good, I'm
really
sure.
Good. And it's a location for teens to come hang out. We are open Monday through Friday after school. We teach life skills classes. So every day is a different class. Things from first aid and auto shop to staying motivated to work hard in school, how to build a website, write a resume, just all those different kinds of classes, life skills. The goal is to get it so that teens, by the time they graduate from high school, are totally set up for success in any way. And then, in addition to that, there's a ton of fun stuff there to do, from ping pong and pool and video games and RC cars and arcade games. I'm trying to think what else. There's board games. There's a chess robot that can teach you how to play chess.
Okay. Wow.
Our other co-founder, my husband, actually likes to have any excuse to buy fun toys. So anything
so that's
we tell
a good
him,
gig.
It's a great gig. So, yeah, it's a ton of fun down there.
But it's free. Man. You can just show up.
It's completely free.
It's really
completely free. Kids just have to sign a waiver.
Okay.
And other than that, they come in and they have a fun time. We have seen so many kids just completely turn their lives around by coming in here. It's been amazing.
Now, if folks do want to help and donate, they can go to your website?
Yes. So one of my favorite questions that I sometimes get from teens is, how is this free?
Yeah.
And I always tell them it's a nonprofit, so we are based solely on donations. We would love big businesses to be sponsorships. But you can also donate on our website in any amount. The website is lifeshopfoundation.org. You can find us on Instagram, lifeshop.foundation. You can find us on TikTok, Lifeshop Foundation.
And if people want to come down today and maybe donate a little bit, I'm sure you wouldn't say no.
Not at all. You can even donate right now on our Venmo account, which is at Lifeshop Foundation. If you just think this sounds awesome and you want to give us some money, we have one location right now in Provo, and we would love to expand.
Yeah.
We have it set up so that we can easily expand all over Utah, even throughout the country if we can get this going enough.
This is so cool. Congratulations, because it is amazing. Ben and I are both fathers. Ben's son is entering the teenage
13.
realm.
I know exactly. I know this, not battle, but I know what's coming up. So I think these are
fun.
So cool.
I was just telling him this. I was like, I always say teens get a bad rap. They're so fun.
Yeah.
They really are, and I just think that they just it's a tough lot in life to be a teen sometimes, but when they can find this space and all these people who just love them and want to hang out with them.
Put them in a situation to succeed, and they will.
100%.
And that's what's cool about the Life Shop.
100%. And they really are so fun.
LifeShopFoundation.org.
Yes.
Check out, get more info. Maybe you have a son or daughter that would benefit, but also please help if you can.
Really cool.
LifeShopFoundation.org. Claire, thank you very much. Thanks for everything.
Welcome. Thanks for having me.
All right, we wrap up the show. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's another edition of the Holy War as BYU returns home for another chapter in the BYU-Utah rivalry game at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The peak of Utah cuisine isn't just about the sky-high city views. It's about food that makes you feel like you're home. Join us 10 floors up at the Roof for unforgettable views and a culinary experience that's uniquely Utah. The Roof Restaurant, located on the 10th floor of the historic Joseph Smith Memorial Building, will be reopening to the public on Friday, November 14th. The all-new restaurant design and an a la carte menu promise to deliver familiar Utah flavors with unforgettable flair. Whether it's Utah classics or historic remixes, these dishes are a tribute to the Beehive State. Indulge in the house-made Utah peach flatbread, reimagined funeral potatoes, perfectly cooked steaks, and local honey-drizzled desserts. But we don't stop there. The new menu features delicious entrees like birria beef, pork ossobuco, peach glazed chicken, fish and chips, specialty mac and cheese. The list goes on. You'll want to come back to try each item. Take your dining experience to the next level, literally. Preview the new menu and make your reservation today at theroofslc.com.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com. High school football is back for another exciting season, and Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a Game Night Live sponsor. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most: home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hands, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utes at 50 update. Here's Kyle Whittingham on how he educated the new guys on the rivalry.
The half that have played in this game or have been in the program more than a year do a good job of educating the guys on what the rivalry is all about. We also take a small segment in the team meeting on Monday, which will happen today, educating the new guys a little bit of the history. It's not a long, extensive thing, but just the history of the rivalry and more, just the tradition and what's happened in the past and just on a national scene. It's one of the better rivalries in the country, in my opinion, and so that's not nearly as important as practicing well and studying your film and the game plan and all that stuff. But it certainly is a part of it.
Utes at 50 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and your holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. It's Kenny J's Barbecue.
The Holy War is here. The Holy War. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Watching Utah on film, really talented team with so many different weapons, and that's in all three phases. And when you know you're going up against Kyle Whittingham and his staff, the players are going to be well coached, they'll be tough, and they'll be physical.
What have you seen from BYU quarterback here, Boston?
I'm just going to focus on us this week, our guys, our coaches, so I'm not going to give much thought on the opponent this week. And so really you have to ask them, what they think of Bear.
The things that A-Rod has been able to do when everybody was so concerned about a true freshman leading our team, I think everyone should give him a lot of credit for what he's been able to get done with Bear. And Bear himself deserves that too. But with all that said and done, man, I want to keep him humble. Our goal is to stay humble and stay hungry.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got it made drinks and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
This is for Jake and Ben. I have to sleep on the couch tonight after I told my Ute fan of a wife that she doesn't need to worry about breakfast Sunday morning because we're just going to use the egg from her face after the game. Typical.
That was really funny.
Who was that?
Well,
John.
John, shout out to John. Thanks for using the call-in feature of the KSL Sports app. And I'm very sorry you have to sleep on the couch.
You know what's interesting? That Witt clip coming in, John, thanks for using the call-in feature for sure. The thing of having to indoctrinate your players, I think we were talking to David Kozlowski about how kind of healthy the rivalry feels right now. I think some of it has to do with, they're in conference. So there's a world after this, you know what I mean, that for both teams. So I think there's a little bit better perspective than when BYU was independent. And I don't mean just for BYU fans, I mean for Utah fans as well. I also think the transfer portal has created a little bit of, I don't want to say a lackadaisical approach to the rivalry, but yeah, not all these guys grew up in this. This is a 1-year stop or 2-year stop for a lot of guys in college football, whatever school they go to. So I guess I'm not surprised that maybe not everybody is as passionate about this specific rivalry who's playing in the game, which I don't actually think is a terrible thing.
Here's my hot take for you, though. I don't really care how the players feel about it. Everybody gets so caught up in the player. The rivalry is about the fans.
Yeah, you're right.
And guys like Reno or Dave, who played in the rivalry and have family. David Kozlowski played for the Utes. Reno, we've talked about his family and that. They have a feeling about the rivalry. And I'm sure when people play in it and after they leave, they have an opinion about the rivalry. But am I the only one who doesn't really care if the players hate each other or know what it's about? Or I don't care. It's not about them.
No, I think that's fair. You're going to care, honestly, and not more than the players, but differently than the players. The players have a different...
The players are going to care about every single game.
They are, right. And it's important to remember that they're 19, 20, 21 years old, where they also are so wrapped up in themselves because that's where young people are in their lives that, they're not the adult who thinks about this game.
Devin Dampier doesn't have an opinion about BYU?
No. He's not played with anyone who's at BYU right now.
And maybe after the game or later down, he'll look back and be like, I didn't like that. But do you think going into this game he has one feeling about BYU or another?
Right.
He doesn't care.
Right. Maybe, he talked about Dorian Singer being his older brother. So he's got a little bit of an understanding of it, but no, certainly nothing like...
But that doesn't matter. Who cares?
Yeah, no, it's right. It's how the fans approach it.
Yeah. All right, this segment is brought to you by our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255, Peach Doors and Windows. Did I hear that right, Christian? Brian Johnson is going to be on on Hans and Scotty coming up next?
Nice.
Oh, heck yeah, that's must listen. Brian Johnson coming up next. Ben, enjoy the game.
Hey, really huge thanks to the Pickler.
They're amazing.
Yeah.
And Life Shop and Social Health Initiative. This is just a great event. Come out. They're going to be here all day. So bring the kids and make it happen.
Free.
It's free.
Yeah.
Does not cost a dang thing. Again, thanks to the Pickler. Hans and Scotty, Brian Johnson coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Aloha, it's Reno Mahe, and I want you to join me this Friday at the Pickler in Lehigh for the Social Health 2025 Games and free family community event. It all kicks off at noon, and it's totally free to get in. Bring your family, your friends, and get ready for pickleball, axe throwing, drift kart racetrack, a skate park for kids, RC car races, golf simulator, delicious food trucks, and more. Meet former NFL, BYU, and University of Utah players. We're raising money for Social Health Initiative, a nonprofit giving away proven social health curriculum to schools and first responders. Get a ticket for a chance to win skateboards from Gold Coast and prizes every 15 minutes. And don't forget, entry is free. Let's build community, have fun with friendly competition, and make a difference for the Social Health 2025 Games this Friday from noon to 5 p.m. at the Pickler in Lehigh. I'll see you there.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up
up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game with qualifying Smiths purchases. You can score single gold view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smith's, then snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride, but saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes, that's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West, 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Holy War is here, and the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
When I get down there on the field or the game gets closer, the emotion is, I wish I was playing. I miss this. I miss being part of it. I miss the rush. I miss the excitement. I miss the battle. That's what comes back to me more than anything. And at the same time, it makes me very appreciative of the role that I did play in the BYU Utah history and in that game and the good plays I had, the bad plays I had, all of it. I just appreciate that I was there and a part of it.
The one that obviously is huge for me is the 2008 one when, you know, the cap off an undefeated season and sent us off to the Sugar Bowl was something that was spectacular. We played great on both sides of the ball. The defense forced like 6 turnovers. We scored like 48 points on offense, and we played our best ball that night. So it was definitely a good win.
I think when I first got to BYU, I didn't understand the rivalry all that much. I remember saying a few things in my freshman year before going up and playing Utah up there against Alex Smith and Eric Weddle. And after my comments were played across the airwaves every single moment of every single day, oh, wow, all right, maybe I should have kept my mouth shut.
I think it's going to be an electric atmosphere. Everything
everything that it entails, good on good. They're both ranked. I mean, this is what you want. Obviously, I think Utah is going to win, but I think it's going to be a close game.
I'll never forget that first actual time experience as a player in 2002, and it was at Rice Eccles. I remember just getting off the bus and just getting bombarded by all the Utes, and just from the moment we got off the bus, and then I'm out there on warm-ups, and guys are heckling me. I absolutely loved it. Some guys don't like that or want to engage with the fans, and I gave it back to them. You know, I'm standing there on the sideline, turning around, talking to the fans. I live for that.
The coaching staff has got to get with these guys pregame. You know, the pregame shenanigans are always what you got to watch out for. Somebody gets too emotional, somebody pops off, and really what you're looking for is you got to get through the first 15 plays. You want to make sure you can get through those, and then it's off to the races, and it's mano-a-mano. This whole week, everybody knows each other's coaching staffs. They know the kids. It's all about who gets their kids ready to play better. I really believe that this is a game that's going to come down to the 4 or 5 best players in each team and who balls out and who doesn't.
Holy War coverage on The Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just 24 hours away. Utah, BYU, another chapter in this crazy rivalry is going to be written down in Provo as the Utes take on the Cougars. And Hans, what better way to start rivalry chat here on a Friday than bring in an iconic figure in the history of this rivalry, Brian Johnson. Coach, how are you?
Hey, Coach.
I'm great. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing good. Thank you for taking some time out of your busy day. Did you guys have practice earlier today? Is that why you're free for a minute?
Yeah, we did. We practiced, Fast Friday in the NFL, so you're off the field pretty early. We're ready to roll.
How long did it take you being on campus before you realized that this was a big game?
Not long at all. If I recall, really, it was prior to even stepping on campus. I took my official visit in December of 2003, which was the 3-0 game down in Provo. And, I vividly remember all of the highlights and stuff from that game, playing and Brian Borson making the kick to win and feeling like that first Mountain West Conference championship in 2003. So you've always kind of just known, the moment you step on campus that's the one.
Brian, there are not a lot of blowouts in rivalry history, but you go back to that 2008 game, and Scotty and I were talking about this, Brian. With both BYU and Utah ranked, you don't get a lot of that either. And both BYU and Utah ranked really good teams this year. But, Scotty, you go back to that 2008 season, BYU was number 14. Utah was ranked number 7 at the time. And Brian Johnson comes in and puts on a spectacle, and they win by 24 points. Going into that game, Brian, what do you remember about where the teams were ranked, what you thought the chances were, what you thought the game plan should be, and what you thought the outcome would be?
Well, I obviously remember so much about that game, so many vivid memories of, that being your last game in Rice Eccles and it being senior night. And obviously the magnitude of what was on the line for us going into that game 11-0. We all knew what was on the line. And especially after what had happened the year before down in Provo where we took a lead late and then they got the 4th and 17 to win the game, or 4th and 18 to win the game. So we were all extremely motivated to go out there and play well. But for us, it really was just a matter of finishing the job and knowing what was at stake. There was no way we were going to lose that game.
You were 30 of 36 in that game, 4 touchdowns, over 300 yards. Did you feel personally going into that game that you were going to be able to have that type of a performance?
Absolutely. We played really, really well. And I just knew from the moment we jumped out there that it was going to be a great win for us.
I love looking at the box score, Brian. I'm looking at it right now. Freddie Brown, 97 yards. Brent Castile, 60 yards. David Reed, 60 yards. Jeremy Brooks, 50 yards. Matt Asiata, 30 yards. You spread the ball around. Braden Godfrey, 3 catches for 15 yards. You really spread the ball around in that game and put on a spectacle. But you go back to the run game, you still had 21 yards, and you guys put up 110 yards and a touchdown on the ground. I mean, that is one of the games for the ages, Brian. And then, obviously, you guys wrap up an undefeated season going into that Sugar Bowl. That season had to be magical to you. How much does that stick out as one of the best seasons of your life?
Oh, without question, it is probably, my most fun football memory is being a part of that team. And I always tell people it was a very, very special group. And the best part about that team was the team. And, we had so many great players, so many selfless players that, the only thing that mattered was winning. And, we were able to win in a bunch of different ways in all 3 phases. And it may have looked different each and every week, but we knew that the ultimate goal was to find ways to win the football game, and it just came together, so beautifully.
Well, and the thing is, there were so many crazy games that year. Oregon State, TCU, you go down the list. There were a lot of games where everybody kind of had you left for dead, and you found ways to win. And I think that just goes to show what that team was made of, that you guys refused to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just, a group of veteran players that had played a bunch of football together, and we were finally able to stay relatively healthy throughout the course of the season. But just, extreme, just tough competitors that found a way each and every week to go out there and win.
For those of you that don't know, Brian Johnson is currently the assistant head coach and offensive pass game coordinator for the Washington Commanders. So, Brian, you're taking your own path in coaching. I want you to reflect back to the way Kyle Whittingham prepared you guys, because it's been an interesting week. Kyle Whittingham was asked about the BYU quarterback, the true freshman, Bear Bachmeier, and he said, I don't want to talk about him. Well, I'll talk about my guys. And so he's kind of taking a different angle. Kalani talked about Devin Dampier for a good 5 minutes. And so it's unique. But how do you remember, what tact do you remember Kyle Whittingham taking to get you guys ready for that game? How much aggression, how much change did he approach it with?
Well, I think one of the things that I've always really respected about Coach is the detail and the toughness. And regardless, he's had 20 teams or whatever, and they've all had different talent levels, different abilities. But, I think what ultimately wins is the play style and how you get down, how you get it on. That is what's important. And, how you do it is sometimes more important than what you do. The offenses look different. There's been different defensive players, different, special teams guys. But the play style with the physicality, the toughness, the detail, that has to be the constant. And, that's why Kyle has been able, to have the type of career and the type of teams that he's had there, is because that play style is something that you can always hang your hat on.
Brian Johnson joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Brian, you ran into, I'm sure, a lot of guys that played at BYU. You've interacted with them. But I got to imagine there's still something special in the air when it's BYU Utah week. Does it still get the juices flowing a little bit?
There's no doubt. There's nothing like the Holy War. And, for me personally, now that I've, been around the block and I've been able to see some different environments and some different rivalry games, whether it's the Egg Bowl in Mississippi or Florida, Georgia, or Florida State. We have a rivalry game this weekend against Dallas. So, to me, Utah BYU is always one that will stand the test of time. And regardless of, what teams' records are, who's playing, when the game is, whether it's in November or October, which is a little weird to have it in October these days, but, it's going to go down.
Brian, it was always shocking to all of us that you didn't get the opportunities we thought you would in the NFL. And you go and do it as a coach, and I just think it's incredible. But I want to know, what was it like getting that call? You're with the Florida Gators, and You get the call, I believe it was from the Philadelphia Eagles. What was it like to get that call from the NFL saying, hey, make the jump, come out of college, come coach the pros? What was it like getting that call, and how tough was the decision to leave NCAA ranks and jump into the NFL?
Well, it was very tough. You spend all of this time and you build so many relationships throughout your career of coaching. And we had a great thing going at the University of Florida, in that 2020 season. Played in the SEC championship, had a couple first-round picks on that team, and the offense was dynamite. And, we had a lot of good pieces coming back. But the challenge of getting to go prove it at the highest level of football was something that was really, really intriguing. And, I'm really, really thankful for that opportunity, and to continue to grow and learn and develop as a coach. Really, really appreciative of that. But, college football is something that will always, be near and dear to my heart.
You're probably not surprised that Dan Mullen's got it rolling down at UNLV, right?
Without question. There was never a doubt. I just can't tell you how much, I love and appreciate Dan and what he's done, not only for me, but for my family. He was the guy that actually brought me to the University of Utah. So I have so much to be thankful for because of his mentorship and his friendship, 20-some years later. But it is no surprise. He's a great coach. I've learned so much from him. You could tell he's out there having fun, back to himself. He's feeling great. He's got that team playing an unbelievable brand of football, and it's been exciting to watch.
What's it like working with Jaden Daniels? He seems like an incredible human being, he and his family, but what's it like working with that level of talent?
Yeah, I mean, he's I think that the biggest compliment I can give Jay is as good of a football player that he is. Obviously, he's a great player. He's Rookie of the Year. He's on pace to have another excellent season for us this year. He's an even better person. And the dude is just an absolute stud. You really enjoy stepping into the building every single day because he's going to bring it. The way he works at it, his ability to galvanize a group, to lead a group, it's spectacular.
You talked about this rivalry game coming up against Dallas, and I know Dak Prescott. Correct me if I'm wrong. You coached Dak Prescott, correct?
I did.
Okay, so what's that? Do you go give him big hugs? Do you keep a close relationship with Dak?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's my favorite part of coaching is these relationships that you build, and to see these guys grow and get to the level that they've gotten to is really, really special. So, yes, I talk to Dak all the time. We'll get a chance to talk before the game and after, I'm sure. It's great to see him playing as well as he's played this year, coming back from his injury and becoming a father for the second time. And now I have two little girls that, you get to see him grow into manhood, and it's been a beautiful thing to watch. So, all the guys that we get a chance to coach and impact and touch, that's the reason why you do it.
It's funny you bring that up because I do the games for Utah State, and a couple of years ago they had a defensive coordinator named Ephraim Bonda who mentioned, I mentioned I work down here in Utah, and he's like, did you cover Brian Johnson? And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. He goes, you knew that guy was going to be a superstar as soon as you were around him in the coaching world because he just knows the game better than anybody else. It's funny how many people that you're around and how many people you can influence because you've made an impact on a lot of people and you've made a good impression on so many people you've come in contact with.
Well, I appreciate that. He is a great coach in his own right, and we've all learned from each other. But I really just think it boils down to I've had such good examples of what great coaching looks like throughout my entire career at many different levels and at many different spots and positions, and even at many different sports. So, for example, even guys who I'm constantly still learning from, might be in different sports. Like, take Johnny Bryant, for example, he was the point guard when I was the quarterback at Utah, and he's now the assistant head coach in Cleveland, and he was in New York before that. And, some of those same lessons that apply to his sport also apply to ours. And, we spend a lot of time going back and forth and talking just about different scenarios and situations. And, just anywhere that you can kind of gain knowledge and continue to learn and develop from people, I think having a growth mindset is like imperative, to your development, not only as a coach, but as a person.
And your coaching development has been incredible, and your path has been incredible, watching you peak out with the Eagles and move on to Washington and doing what you're doing now. We had Max Hall on earlier this week, and he's moving up in the coaching ranks, and he's looking for his next opportunity. We had Eric Weddle on, and Eric's coaching his son in high school, and he's going to coach him through high school. And then I would assume Eric's going to move on to college and maybe back to the NFL. What advice would you throw out there, young, aspiring coaches that are trying to break into the NCAA or NFL models? Like, what advice do you give them, Brian? How do you even get started in a path like that?
Yeah, I think, so much of it is being willing to do what other people aren't, and having like an extreme passion for the game and for the people that you get to impact. And, the game has changed so much in terms of people's motivation for doing it over the last 20 years or so. And, for me, I was very fortunate to be mentored and groomed by such great leaders who are not only like great football coaches, but great men. And I think that the people that you surround yourself with that are very like-minded and have that detail and discipline and understanding what it takes to continually improve is really, really important. So I would just encourage like anybody, any young person really, to not be afraid to like go for it. And what I mean by that is really like exert yourself and put your time, effort, and energy into achieving. And a lot of times if you focus on that and you focus on the journey of it and not worry about, well, maybe I'm not moving up as fast as I would like to, or, maybe this isn't the right job for me right now. It's all about the opportunity and the lessons. And if you can apply those lessons to your growth, you're going to be just fine.
Were you 18 yet when you showed up at the University of Utah, or were you still 17?
I was still 17.
Well, the reason I bring that up is because just what you're talking about, if you committed to a different school and you went to a different culture that didn't help you mature as a man like the University of Utah did, who knows where your life is at right now? I mean, just to be able to be part of something, and Kyle Whittingham and that system that said, okay, you know what, this is what it's like to be a professional, this is what it's like to be a high-level athlete, you need to conduct yourself like that, and the culture of that locker room really developed who you are as a person now, I got to imagine.
There's no doubt. I tell this story all the time, and I always give Dan and Urban a lot of credit for this in terms of the plan that they had for me going into my freshman year, when it was like, hey, bro, this is what you're going to do. Like, this was way before early enrollees happened, and I'll never forget, I was 17 years old, graduated, and came out to Salt Lake a week after my high school graduation. And this was before you could, like, move in the dorm. So there's like, you just live with Alex and do everything that he does. And I literally remember, like, moving into the house in the avenues with a duffel bag in the middle of the summer and just following Alex around all summer long. And that bond and that friendship has, like, carried on till today. And, he's one of my best friends now 20 years later. But I learned so much about the preparation and just what it takes to perform at a high level on a consistent basis from those guys. And then when Kyle took over, it was just more of the same. So I think just getting started on the right path at the beginning of your journey, it just helps so much.
Man, what an incredible journey you've had too, Brian. I remember I had an Eagles perch view of you dismantling Alabama and the great Nick Saban. How much did you actually change game plans? Like how much different was what you did against Alabama, what you did through the rest of the year?
Well, I think it was a very unique season in terms of how we operated offensively. And I would say probably the last 4 or 5 games of my senior year where it was like kind of the iteration of like the no huddle for us. And we would just be on the ball, calling plays from the line of scrimmage and being able to manipulate the game in that manner. We really took off. And if you go back to 2008, there wasn't a bunch of people playing offense like that. Now it seems like everybody's kind of doing that. But that gave us such an advantage, you know, especially with such a veteran team and a guy who had seen so many different looks at quarterback in terms of what the defense was presenting. You know, it made us able to play really, really fast and make good decisions and really utilize, you know, all 11 on offense to go out there and play well.
When you run into Alabama guys that puff out their chest in the league, you're like, okay, let me roll this tape back. Let me show you something.
It's funny you asked that because, you know, I used to get it all the time of on the road recruiting. You know, when I left Utah and went to Mississippi State and went to Florida, when you're recruiting against those guys all the time, you know, there was definitely. You know, there was a coach who was a running back coach at the time, Coach Burns, who's since retired. But he was like, man, Coach Saban never let us live that game down. Y'all came out and just empty, and we really had no answers for it. And you know, you hear all the stories. Like one of our guys here in Washington, it was a GA at Alabama a couple years back, and he. You know, it's 10 years later or 15 years later, and he's in. You know, they still talk about that Sugar Bowl game against Utah from Nick's second year there. So it was a great game, a great experience. You know, the culmination of a lot of hard work that the credit goes to a lot of people, and that team was one that was really, really special. And you know, those are memories that'll last a lifetime.
Well, Brian, I told you this a handful of times. I'll tell you again, I'm so proud of you, not just your coaching career, but you as an amazing father, amazing husband. We appreciate your time. Thanks for spending a few extra minutes with us. We know it's very valuable. I know you're extremely busy, but thanks for still fielding the calls and taking the time with us, brother.
No problem, man. It's always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. You guys be well.
All right, we'll do.
You got it. Good luck against Dallas, too.
Yeah. That's a big game for them.
That is a huge game. That's as you know. There's the rivalry aspect of the NFL isn't nearly as strong as it is in the collegiate level, but Washington, Dallas, that's right up there.
Oh, it's huge, especially coming off the loss that Washington just had.
Yeah,
you know, you lose to the Bears, and you lose. It's a big one.
Yeah.
Against the. And by the way, this is for division supremacy too.
Yep.
So you need to win this, and I believe you take the lead in that division, right?
Yeah, and you know, it just goes to show you what kind of person Brian Johnson is. You know, he could have not texted back and just been like, bro, it's Dallas week. I don't have time. I can't do that this week. And yet he's like, you know what, Utah, BYU, let's go.
Well, if you see our text exchange, I sent one text. I'm like, hey, can you come on? He gets back, and he said, absolutely. And then it was, how's the family? And then we went through every kid, and then we exchanged family pictures, and we talked about where, you know, who's doing what, and how's this kid doing, and how's the wife. You know, it's just
that's cool.
That's what I love about Brian.
Yeah.
And you know, I did some radio with Brian after the 2008 Sugar Bowl. He and Brent Castile were kind of wandering, and the NFL didn't do what they needed them to do.
The man of Castile.
The man of Castile.
Yes.
And they came back to the market, and I invited both of them to do pre- and post-game and Utah preview stuff back in 2009, 2010. Lloyd, I think you were with me at the time, weren't you, when we were doing those early Utah preview games with those guys. And I had, you know how much I love to talk football depth.
Yeah.
Sitting there with those two.
Oh, boy.
And we start, and we would get 15, 20 minutes into it, and we'd look at each other like, nobody's following us. Like people are definitely tuning out, turning off the radio, saying, "No, we're not gonna do this crap." Like, I guarantee that those guys that people weren't listening to the depth that we were. Brian is just a beautiful football mind, and I'll always love talking football with that guy.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are out and about today. It is Tim Daly Mazda. How you doing? It's good to see you again.
It's good to see you guys.
Yeah, how's everything going down here at Tim Daly Mazda?
It's great. It's going well, Got a beautiful facility and got great cars, and we're ready to go.
So Jake leaves and puts you in charge.
Yeah.
So you're in charge of the roost. Right
Yeah.
now.
I don't know how if that was a good idea or not, because I'm going to be selling some cars today.
Yeah. Okay, here's the thing. Boss is away. That means you get to take advantage because they need to move some vehicles right now.
Yep, absolutely. Come on down and see us right now. We've got some great deals going on. We've got 0% on CX-5s and CX-50s right now. We have 26s coming in, so we got to move the 25s.
Oh, yeah, you're into year.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting close to end of year.
Yep.
Got to get the 25s off the lot.
Yeah, got to get them off the lot. So take advantage of our deals and take advantage of those killer rates right now.
I actually had a tweet come in earlier from somebody wondering if you've got the 90s on the lot, because I know you guys were getting short on order because you had some incredible deals.
Yeah.
I'm in a 90 because of that incredible deal.
Just great cars.
Do you have some on the lot?
We do. We have some on the lot right now. In fact, this 90 right here, it's kind of a...
That's a beautiful car.
It's a gorgeous car. And this package is a premium package, and it's all kind of blacked out. And that's how it comes from the factory. And that's just absolutely gorgeous.
Is that a PHEV?
Nope, that's just
Okay.
our gas engine. But
Okay.
it's just a gorgeous car. And they did some really cool updates on that particular model. And if you want a good-looking car that's already blacked out and right from the factory, that's the one to get.
It's all right here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. And remember, you're going to get deals at this dealership you're not going to get anywhere else. There's maybe other Mazda dealerships out there. Doesn't matter. There's only one that's going to give you the kind of personal service, the attention, the respect for your time and your money that you're going to get down here. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. I purchased a bunch of vehicles from this staff. Hans has as well. Our family members, because we know these guys, we trust these guys. It's Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Holy War is here. Another chapter in this storied rivalry is about to be written. And only one station brings you complete coverage of the Utes and the Cougars in what could be the biggest matchup in Holy War history.
The Holy War is on.
Listen to the KSL Sports Zone all week long as we break down this game from every angle as the Utes head to Provo to battle the Cougars. Then on game day, catch a special edition of the Holy War pregame show live at UCCU in Provo starting at 4 with a postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222. Or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Drop in at Doug Smith in American Fork for our Drive into Fall event and get 0% APR financing for 72 months on all new 2025 Ram 1500s and 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokees. No one knows Ram like Doug.
Aloha, it's Reno Mahe, and I want you to join me this Friday at the Pickler in Lehigh for the Social Health 2025 Games and free family community event. It all kicks off at noon, and it's totally free to get in. Bring your family, your friends, and get ready for pickleball, axe throwing, drift kart racetrack, a skate park for kids, RC car races, golf simulator, delicious food trucks, and more. Meet former NFL, BYU, and University of Utah players. We're raising money for Social Health Initiative, a nonprofit giving away proven social health curriculum to schools and first responders. Get a ticket for a chance to win skateboards from Gold Coast and prizes every 15 minutes. And don't forget, entry is free. Let's build community, have fun with friendly competition, and make a difference for the Social Health 2025 Games this Friday from noon to 5 p.m. at the Pickler in Lehigh. I'll see you there.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Aaron Roderick. Hey, you know what? Key in this game, can't turn the ball over.
Super important, you're right, because a week ago I was standing here saying, we're not going to freak out about that yet, but 2 games in a row, that's a problem, and so we have to nip that in the bud now. Turnover margin will probably be the deciding factor in this game. It'll be, if not the deciding factor, it'll be up there. It's super important in every game. We have to take care of the football, and I'm sure they're trying to do the same thing, and both defenses are trying to get takeaways, and that's the name of the game.
That is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, all brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. That's Kenny J's Barbecue. Check them out at kennyjbbq.com.
The Holy War is here. The Holy War. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Nelson just flung up there almost for grabs, incomplete. Time is run out.
After review, there's 1 second on the game clock.
So this game is not over. This will be a 51-yard attempt to try to tie this and send it to overtime. Blocked. Live ball. Fans flooding the field. And Falslev is finally tackled, but a flag comes out.
We have a live ball foul. While the play was still alive, the crowd rushed the field. That's a live ball, 15-yard penalty. 1 on-time down at the 19.
Holy smokes. So now Riley Stevenson will attempt this. A 36-yard attempt to try to send it to overtime. And it hit the upright. And the game does end. And for a third time, the Utah fans storm the field. It is officially over.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hands and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Some crazy moments in this rivalry, Hands. Just crazy.
Got a question for you.
Yeah.
How certain are you that Utah can stop or slow down or stymie BYU's run game? And I actually asked this question because I'm still trying to put together my thoughts on how this game plays out. Let me give you a couple thoughts before you make that prediction, okay?
Okay.
I'll give you a couple thoughts. So Utah ranks number 67 in the country in rushing defense, holding teams to 142 yards. But I want to take a look at the three Big 12 teams that they've played. Go back 3 weeks ago. Texas Tech ran for 173 and got the win over Utah. West Virginia the following week ran for 261 yards. And you know West Virginia's going to do that.
Yes.
That's their intention, because they were trying to burn clock and get out of an embarrassing blowout. So 261 yards by West Virginia in a Utah win. And then last week against Arizona State, they gave up 149 yards to Arizona State in a blowout victory over Arizona State. So I'm having a hard time here because it's not that rushing yards given up by this defense is really correlated to much. The 173 against Texas Tech definitely kept Texas Tech on the field, kept them in short yardage distance, and allowed them to do some big things offensively, and eventually put up whatever it was, 35, 36, 37, 38 points, 30-something points. So they give up 142 a game, 173 in a loss to Texas Tech. The number that I'm putting out there for BYU, and BYU is averaging 238 yards rushing per game. So the number I'm kind of putting on it for BYU, they need to get to 186 to win this game. They need 186 yards rushing to win this game. So just a couple of numbers and a couple of thoughts there for you, Scotty. But as you see it, can BYU get to 186?
I don't think so. That seems like a tall task, 186 yards against this defense.
Right now,
defense that's going to be keyed in on stopping the run.
Right now, L.J. Martin leading the Big 12 in rushing. They just took on an Arizona State defense an Arizona defense that's very good at stopping the run. So Arizona's rushing defense was holding teams to 97 yards. They were the 25th rushing defense in the country, holding teams to 97 yards, and BYU obliterated that.
So 180 is your magic number then? 186?
Yeah, 180, 185. I go 186 just because it sticks out in my mind.
So if BYU runs for 186, you say that's a win?
Yeah.
I 100% agree with that. I think they can still win and not get to 186.
Yes, I do too. I just feel like 186 is that number that it's like, if that posts at the end of this game, that tells me that you kept the true freshman in short yardages.
Yeah.
So the question is, and it looks like a very healthy defense, especially with Jackson Benny back. It looks like it's a pretty darn healthy defense.
Mm-hmm.
And, you've got Bakalahi and you've got Viamahi and you've got the two defensive ends that are spectacular. There is Utah depth on that defensive front. So the question is, can Utah hold this? Can they confuse, stymie, and frustrate this BYU rushing offense? So you got to think of the components that come into it. Bear Bachmeier off the keep. He had 22 carries last week against Arizona in that win for, I think it was 86 yards. LJ Martin went over 100 yards again and continues to be the leading rusher. You kind of can visualize what they do in the rushing game with the fly sweeps. The fly sweeps have gone away. Arizona stomped out exterior rushing.
Mm-hmm.
You could not rush outside of the tackles against Arizona. You couldn't screen pass outside. There was too much speed by Arizona. They stomped out anything that went outside the tackles, except for when tackles would collapse and the zone read keep by Bachmeier would come off the tight end tackle down block. So I guess that's the question. Okay, so on the flip side of this, if Utah holds BYU to 120 minus, so 120 yards rushing minus, it's a Utah win.
It's a Utah win. 150, 50-50.
50-50. Toss-up.
Yeah.
120, it says you couldn't get it going.
Yeah.
You couldn't get it going. And what happened was you couldn't get it going, so you went away from it.
Yep.
And when you went away from it, you forced the true freshman to do things that the true freshman can't and shouldn't be doing in a rivalry game.
To me, because there's so much that plays off that 180, because I think you hit on it too. That means you're in second and short.
Right.
That means there's so much different things you can do. But, you brought up a really good point, and I was thinking about this when I was listening back to the show yesterday, because the day and age of just stacking 8 in the box and saying, okay, we're going to stop the run by doing that is kind of behind us because of what BYU does with the RPOs. So if Utah would like to sell out against the run, and I think that's their main objective, but you just can't do it in the old conventional way against this offense.
Nope, you can't. You can't if that's your intention. But what you can do, you can put in the 8 in the box and you can confuse.
Yes.
And right before the snap, everybody has practiced for an entire week of we're showing 8 in the box, a walked up safety or whatever we're doing, keeping the nickel on the inside shade of the slot, and we're keeping that look for run support. And right before the snap, my nickel is going to bail to the head up to the outside pressure. My safety is going to bail to the overtop bracket, or whatever we're going to do. We're going to show the 8-man box and we're going to bail out to different coverages. That's what you call presenting ghosts. And I know that Morgan's probably going to do that to the true freshman. And look, they got the personnel that they could do it with. They've got veteran linebackers that Levani Damuni and Barton, these guys have been around the block.
Oh, yeah.
So you can present all kinds of different coverages and bailouts, and you can do it in a week's time. And I'm sure they're going to do that. But you're right. You can't just say, oh, we're going to stomp this out. We dare you to keep that ball and try to come off the edge, Bear. We're going to bury it. We're going to you just can't, because he'll pull. They'll play action. They'll pull the guard who will loop around. So he'll show the downhill motion to L.J. Martin. He'll pull the downhill motion. He'll look like he is going to keep, and he'll pull up right between the pulling guard and the tackle or the tight end that's attached. He'll pull up right behind him, and he'll pop it to the slot.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, crap, because you had your linebackers, your safety was shallow, your nickel was inside shade, everybody forced in to protect against the run. The slant off of that slot opens up, and it's just – and you can't do it.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah. But, you're also seeing a situation, like you said, where you'll disguise the heck out of it, and you might drop a DN back in coverage, cover that slant, and he tries to pop back and throws that slant, and he's right there, and there's your pick.
That's the pick. That's exactly what you do.
Yep.
So, and Logan Fano's very capable. Logan Fano is very, very capable of dropping into different zone looks, more than John Henry Daly. John Henry Daly, I think you keep on pursuit. But you can use Logan in all kinds of different looks to confuse and frustrate.
Hans and Scotty coming up next. We continue to get you ready for this one. And then at 1 o'clock, the man is here. That's right. Ron McBride will join us. Alema Harrington will join us as well. It's all right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Rivalry week is here, and Kyle Whittingham and the Utes head south for a battle against BYU in Provo. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Last night, Me and my 14-year-old, we were bachelors. So what we decided, you know what, we're going to fire up a Beehive Mill. And you know what we had? The Bang Bang Chicken. Awesome. Put it over rice. There's so many great things you can do with those Beehive meals. And what I want you to do is go to beehivemills.com. There's so many great options out there for you to choose from. And you can have them all shipped to your house. You use the promo code THEZONE, $20 off. Sign up for a subscription. That's going to save you 10% off. And you're thinking, well, I don't want to get locked into a year or 2 years. Guess what? There is no time commitment. So you can save that money and essentially take it out for a test drive. They are so confident in their product, they don't think you're going to cancel because you're going to love the food and the quality and the convenience and the affordability of Beehive Mills. Go to beehivemills.com right now. That's beehivemills.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Water runs Utah, but water can run out. And with cooler fall temps, your yard just doesn't need as much. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, BYU and Utah. Another edition of the rivalry game. John Henry Daly, former Cougar, now Ute, knows that transferring between schools, well, that's going to add to the rivalry.
I mean, there's always going to be some aspect of that, right? Like it's a heated rivalry. You got guys switching teams, right? You got certain feelings towards the other team, and so there's always going to be some of that friction there, and that's why it's one of the greatest rivalries in all of college football.
It's your Utes at 50 update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They'll cater your work party, luncheon, wedding, family get-together, holiday parties, you name it. New catering clients will get 10% off their first order. Go to KennyJBBQ.com.
Here. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Snap to John. John backpedals, plenty of time. He's moving to his left, shuffling. All kinds of time. Now the heat comes. He's got to run to the right. John Beck is on the run. He throws behind him. It is caught for the touchdown! Caught for the touchdown! Johnny Harleen got it for the score! Harleen by himself in the end zone! The Cougars win it! On the final play of the game!
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You know what time it is. We've got big games. One in particular in Provo tomorrow. Game kicks off at 6 o'clock. Joining us now, Chief Meteorologist for KSL. He is Kevin Eubank. K-Bank, how are you?
Hey, good, guys. How are we today?
We are doing great.
Fantastic.
Let's go. Utah, BYU. Can't get any better than this one.
Well, remember last week, it was a deluge in both Tucson and Salt Lake, and lightning caused delays down in Tucson, and I'll tell you, the soaking that the Utes fans got going into the stadium was pretty incredible, too. This week, it's going to be beautiful. You could not ask for better October weather. Temperatures down at LaVell Edwards Stadium will start in the 60s with sunshine and end in the 50s with clear skies. So no weather issues, no problems. Fans, everybody, it's going to be just an awesome day of football, and lots going on, as you know. Should be good.
Man, we've had a unique October, haven't we, with this moisture?
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, an all-time wettest October in Salt Lake City history. Almost 5 inches of rain. A third of our annual precipitation has come in the first 15 days of October. So never before have we seen anything like that.
When you get enough rain and enough moisture in a month that it raises the Great Salt Lake 4 inches, that tells you something, doesn't it?
Well, it does. And the hard thing is we need these kinds of storms or this kind of water. We need it all year. And so wouldn't it be awesome if you could just get a couple inches every month and just balance it all out? It doesn't work that way, but this month is sure a nice little bonus for us.
Yeah, no doubt. I got to imagine good weather for Utah State, San Jose State tonight in Logan.
Yeah, same deal. Clear skies to start, but temperatures in the 50s to start in Logan. And it'll dip into the 40s. So it's going to be a crisp game up in Logan. So weather won't be a concern at all. Some clouds right now will kind of clear out as the evening goes on. So we're looking at nice conditions, but it definitely is going to be a whole different change. I know that Hawaii was not kind to the Aggies, but coming home in this cold, I don't know if that's going to be any better.
I was watching your report last night, and you said that this October moisture doesn't predict a very hardy winter. You can't draw any conclusions from the upcoming snowfall based off of what we've seen in October?
Well, no, in the sense that when you hit record-breaking territory, it's really hard. But when you go back to the top 5 Octobers that broke records or were extra wet, the subsequent winter, 70% of the time was wetter than normal. So there is a correlation. I don't think it's a direct correlation, but even the models are indicating that northern Utah could have an above normal winter for snowfall. So That's again, all leaning in the right way, in a good way. The cool thing is, and what this does, when you bring this kind of water in the fall, whether it's October or November, you saturate the ground to the point where it can't hold any more water. That way, when the snow comes and ultimately melts, the ground is already moisture rich. So you don't waste the water going into the ground. You actually get it to run off and get to the reservoirs, the Great Salt Lake, other places. So this is perfect. You really couldn't design a better way to have fall precipitation than to have this kind of heavy rain going in, and even snow. We've got a cabin up in the Uintas, and we had a foot of snow yesterday.
Nice.
So, I mean, it's full on. Snow in the mountains, rain in the valleys. It's a pretty good way to start things off.
I know that you're all about one side or another in this rivalry, so give us your – I'm just joking. Give us your prediction as to what's going to happen tomorrow.
Dude, honestly, I think you're a fool if you're making predictions when it comes to BYU Utah.
I agree completely.
And I've been listening to the program, your show, and the guys earlier, and it's just anything is possible. Even in your best years and worst years, anything's possible for this game because it just brings something out. And I know everyone likes to say, hey, it's another game, or, oh, it's a rivalry, or, oh, we can keep it in check. And if you think it's not just the players, because the players, some don't care. There's been so much crossover in the portal. It's coaches. It's the same crossover, it's pride. You want to win. You want to go in. You want to show that you've got the bigger defense. You want to show that you've got the bigger offense. You want to show that you've got the talent. So no predictions. Honestly, I don't care what happens. It's the game, and it's a blast every single time. Whether it's at Utah, at BYU, there's something about this game that just makes me love college football. With all the craziness and the commercialism and the money and the portal and the NIL that just, I think it ruins the game. This kind of stuff makes me love the game.
Hey, always good catching up with you, Kevin. Thanks for hanging out with us. Enjoy the game tomorrow and look forward to catching up with you next week.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
There he is, Kevin Eubank, Chief Meteorologist, KSL. Good weather, folks.
Alim Harrington, Ron McBride, they're in the house. They're ready to kick off some Football Fridays.
We're here at Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown, all kinds of great savings. And the thing is, when we talk about 0%, that's stuff that you guys are helping make happen. You're not going to go to any Joe Schmuckatelli Mazda dealership and get that. You're only going to get that here.
Correct. Come on down and see us. We're going to take care of you. We got 0% on 5s and 50s right now, so come on down and take advantage of that. You're not going to find that anywhere else.
You know, Jake flipped me from a 5 to a 50 a few weeks ago. That's a great ride. And I love my 5. I still love it. The 5 is a great vehicle. The 50 is a great vehicle, too. There's so many great vehicles to choose from.
Yeah, it just depends on what you like. You know, they kind of have their own differences, and some people like this. Some people like – Jake loves the 50. That's all he drives.
Yeah.
I love the 5, so
yeah,
both great cars.
You're in the 50 right now?
Yeah.
You got the turbo?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Such a fun engine.
That thing is lightning fast.
I know you know, and that's what I want people to do. If you haven't experienced Mazda lately, come on down and take one of these things for a test drive right off the 106 South exit. So take it on that on-ramp, put the foot down, and you're going to feel it.
It's unlike anything else you've driven. You got to come down, drive the turbo, get a feel for it. I mean, it's got all the bells and whistles, and there's no other vehicle that compares to that car. None.
You were talking about all these incentives that Mazda's rolled out to get the cars going off the lot again. So you can come down, not only the 0%, but there's really some other incentives you guys have.
Mazda came to play this month. It's really fun to see that. And they realized that, hey, you know what? We're the number one Mazda dealership right now in the state of Utah. So they know that they're going to come down and help us out. And they've got some great incentives right now. You know, if you own a Mazda right now, you're going to get loyalty as well with that. So a lot of good incentives, and most of all, just a great car.
Yeah.
I mean, you get in that car, and it's
incredible.
Very nice.
It's really, really nice. All kinds of great savings. Just come on by and ask for you, right?
Yep. Come down and say hi to Josh. I got a great staff here. Jake is not here, so.
Yeah.
So Jake is at a wedding.
Yeah.
At a wedding?
Yeah, he's got important things to do, Coach.
Which means Josh and the crew are going to just blow out the savings here.
Wait a minute. Jake's at a wedding?
Oh, yeah.
Jake's at a wedding, man.
Is Jeff there, too?
So I'm in charge. Yes.
It's Jeff's daughter.
It's Jeff's daughter.
Oh, of course he's there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, he probably should be there.
So come on down and see me. Say hi to – come down and ask for Josh. I'll take good care of you while the big boss is away, and hopefully I still have a job.
Let's go.
No. Hey, how many cars we need to sell?
Hey, come in
all of
and
them.
ask for
I want to sell all of them. Okay.
We got to sell all of
Okay,
them.
let's talk about emptying the lot.
Yes.
Hey, Coach,
I love
are
it.
you willing to go on a test drive with somebody if they come in? Can they test drive with Coach Mack?
Oh, my God. I'm lucky I can drive my car.
No, you just sit in the
All
passenger
you gotta
seat
do
and
is
tell
sit in the
stories
seat.
for a few minutes.
Yeah.
But look, if you come in and you test drive with Coach Mack, you have to purchase. That's the
Oh,
thing.
yeah,
Like,
we like cash.
I'll give you a special deal.
Yeah.
Coach Mack deal. Come down and see me.
Oh, there
Take
you
a test
go.
drive with
Josh
Coach Mack.
Josh isn't messing around. It's right here. Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown off the 106 South exit on Automall Drive. Let's get it, folks, right here on the Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to the Sandman, Adam Sandler, at your Not My Best Friend tour. Sunday, October 26th at the Delta Center. Get tickets at CD or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
the delicious flavors,
We
the
got it,
incredible intensity, everything that comes up with Bucked Up. The Bucked Up energy drinks are just the best. Okay, so you got the Bucked Up energy drinks, but you also have the proteins, the creatines, the vitamin packs, and so much more. And yeah, I am now knees deep in all Bucked Up products. I just love it. I love their pre-workout. If you want a good pre-workout, something that's really going to get the juices flowing, go on and order their Woke AF. Their Woke AF pre-workout will get you ready. You're going to hit the extra mile. You're going to hit the extra rep. You're going to push out the 380s. 390s like Alema Harrington does still on bench press. Whatever you're looking to do, it starts with Bucked Up at buckedup.com. Use promo code ZONE. That's going to get you 20% off your order. And that's with the protein powders. That's with the creatines. That's with the pre-workouts. That's with the vitamin packs. Anything that you put in your cart, even the apparel, you're going to get 20% off. Use promo code ZONE at buckedup.com.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's The Zone. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a Football Friday, and who better to break down the Utah BYU game than these two? Ron McBride, Alema Harrington. They lived and breathed this rivalry. Gentlemen, how are you?
Hey-o. Yo.
How you doing, Coach?
I'm doing fabulous.
Man, I
can tell it's rivalry week because Coach, he's got all kinds of team issue gear from every school in the state.
Yeah.
But today,
I'm wearing one.
He is geared up,
all
dripping in Ute gear.
I got Utah hat, Utah shirt. Yeah.
I want to see, Coach. Do you have maybe BYU socks on? No.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Coach is rocking the slides though.
I just saw a video of Coach Mack and Lavelle Edwards in the final game of Lavelle Edwards' career. Coach, you lose a crazy heartbreaker, and you still come out to center field. You give a handshake, you give a hug, you have a quick conversation, and then another handshake and a big hug. How do you in that moment, how do you handle those emotions? Because, you had the fumble, you had the big throws down the field.
So I was happy that Lavelle could go out on a positive because he needed that needed to be done. But I wasn't happy about the fumble call. I wasn't happy about the fact that we blew a coverage, and so if you played it over again, and you had the rules we have today, that game would have been over with the fumble. But it's just the way it goes. And then the official that didn't call the fumble, that's the guy that I called the league office. I don't want that guy refereeing the game. And he said, "Oh, no, he's fine." I said, "No, he's not." Because the guy jobbed me at least 3 times. Have you ever seen a holding call on a long snapper ever?
Nope.
What?
In your life?
No.
So we're playing one of those teams, and this guy's ref, right?
Uh-huh.
He calls a holding call on my long snapper on a PAT. So it goes back 15 yards, and the kid misses the PAT. We lose the game. And this guy's laughing all the way to the bank.
Oh, there it is.
Coach,
there
careful.
It
is. But I mean, just same dude, right? And then up in Colorado during when we were playing Air Force, same guy made a call at a key area. Same guy.
I want to know what you did to this guy, Coach, because you must have offended him somewhere.
Well, sure I did. Yeah, I must have.
No Christmas card for him.
Well, I tell you what. I mean,
I'm surprised Vicky didn't get his address and make someone disappear, because nobody messes with Coach Mack.
But I tell you what, it's some funny stuff.
But that's the thing. There's always funny stuff that happens in this rivalry.
That's
whether
so true.
It's Conachero and the doink.
The doink.
Oh, Conachero, oh my God, boy. Oh, God bless Conachero. I feel
poor guy.
Yeah, really.
How did you handle that with him?
Yeah,
after?
I'm curious, Noah.
Not well, And he's the sweetest kid you ever want to.
Yeah.
You ever want to know, and he just, And then a couple years later, your guy boinked one.
Yeah.
And it cost them.
Yep.
And then I remember the throwback to the tight end. That guy should have never been open.
Yeah.
And Gary's coaching the secondary. And I said, "What's your guy doing over there, Gary? Is he asleep? All he had to do is stand there." He said, "I don't know what he was doing, but he wasn't doing the right thing."
Well, we just had Brian Johnson on, and he brought up one that I forgot. What was it, the 3rd and 15, or was it 4th and 15?
4th and 17.
4th and 17.
Yeah.
And was it Austin that leaked up the edge?
Yep.
How do you let Austin Collie leak up the edge?
Yeah.
And the comment from Austin, he was on somebody's program earlier this week, and he said they broke the huddle, and Max had made the call, and he said, "This will never work." He literally broke the huddle and said, "This ain't working. There's no way the corner's going to bite on a double move on a 4th and 17.
No way. Yeah.
No way." And, but he did. But things happen in games like this.
It's weird.
It is. It's a bizarre thing that you have moments where any other situation probably don't bite on the double move. You don't leave Harleen open in the corner of the end zone or in the end zone. Those things wouldn't happen in a typical game, but in the rivalry game, man, you just never. And I still go back to Lavelle's last game at your place, Coach, and I remember the field was just absolutely horrible.
It was a cow pasture.
It was like, what in the world? People were coming out. It's like it was the Kentucky Derby, replacing divots. It's like, what's going on?
It felt purposeful.
Yeah.
Alema.
Oh my God. Okay, so
please explain, Coach. Explain why the turf was so bad.
And it smelled like manure. I had to play in it. My hands smelled like manure for 2 weeks.
Okay, they replaced that field. I forget the name of the company.
But it's the week of. Then they replaced the field. They put in new sod that week.
Yeah, that week, something like that.
They left it long because they were concerned about the speed of the pass rush in that game.
They were trying to slow down me and Hoke.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
you don't have to laugh so hard, Coach.
So we used to go down there and play, and then I'd say to Lavelle, "What did it rain here last night?" And he'd say, "Oh, no, we ordinarily water the field before you." I said, "Well, it's not like this is like a weed patch, Why you got all this water on the ground?" Well, they water at certain. I said, "Come on."
All kinds of gamesmanship going on this week.
Well,
and then they'd always heat the locker, your locker room. So I'd always have somebody go ahead and check the locker room before we get there and make sure that you turn off. Because they'd have it up like at 90 degrees,
suffocating you with heat.
Yeah, so your guys would go to sleep. I see.
But I'm sure when they came to Salt Lake, everything was rolled out. You had all the, it was a cool 75 degree or 72 degrees. You treated them like royalty.
We were well cared for in that locker room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. but, the time we beat them down there when, people used to always pat me on the back and, you're really trying hard, and you're doing this. I'm so tired of these people, right? And then Paul, park your car here. We'll have it for you when you leave, and, all this stuff. And then when we beat you down there on blanket day,
blanket day,
yeah, you'd have thought we just stole the stadium.
Hey.
All of a sudden, they're going to tow my car away. All of a sudden, these guys are being real nice to me. I said, "Hey, get your people out of here."
Hey, Coach, Christian kindness only extends so far.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of, all that stuff where they're patting you on the back and telling you, "Oh, you're really doing a nice job," And
hey, on a serious note, very serious note.
Oh yeah.
It does feel like a little bit of that has happened with Kyle and Kalani. Kalani's taken a couple of victories off Kyle, and it feels like Kyle's like, "I don't want to talk about his players. I'm talking about I'll talk about my guys." And it's like chopped off.
Okay, well here's what happened last year. The whole deal. Okay, so at the end of the game, the BYU people, the fans, and the players. A half hour after the game, they're still in our stadium cheering. And all I said to the Utah people, never forget this day. I said, you got people cheering in your stadium, yelling BYU, 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 Utah sucks, all that stuff, and just remember the day. And I tell you, this is your chance to get back. It's called Redemption Day. And so don't forget,
That's good motivation, Coach. That is good motivation to remind your guys.
Well, thank you,
what that was like. I'm not being a self-righteous BYU fan right now. I'm being sincere. That's great motivation. I'm telling you, when you guys were cheering, not you guys, like you specifically, but when Utah fans were still in the stadium for the senior blanket presentation, and they were singing Utah Man, I was thinking the same thing. Never forget this. That this is what happened at your place.
Yeah, that's
and this
right.
is how they treated you.
Yep. So I remember we had maybe 20 people from Utah at the game, right? They're all hanging on the goalpost after the game. So
in LaVelle Edwards Stadium.
And then your boy, what's that guy's name?
Chad Lewis.
No, the guy that said that he wouldn't pour the gas.
Lenny Gomes.
Yeah, Lenny.
Oh, Lenny Gomes, yeah.
Who tried to get a job with you.
Yeah,
right?
then he goes, hey, we'll be pouring gas in your car.
Yeah. Do you remember?
He'll be pumping your gas.
Do you remember Chad Lewis going into the crowd of Utah fans that were trying to take down a goalpost?
Yeah.
That's kind of legendary. I thought that's what you were talking about, the fans that were hanging on the goalposts. Chad Lewis kind of
Wait,
rushed
Utah
into
fans tried to rip down the goalposts at
LaVelle Edwards Stadium.
Wow.
And Chad Lewis went in there, it was kind of like just one man into a throng of Utah fans and was trying to get them to stop tearing the goalposts down.
We're not having that.
No.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. It's LaVelle Edwards Stadium.
Yeah, you can't do that.
No.
You can tear down your own
goalpost.
it's
your own place.
But you can't tear down an opponent.
When my senior year, when we lost to Utah, Scott Mitchell lighting us up, you know, tear down the goalposts and parade them down State Street. That's whatever. Great. But don't do it at our place.
No, you're not going to let the opponent come in
No.
and take your goalposts home with them.
I'm surprised you didn't get in the fray on that one. Any chance to?
Well, I did. I wasn't there. That was 2 years before.
Okay. I thought that was.
No, Chad was just a freshman.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
When he did that, and everybody loved Chad. He kind of became a legend when he went in there because he was throwing fists.
Yeah,
he was getting roughed up. Well, which, by the way, speaking of the goalposts, you know what I found out when I went out to that BYU tailgating party? They had pictures of the goalposts that they tore down in Wyoming. My senior year, when Wyoming beat us, the Wyoming fans tore down their goalposts, took them down Main Street, and now those goalposts are in a bar in downtown Wyoming.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. And I know which bar.
The only bar.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's actually a lot. That's the only thing Laramie's got going for him.
Laramie's got a lot
of bars.
They got one on every corner.
Yeah.
All taps, ready to go.
Yep.
But it's like, man, those goalposts have come down. But you're right. You can't ever let the opposing team in the rivalry take down your goalposts in your home stadium after a loss.
Yeah. I mean, you got to be respectful that they won the game. You acknowledge that and you let them celebrate. But that only goes so far. Like, you can't disrespect the stadium.
No, So don't even get that in your minds.
So we would call it at Arizona when we played Arizona State. We want to empty the stadium.
Yeah.
So what would happen with Arizona State people? If you were beating them in the third quarter, they all left, and the only people that would be there would be Arizona people.
Yeah.
And I say, hey, we'd be chanting on the bus, going, "Let's empty the stadium." And in the third quarter, when these people are all leaving, all of our players are waving goodbye. See you later.
You know what's crazy, Coach? Last week, not even kidding you, last week at Arizona Stadium,
right?
BYU gets the lead, and they had that crazy weather delay. BYU gets a lead, come back, and then Arizona gets the lead, and Arizona had a chance to shut the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was no Arizona fans. It was there was about 8,000 BYU
Really?
fans, maybe 2,000 Arizona fans. You get into double overtime, no Arizona fans.
Wow.
BYU fan, 8,000 fans stuffed into one end zone, getting
Right.
ready for an overtime to overload an end
Yeah.
zone. And the second overtime, BYU got to choose the side. They went into their fans. Those crazy fans made it difficult for Arizona. Arizona fans left, Coach. They weren't dealing with weather. They weren't going to stick around.
No, they had to get down to Bob Dobbs.
Oh, is that what it is? Bob Dobbs?
Yeah, Bob Dobbs is the bar there.
Still there.
Still there.
Oh, nice. Hey, all right. We are live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown as we get you ready for Utah and BYU. Alema Harrington, Ron McBride. Josh is with us. And Josh, Jake's out.
Yeah.
Everybody's out. They got you holding down the fort here, so
do something crazy.
It's your chance to shine here, man.
Let's go.
I know, right? I said I might not have a job even when they come back, but hey, at least I'm going to sell some cars.
Yeah,
there you
go out with the
and I
bang
get to
here.
hang out with some cool people. So hey,
Jake, I got great news. I got bad news. The good news is we don't have any cars left. The bad news is I gave them away.
Yeah, we gave them all away.
Hey, we emptied the lot.
Empty the lot. That needs to be
Jake
the
would be
chant
happy.
around.
I like it. I like
Empty
it,
the lot.
Coach.
Hey, and you're doing, the thing is, there's a lot of people out there, everybody's got a story, whether you're upside down or credit or whatever the issue is, everybody's got stuff in their life. And you come down here, you guys don't judge. You're like, okay, what are we going to do to get you in a vehicle? Let's get you taken care of. And you guys do that.
Yeah, a lot of people just, buying a car is a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
And it can be scary for a lot of people. Me and my staff, we want to help you out. Come on down, say hi. It's super easy. We're not a high pressure dealership. We just want to help you out and sell some cars.
You mentioned that you've got you're the number one Mazda dealership in the state of Utah. And when you do that and you move that kind of inventory, you got great relationships with credit unions and Mazda themselves. So you can bend some arms if you need to.
That's an excellent point. We've got, being the number one Mazda dealership, let's say your credit's not the best. Let's say it's not where a tier one needs to be. We've got those relationships that can help you get that 0%, that 1.9, that 2.9%. So that makes a big difference in your payment, too.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Hundreds of dollars sometimes.
Thousands sometimes. Yeah. I mean, when you add it up over the long term of the loan, that can save you a lot of money.
You got 5s, you got 50s, you got 90s, you got hybrids. I mean, really, the pick of the lot right now.
We've got a great selection. As I mentioned, our 26s are coming in right now. We've got them on the ground, so we've got to get rid of the 25s. So come on down, say hi to us. I'm going to make it super easy. We're going to evaluate your trade. I'm going to give you top dollar for your trade. I need used cars, too. I need some good used Mazda, so come on down. In fact, we don't really even buy any used cars from the auction. We rely on our trade-ins.
Wow, really?
So that's how important it is when you trade a car into us. That's how important it is. I want your Mazda.
Let's go, folks.
Let's go.
It's Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown, Auto Mall Drive off the 106 South exit. You're going to get savings here you're not going to get anywhere else at any other Mazda dealership. Stop by, say hi right here on the Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's another edition of the Holy War as BYU returns home for another chapter in the BYU-Utah rivalry game at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner. A local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. You got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and we're extending our free furnace sale. We still have a few more open spots we're trying to fill on our schedule. Just to recap how the sale works, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. Call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Let's be honest. Shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride. But saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes? That's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West, 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Always a lot of emotions when Utah takes on BYU. Former Ute, now Cougar, Keanu Tanavasa. He expects a few words out there on the field.
I think football is huge, heavily amplified by trash talking, not just off the field, but I would say especially on the field. There's guys that aren't that way, and it's wise. You know, some people need to stay within their own zone, and that's not through communication. I do enjoy, I think that's within my zone, is talking a little bit. And so within these guys, I'm sure I'll hear a bunch of it, considering they know a lot about me and I know a lot about them, but it wouldn't be competition if it wasn't that way.
Brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Best barbecue in the state, in the district in South Jordan. Get there now, and they'll also cater your events. You got parties, holiday get-togethers. Hey, new catering clients get 10% off their first order. Get the catering menu at kennyjbbq.com.
The Holy War is here. The Holy War. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
When I get down there on the field or the game gets closer, the emotion is, I wish I was playing. I miss this.
I miss being part of it. I miss the rush. I miss the excitement. I miss the battle. That's what comes back to me more than anything. And at the same time, it makes me very appreciative of the role that I did play in the BYU Utah history and in that game and the good plays I had, the bad plays I had, all of it. I just appreciate that I was there and a part of it.
The one that obviously is huge for me is the 2008 one when, the cap off an undefeated season and sent us off to the Sugar Bowl was something that was spectacular. We played great on both sides of the ball. The defense forced like 6 turnovers. We scored like 48 points on offense, and we played our best ball that night. So it was definitely a good win.
I think when I first got to BYU, I didn't understand the rivalry all that much. I remember saying a few things my freshman year before going up and playing Utah up there against Alex Smith and Eric Weddle. And after my comments were played across the airwaves every single moment of every single day, oh wow, all right, maybe I should have kept my mouth shut.
I think it's going to be an electric atmosphere. Everything that it entails, good on good. They're both ranked. I mean, this is what you want. Obviously, I think Utah is going to win, but I think it's going to be a close game.
I'll never forget that first actual time experience as a player in 02, and it was at Rice Eccles. I remember just getting off the bus and just getting bombarded by all the Utes, and just from the moment we got off the bus, and then I'm out there on warm-ups, and guys are heckling me. I absolutely loved it. Some guys don't like that or want to engage with the fans, and I gave it back to them. I'm standing there on the sideline, turning around, talking to the fans. I live for that.
The coaching staff has got to get with these guys pregame. The pregame shenanigans are always what you got to watch out for. Somebody gets too emotional, somebody pops off, and really what you're looking for is you got to get through the first 15 plays. You want to make sure you can get through those, and then it's off to the races, and it's mano-a-mano. This whole week, everybody knows each other's coaching staffs. They know the kids. It's all about who gets their kids ready to play better. I really believe that this is a game that's going to come down to the 4 or 5 best players in each team and who balls out and who doesn't.
Holy War coverage on The Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. By the way, join Jake and Ben Tuesday from 10 to noon at Belliston Jewelry in Ogden, 1155 36th Street. Belliston Jewelry, locally made just for you, cherished for generations. Well, this rivalry always cherished for generations. Coach Mack, Lemma Harrington. Hey, Lemma, you grew up in Hawaii.
Yep.
But you were aware of the rivalry.
Sure.
What was it like when you finally experienced it for the first time here?
It was incredible. And BYU and Hawaii had a pretty heated rivalry because of the recruiting wars that had gone on over the years. And Lavelle coming in and Norm Chow at that time being able to pick up some good players out of Hawaii. But when I got to BYU and Utah and being introduced to that, and it really wasn't until my sophomore season that I played in that game, I was blown away at just how heated it was. And even at that point, BYU had consistently been dominant in that matchup. And it wasn't until my senior year. We won every year except for my senior season, which is hard for any buddy to deal with. And so that was rough. But that rivalry, this rivalry between BYU and Utah, I think is the best rivalry in the country. And I don't know that it gets any bigger than this one. The only thing that'd be different is if we were playing in November instead of October.
Yeah.
And the fact that we're both in the Big 12, this is why when people were complaining, Utah fans were like, we're better than you, we're in the Pac-12. And then when Utah gets in the Big 12 and Utah, or BYU gets in the Big 12 and Utah wasn't there yet, it's like, look at us, we're better than you now, and Pac-12 is falling. It's like people need to realize how valuable it is for the state, for the two teams, BYU and Utah, to be in the same conference. Because then you get opportunities like this where there is truly conference implications with this game. The team that wins this game is going to have the best chance, I would say, to get to Arlington and probably play Texas Tech.
Yep.
So that for the players, I think, becomes like a part of the equation, because it's easy to get caught up in all the emotions. But if you can kind of maintain the importance of this game from a conference standpoint, maybe you can, avoid some of the peripheral distractions that become part of this game.
Hey, were you kind of surprised? I was listening to the broadcast, your Lehigh Corner Canyon broadcast. Were you kind of surprised Frank predicted 24-21 for BYU?
Yes, and for those that weren't listening, I actually predicted that on behalf of Frank. I said Frank is, he told me his prediction already, so I shared it with the viewing audience, which was the same prediction that I had, 24-21 in favor of BYU. So, Coach, if you want me to pick for you, I can do that. And 24-21 BYU.
No, 34-31.
I like it. I like
31 Utah. No question.
Yes.
Hey, you were talking about this in the break, Coach. You were saying this is a different year because Utah's got themselves a little offense.
Yeah, well, it's a whole different, deal with Utah. Because last year they had to rely on defense primarily, because of their quarterback situation and their offense. But now their offense is really productive. Quarterback is very good. So what you got is you got a good offense, a good defense, and okay special teams. And I think I think and it's two different styles of defense. In other words, Utah's defense is based on gap control, square slants, more run slants than depth slants, controlling the the matches to make sure that you don't get offensive linemen on the second level. So you basically play in 3-on-2 and in the defense's favor. So there's a lot of things, in other words, like last week, TJ did a great job with the movement. The guys didn't chase, and they just picked up what came, kept their eyes up, and they were in good shape. And the running back had a big game, and the quarterback had a big game. And there was one situation in that game where the right guard, and I think it was just the touchdown that got him into overtime, they ran a slant away, a loop over the top, and the right guard just sat there and waited for the looper. He didn't chase. He stoned the looper, and the quarterback walked in the end zone. So they did a great job of taking advantage of what Arizona does on defense, and it gave us the natural creases. Now this week is different because now this is Utah's more of a square slant team, more run slant, more hold your ground. Let the whip linebacker make a lot of tackles.
Not as much run stunt.
Yeah, so it's a whole different concept. In order for BYU's offensive line to have success, they're going to have to punch through those down guys. And it's not a matter, you can't stand up. You've got to make sure you're low and that you accelerate that hand through, keep the elbow down and the thumb through so you can get through to the next level. If you don't do that, those inside guys will stand you up, and the backer will be free all the time.
Yeah.
So we'll see, what they do, because it'll be a change offensive line technique. It changes your technique a little, but you have to be able to win that battle inside between your 3 to their 2.
I love how you paint that picture, Coach, and it's really important, just picturing Arizona's defense and what they were doing. There are so many different working parts, and what you do is you catch an edge and you let momentum take that defender out of the lane. And what Coach is saying is these Utah defenders, they are forcing gap. They are forcing into combos. They're forcing combos to stay connected on the D-tackle, not to get up to next levels.
Right.
And against Arizona, BYU is living and thriving on next-level pickups.
Yeah, because TJ did a great job of teaching his guys. You step here, that guy goes away, just look for the next guy. Don't look for anything behind you. Don't chase anybody. And they did a great job. And the creases were there. And the running back, of course, had a big day. The quarterback had a big day. And
huge day in between the tackles.
Oh yeah. Well, that's where you're probably not going to get a lot on the edges because of the speed.
Arizona had good speed out there.
Yeah.
Utah's got good speed out there.
Yeah. But you're going to have to, that battle inside between the two guards and the center has to be won if BYU's going to have success. So you got to be looking to see, are you able to punch through to get to the second level, or are they holding you at the LOS and you're not getting any kind of push? Then all of a sudden, all the pluses go to Utah. So we'll see.
How much do you take into account a true freshman in the rivalry game? Did you ever play a true freshman in the rivalry game, Coach?
I think Darnell might have been a true freshman, yeah. And Darnell only lost 2 games as a quarterback at Utah. And he had a, his win percentage was really very high, and usually if we had to set him because of injury or something, he would, but he was very, and he was a big game player, he wasn't pretty, but
he was fast.
Yeah, he was an exceptional competitor.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, that's exceptional competitors, right? I mean, he loved the competition. Pretty cocky, confident guy.
St. Louis high school quarterback, the long line of QBs to come out of that high school in Hawaii.
I tell you what, Ryan.
That's even coming from a Punahou guy, too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's hard for me to say. But you can't argue with the success that St. Louis has had.
No, Ronnie Lee did a great job of training those quarterbacks, and he really developed. They developed a long line of those guys.
Take a break, come back. We're live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown off the 106 South exit. Come on by, hang out, check out the vehicles priced to move. We also have all kinds of opportunities. We've got some food here for you, so make sure to grab a snack or two, and then let's talk some football. Utah, BYU right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Holy War is here. Another chapter in this storied rivalry is about to be written. And only one station brings you complete coverage of the Utes and the Cougars in what could be the biggest matchup in Holy War history.
The Holy War is on.
Listen to the KSL Sports Zone all week long as we break down this game from every angle as the Utes head to Provo to battle the Cougars. Then on game day, catch a special edition of the Holy War pregame show live at UCCU in Provo starting at 4 with a postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I finally did it, Hans. I turned on the furnace last night. Well, I should say my family turned on the furnace while I was at work yesterday.
Oh.
So that means we got that thing churning out the warm weather. It was time. It was cold in our house. But when you do that and you know that you're spending a lot of money on that heating bill, you want to make sure you keep that hot air inside that house. Well, you got to have the right windows. Advanced Windows is going to make that happen for you.
There are people out there that bought a house kind of sight unseen, or they bought an older house when interest rates were low, and you know you're sitting in a home that have gaping holes in the house because you got bad windows. If you've got the aluminum framing or you've got metal framing, if you're seeing it sweat on the inside, you know that you've lost that space in between the two panes. And so it's not efficient. Your house is just leaking energy. You are paying energy you don't need to pay. So turn that around. Actually, Advanced Windows can come in. They can run the diagnostics, and they can show you how much money they can actually save you by putting new windows in just on your power bill and your gas bill alone.
AdvancedWindows.com. Get there now. They'll knock off $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. It's Advanced Windows and AdvancedWindows.com.
Attention high schoolers, are you ready to power up your future? The Hercules Scholarship Competition is officially open. Now through November 1st, you can win up to $2,000 towards your tuition. It's simple. Fill out the application, answer one essay question, submit before November 1st. Don't miss your chance to invest in your future. Apply today at HerculesCU.com for your Hercules Scholarship and make your education unstoppable. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
The weather's cooling off to the lower 70s and 50s at night. Prep your home early for fall and winter with a call to At Your Service Pros, your whole home service professionals, family owned by people like you. At Your Service Pros cares about their customers and know things are tight. And to help with fall prep, they're offering $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. At Your Service is all in the name. They're there for you, giving solutions without unnecessary upsell and backed by 5-star reviews. They want to earn your trust to be your go-to whole home service company for commercial and residential. And they support the community they live and serve. Save money, time, and eliminate expensive home utility repairs by using a pro all completely at your service. $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspection, $75 off any electrical repairs, plus maintenance or replacement with straight up honest work done right, guaranteed. Call AYSP 801-YOUR-PRO at yourservicepros.com. 801-YOUR-PRO at Your Service Pros.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm Future You. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
The Garden Restaurant in downtown Salt Lake. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3. Hearty, healthy, and so craveable. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Tell you what, it's a big game. Utah BYU. Colton Swan getting his linebackers ready to handle the pressure.
Just try to kind of keep them in the moment, keep them doing the same thing over and over. You know, if they can rinse and repeat every week and be efficient at it and be good at it, that's probably the biggest thing. I don't want them to look outside the scope of the job details that they have to do. Just understand the process, what we do every week, and make sure we prepare the right way.
Kenny J Barbecue, the best barbecue in the state of Utah. They'll cater your work party, luncheon, wedding, holiday party. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. You can download that barbecue menu right now at kennyjbbq.com.
The Holy War is here.
The Holy War.
And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
It's
something like I've never been a part of before. It's a hostile rivalry, like with both sides, they hate each other, and it's crazy because a lot of us, we're family, friends, old teammates, like we all know each other, and so that's what makes it more fun for me too, is because like you're going up against your brother in some cases, or friends, you guys you've been friends with a long time, and guys from high school that I went with.
I don't think there's much of a difference. Both teams know it's a really important game. I think both teams know it's not just a regular game, and so yeah, there's not much difference.
Holy War coverage on The Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, make sure to join the KSL Sports Zone at Beehive Mills at our rivalry pregame bash live from UCCU. Enjoy Beehive Mills soup, games, prizes, and tickets to the game itself. Don't miss it. Coming up tomorrow, 4 to 6 at UCCU's Freedom Boulevard branch in Provo. Coach, it's a busy week, but you still got a lot on your plate out there.
Yeah, so I've got one of my ex-players is in a hospital in Orange County. J.W. Smith, his wife Allie is with him. All I want to do, J-Dubs, send my love to you. So we have probably a 40-year, we're going to go back a long ways, special cat. And I know they listen to the show every Friday.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. And
he's in the hospital?
He's in the hospital.
Come on, J-Dub.
Come on, J-Dub.
Yep.
Time to get up and move, my brother.
Yes. Fight through this one.
Yeah, you can't. Hey, you can't lay in the tub and expect to get out. You got to get up and move.
Can't make that club in the tub, J-Dub.
Yeah, but Allie, thank you for taking good care of him. And J-Dub, we're thinking about you today. And
is he on was he one of your originals, or you go back 40 years? Must be one of your original recruits.
Yeah, Long Beach State. Yeah, he played guard for me there. He played for the Rams afterwards, and so he's been, with me every step of the way. He was a line coach at Golden West for a while, and a football guy, and just just a great human being, and a real success story, because the guy came from nothing, and he created, he had a great career in the financial world, and he did so many good things.
How, when you look back at the players that you've been able to probably pull from some neighborhoods that may not have been the best, and they may not have played a down of professional football, but you got them a degree, and you got them opportunities to get in the workplace and make good living for them and their families. I got to imagine that's just as rewarding as seeing a guy in the NFL.
Very important, probably more important, because first of all, getting a degree was a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then getting them out in the real world is another thing. But the guys have done so well, every time I get together with their families, and interesting things. The guys that you had to push the hardest academically, they push their kids harder now. And they always say, don't say anything to my kids about how I was when I played for you. And I say, what do you mean? Yeah, because we don't run our household this way.
Kids hold it against you. Your kids hold it against you.
Oh,
like,
when you were in college, you didn't go to class.
They think it's so funny, and it's like, no, just do as I say, not as I did.
Yeah. So it was pretty funny, because that's happened several times when I get together with families, and then the player will always come over and say, okay, Coach, I know you want to be funny, but let's go easy. Let's go easy when they start asking you about my college career. Yeah.
Let's do that.
I said, well, as long as you're nice to me today, I've got you covered.
Hey, another question for just you as a coach that brought up so many different players. How often did you get asked by former players for a favor, like to put me on staff, to make me a GA, to give me an assistant position, to throw me a bone?
Yeah.
Was that hard for you to have so many former players that you felt responsible for?
Well, the thing is, I told them, okay, here's how you got to start. You start as a GA, you're not making any money, and then you just earn your way. And I said, it may happen and it may not happen, but you just look at all those guys, like Luther, Lewis, Jay, all those guys started out at the bottom and worked their way up. And there were no gifts given, no favoritisms done. They earned their way. And the more they earned their way and did their work, then the more that I would help them. And we have a lot of our ex-players that are, for instance, I think just in Hawaii alone, there's probably 7 of the guys that are head coaches in Hawaii now.
Wow.
And just looking at in the state of Utah, how many ex-BYU players, ex-Utah players are head coaches, assistant coaches. I know Kautai just won his region at Highland, and Marcus is at Skyline, and so on and so forth. But these guys are all giving back.
Yeah, I see him every week.
Yeah.
I see him every week. You're doing a high school game, doing 2 high school games a week, and without fail, I'm running into former BYU, former Utah, players, but a lot of former Utah guys that are out there and they're giving back to the community, and it's a huge deal, as when the kids are coming up, for them to have somebody that has played at that next level, that has given them instruction. I thought Brian Johnson did a great job kind of, giving a blueprint of what that looks like to become a coach, because
wasn't that cool?
Coach Mack was saying, in the beginning you're not going to make any money. And if this is what you really want to do, then you go all in.
And then you just hope that you earn a chance.
Yeah.
Well, Scotty and I we personally watched Jan Jorgensen go through it. He was doing the radio thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Then he went back to did
the mixed martial arts thing, and then he's like, I'm a coach.
Yeah.
I was raised by a coach. I'm a coach. Goes and takes over Helper High School for a head coaching position, and then scrapes and claws, and he's as a GA at BYU, and I think he went down to Southern Utah for a minute.
Yeah.
Then it was the DC at Snow.
And then finally got a shot at New Mexico. Bronco leaves New Mexico, and I talked to Jan in between. I'm like, how we doing, bud? Like, you coming? He's like, I think, but I don't know. And then to watch him finally, land that assistant position, that's why everybody in the world wants Utah State to be successful, because you want guys like Jan Jorgensen.
Jan, we signed Jan at Kentucky when I was there.
As a recruit.
Yeah, as a recruit, before he went on his mission. And then I had left Kentucky, went to Weaver, but when he came back, and then he went to BYU. But he was from the time, the first time when we were down at Camp Carbon, Jan used to ride around with me in my cart, when he was 11 years old or 10 years old.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, oh yeah. So with the Jorgensen family, with the dad, the mom, with the boys, JD. So I had a relationship with them back when they were really young, And the interesting thing, the dad was a big Utah guy, right? Then all of a sudden, Jan's playing at BYU. I see him in the airport, and he's got this big BYU shirt. And I said, come on, dude.
Where's the loyalty?
It's what we do.
Yeah, it's
right?
what we do. I said, hey, I said, a year ago, you'd be drinking beer over here, doing this, and now you saw the light.
Papa J saw the light, man.
We're live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Josh is with us again. Josh, Josh is running the ship by himself because everybody else took off today. So Josh is saying, you know what? It's my chance to shine.
Yes.
So I'm going to be just giving away cars right and left.
Yeah.
They're deals you're going to get right now with Josh. You're not going to get anywhere
Right. I
anytime
just did
else.
a deal over the phone. Lady didn't want to go in, didn't want to deal with it. Picked up the phone, called her. She said, "You made this so easy. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow."
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Super cool.
You know what? You got the 5s, 50s. You can get 0% financing on those.
Yep. We're doing 0% on the 5s and the 50s. Such a great car.
It
You
really
owe it
is.
to yourself to come on down. If you haven't ever looked at Mazda, come on down. Like, just drive one. See how well built they are. See what a great ride. And the comfort, the fit and finish, and that turbo. Oh, my gosh. You know about the turbo.
Oh, the turbo's great. I had it in my 5, and then when Jake was moving me into this 50, he's like, turbo? I'm like, why are you even asking? Because once you get a taste of that turbo, you're not going back.
You're done.
Yeah.
I did that to my wife, and I ruined it.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm not going back to that. I want the turbo, Josh. You know I want that one.
But whatever you need a vehicle to do, you got the third row with the 90s.
And the 90s great.
You got the 70 that's a bigger vehicle. You can go all the way down to the 30.
30's great cars.
Yeah.
You got the turbo in all of those cars, too. You have your regular engine, but you got the turbos, and driving a turbo in those little 3s, oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Like, look out.
That little that 30 hatchback's really cool, too.
It's such a cool car.
Yeah.
It's such a cool car. My son has that car, and he absolutely loves it.
So many cool vehicles. Get them now. It's right here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Josh is going to cut you an incredible deal right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to the Sandman, Adam Sandler, at your Not My Best Friend tour. Sunday, October 26th at the Delta Center. Get tickets to CD or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Dale. He's also a client. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Why did you join the Salt Lake City fat loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What was your goal with your weight loss?
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Were you able to meet that goal, and how were you able to do it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I've still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What helped you be successful at losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
Would you recommend the Salt Lake City fat loss program, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Wow, another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Aloha, it's Reno Mahe, and I want you to join me this Friday at the Pickler in Lehigh for the Social Health 2025 Games and free family community event. It all kicks off at noon, and it's totally free to get in. Bring your family, your friends, and get ready for pickleball, axe throwing, drift kart racetrack, a skate park for kids, RC car races, golf simulator, delicious food trucks, and more. Meet former NFL, BYU, and University of Utah players. We're raising money for Social Health Initiative, a nonprofit giving away proven social health curriculum to schools and first responders. Get a ticket for a chance to win skateboards from Gold Coast and prizes every 15 minutes. And don't forget, entry is free. Let's build community, have fun with friendly competition, and make a difference for the Social Health 2025 Games this Friday from noon to 5 p.m. at the Pickler in Lehigh. I'll see you there.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Holy War is here, and the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Watching Utah on film, really talented team with so many different weapons, and that's in all three phases. And when you know you're going up against Kyle Whittingham and his staff, the players are going to be well coached, they'll be tough, and they'll be physical. What
have you seen from BYU quarterback here, Bob? You know, I'm just going to focus on us this week, our guys, our coaches, so I'm not going to give much thought on the opponent this week. And so really you have to ask them, what they think of Bear.
The things that A-Rod has been able to do when everybody was so concerned about a true freshman leading our team, I think everyone should give him a lot of credit for what he's been able to get done with Bear. And Bear himself deserves that too. But with all that said and done, man, I want to keep him humble. Our goal is to stay humble and stay hungry.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So with the Jorgensen family, Dad was a big Utah guy, right? I see him in the airport and he's got this big BYU shirt. And I said, come on, dude.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. That's Ron McBride, Alema Harrington, and another individual who had a big part in the rivalry, Nate Solberg, joining us right now. Nate, how are you?
The speed guy.
The speed man of Utah. What's up, Nate?
I'm doing good, man. I've been talking to all the kids I train about this rivalry. It's so fun to get everybody's perspective. I tell them my old man days and my stories. It's a fun time.
What cracks me up, Nate walks in, and he's a legend here in the state and a legend with BYU, but Coach Mack's like, oh, he trained all my guys. And Alinda's like, oh, he trained my kids. I'm like, oh, that's crazy. He trained my 4 kids. So if you need a little bit of speed training, you know where to go, the Utah Speed Academy. That thing's going really well for you.
Yeah, it's going good. It's fun to watch kids I trained. Trained Cody Hagan when he was like 10.
Going all
Cody
the way Hagan's
all
a speed
until
demon,
high
man.
school, and doing track stuff with him, and it's fun to watch those guys.
That was a good group that came out of corner that
So
year
good.
during Cody Hagan's time. And those guys were burners.
Cody versus Parker versus Smith, Snowden, like those three were like battling back and forth. So fun to watch.
I saw Parker Kingston. I saw the PFF numbers. They clocked him at a 21.7 mile per hour. Is that?
Usain Bolt's like 26, so. Yeah, maybe.
They had Kingston at 21.7.
On the football field, that's super fast.
Yeah.
Super
in
fast.
pads, carrying a football.
Yeah.
So he hit that deep post, and got past the safety, and I watched the numbers climb. It was like 21.73. He was clocked as the fastest receiver on the field.
He won the 100 his senior year, right?
He did. He beat Cody.
Cody Hagan won the 200.
Cody was coming back from an injury, and Cody gone too. And I was there, and I watched Cody just. I've never seen him so mad. I went, I was like, hey, go get the 2, and he was just so focused and smoked that 2. It was awesome. Yeah,
really.
Yeah, it was a fun day.
How much can kids improve speed? You know, a lot of people just think you're born with it, but how much? And I'm sure that has a lot to do with it. But how much can you take it to the next level?
I think the most important thing that I've seen in the last 20 years I've been doing this, the acceleration aspect of it is what changes. There's so many kids that just start running, and they maybe started running chasing their girlfriend at recess, and that's different than on the field, right? So there's definitely, hey, this soccer player, you're cutting and accelerating all the time. The track guy, you're coming on the blocks, so we need to focus on certain technique things that way. That's where I see 0 to 15 yards is where you're gonna get that improvement if you're taught the right way, and then after that, it's how hard do you work, how hard do you lift, how much are you running on your own. Got some guys that want to get a good 40-yard dash time. They've never sprinted 40 yards. They just sprint 10 to 20 in their sport. So you definitely have to work on that.
Don't know how to even open up past
open up past it. Yeah. So I start with that short stuff, but then the athletes that need it, we move on a little bit.
One thing that I saw with just putting my kids through Nate's thing was watching the vertical increase. Mackie, who's just built like a brick house. She's just all muscle.
Yeah.
He put 4 inches on her vertical. And it's like, geez, okay, I don't even know how that's possible. But it feels like when you go to vertical or out of the blocks, that's all just explosive training.
Yep, definitely. And I didn't have any of that. I mean, I feel like I got that mostly at BYU when I was lifting with the team, but also Leonard Miles Mills was my sprint coach at BYU, and he was an Olympian from Ghana, and just learning those explosive moves, it changes. I actually love training like linebacker, lineman type people because you can see improvements super fast in just little amounts of work.
Is there truth to that you have a certain amount of slow twitch muscle fiber, fast twitch muscle fiber, than some that can be migrated one way or the other?
I think so.
Yeah.
And it's funny, you get like these kids, and there's old school people like, hey, look at that kid, he's got a high calf. Hey, that kid, don't make him a 800 miler, make him a sprinter. So it's funny how you can kind of see that. But I test everybody in a 15-yard dash. And I've got so many kids logged in and what age and what their time is. I can kind of tell, all right, if you really want to be a sprinter, we need to work on this fast twitch.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe baseball's your thing, if you're playing baseball, football. But there's a lot of different things. I see so many different kids, but it's super fun to see what they need.
You ever say, like, maybe band is best for you?
I've definitely thought it. I've definitely, I just tell the parents, I'm not going to lie to any of the parents. I'm like, hey, maybe bowling, but
something less explosive, less physical. You were part of the Croton years too.
I was part of every head coach except for whoever was before Lavelle.
You had Lavelle,
Croton, and Bronco.
Yeah.
All three of them.
What were the Croton? So you would have been a part of the 03?
I was part of the 03. I touched Paris Warren's shoe about this hard and tripped him up, or else it would have been 7-0.
Are you serious?
Yeah, on that snow game, that 3-0. So I got clipped on that play too. Paris wasn't my guy, but I turned and somebody.
I'm just not even surprised.
Yeah, so me neither.
Coach, did you call for the
dirty? You were 99, Coach. You were there. You made sure those receivers, once they didn't catch the ball, they turned and clipped the guy that was on them, so they couldn't go catch those other guys. I ran into Paris a couple years ago, and he was still mad about that. It was hilarious talking to him about that.
Do you remember the 03? What was that game?
The snow game?
The ice bowl?
Yeah.
How tough was that game?
Oh, they're all tough.
They're all miserable, aren't
they? Was that Urban's first year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was Urban?
You're right. That was Urban's first year.
Yeah.
That was Urban's first year.
That was a tough one to be on a defense to hold Utah to 3 points and not get the win.
Yeah.
That was tough. We had our first and second string quarterback was out, but no excuses. You should be able to put four points on the board, right?
So Brian Johnson was on with us.
Yeah, I heard him.
And the first game he mentioned was, I was being recruited. I was at the 03.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
He said that was his first. What didn't he say that was his first exposure to the rivalry game? And he was like, "Yeah, I figured it out pretty quick. Like, this thing has some real implications put on it."
Brian was amazing. The only thing I never got to play against Brian. I think he was playing after me, and he was hurt my senior year when we lost to Utah at 26-23 my senior year, that overtime game.
Yeah.
The Brett Ratliff game where he's decided to run for 1,000 yards and nobody knew it was coming. And that was my senior year. I had 2 broken arms, and it was my last game at LaVell Edwards Stadium. And I was like, I'm not playing, but I'm not dressing. So I dressed up, and I was like acting like I was part of the thing, and did the haka because it was Broncos. They were doing the haka, and Utah players weren't having any of it, and it was they'd come out.
Yeah.
And it was
that was at Rice.
That was
a
pro. That was before. That was when they did the senior thing after the game.
Yeah.
So after the game, it was just like nobody could care less. Everybody left the stadium. Utah's band stayed and played for us.
Yeah,
I'll
Utah man.
I'll never forget that. They just during our senior blanket. I'm like that'll
that deadens the fun.
That to do it, man. I want Utah to win every game but one. But every time this week comes up, I can't stop thinking about them playing during our senior. I'm just like, go home. Like,
let me get my blanket.
Can I get my
We're
blanket?
getting our senior blanket.
This stadium is empty.
Yeah.
You
except
guys,
for that
except
corner.
for that, they're just staying there playing, and like, I should have won. Like, grab
guy,
do something. You know, like I know there's a cheerleader versus a fan. There should have been like a tuba guy versus a player with 2 broken arms. Like, anyway, it was funny.
You know, there's been so many big moments in this thing, but you know, people don't talk about that 05 game. You guys came in heavy favorites in that game.
05 was that was my senior. You talk about the Fiesta Bowl?
Oh, no.
05 was my senior.
Yeah.
That, and I was just coming off of injury, and you were thinking, hey, we just came off that 04 Utah 04. I mean, hats off to them. They're just
thumping. They're a good team.
Unbelievable. So 05, like I lost the 03 game. We lost the 04 game, which we kind of probably knew we were going to lose that one, but then 05, hey, let's and then to lose an overtime game, that was tough.
Who was your quarterback 05?
Beck was John was our quarterback, and Jason was our backup. You know, he's I don't know if he can say the 3 words BYU. No coach over there can somehow get those 3 letters out of their mouth.
They still say TDS.
They still can't say those.
Jason, I gave Jason his first job.
Yeah.
Oh, Jason's awesome.
So he's not a BYU guy. He's a Weber guy.
I love it. Awesome.
He's Weber through and through.
He's a Weber guy. Ask him, hey, his wife, when I saw her up at you, she says, thank you, Coach.
Yeah.
Hey, I said, he's a Weber guy, right? She says, yeah, we're Weber State people.
Hey, what's it like being just watching him grow into what he's been in, and then seeing him put on the Utah red?
Well, you know, he was pretty quiet when he worked for me, you know, and really good man, hardworking guy, you know, understood the discipline of the whole thing, and worked his way up, you know, to where he is today. But he's done a great job with the offense and implement it, because Kyle isn't really, that's not his type of offense.
Yeah.
But he had to, you know, I think he made a decision that this is where we need to go.
Had to get with the times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that, and Jason was a good hire. He's able to bring the quarterback and the receiver with him. And then obviously Chucky was a great hire because he brought the running back with him from Washington State. So everybody.
You got to clarify. Marty
I love it. Calls him Chucky.
Yeah.
I love it.
Hey, by the way, Jason Beck has a top 25 offense.
What?
He's number 24 in the country, 460 yards a game.
No, I tell you what, the quarterback is real, and the left-handed kid is real. He's listed as number.
Bert Ficklin.
Yeah, he's
Be
listed.
careful. Lloyd's a huge Bert Ficklin fan.
What?
Lloyd's going to lose his mind right now.
So am I.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the kid, I watched him, and he played pretty much fourth quarter of the Arizona State game, and the kid has got some magic to him.
I just knowing what Jason does. Jason will just No,
Lloyd, no.
Stop.
Stop.
What?
Hey, he's playing Bird. So
Bird. What's that?
The Bert Ficklin. Lloyd,
who's Bert Ficklin?
Coach, what do you mean? Who's Bert Ficklin?
Lloyd.
That's what I'm saying. Is who the heck?
This is on you, Lloyd.
I'll tell you who Bert Ficklin is, and this is what worries me. Because Jason Beck, he'll scan the field. He'll say, "Who's doing what?"
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, this guy, Bert Ficklin, in the fourth quarter against Arizona State, watch. He'll have a package for him against BYU.
Yeah.
That's what Jason does. He'll be like, "Oh, I did Jackson Benny, Jackson on the end arounds, or Jackson on a quick slant." He'll put him in. You know, if he finds a good blocker, he'll put him in. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Bert Ficklin be a part of the game plan against BYU coming up tomorrow.
Well, hey, let's not tell anybody. Hey,
Coach, you were at practice. Why don't you tell us?
Yeah, what did you see this week,
What
Coach?
did you see?
Oh, yeah, well, I saw a well-organized Utah practice.
Nice.
And guys working, they worked a lot of red zone stuff. In fact, I think probably there were three drills on the defense just predicated to red zone and that they were working on. And they worked a lot with their slant techniques, you know, and making sure everybody was gapped out. And, and, you know, this guy, the guy's kid number 2 that played at BYU that was with us last week.
You're not talking about Smith Snowden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That kid's for real.
Yeah. Oh, he's for real.
Oh, no, the kid can
No
play.
question. Yeah, that kid is a baller.
Because the coach from Arizona State came in with the idea of, okay, we're going to throw deep on this guy.
Yeah. No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
It didn't happen.
Didn't happen. And so, and they were going to play a 4-down game, you know, and that didn't work. And you could tell at the very beginning, you watch Utah warm up, you watch Arizona State warm up, you look at the demeanor of the Arizona State coach, not confident. You know, he's usually a high flyer, but you could see he had a concern, and because he knew his quarterback wasn't good, you know, and Utah was absolutely, they won the game as far as I'm concerned in the warm-ups. I thought the game was over in the warm-ups. Utah was locked in, offensive line, defensive line, everybody locked in.
Where are you going to be for this one? You got some good seats? You want to come up in the booth with us? What do you want to do?
Well, I'm kind
Greg would love that.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm kind of in a quandary of what to do. You know, whether to go, whether to stay home, watch it on TV or whatever.
Hell, I'll get you a Burka Lounger. We'll put it right on the corner.
I like it.
Get you right down on the field with a recliner.
Because they've got a sofa for you up at Rice Eccles, don't they?
Oh yeah, I got one spot there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so if I go to the BYU, I want to sit in the end zone on a chair. I don't want anybody around me. I just want to watch the game. And
if I go to the BYU.
Yeah.
Coach, stop calling it the BYU.
No,
You're just adding fuel to the rivalry fire.
The BYU. That's the best way to address the Cougars.
Here's what used to happen in the old days. When some kid would commit to BYU and tell me they're not coming to Utah, my wife always said, "What did he say? He's going to the BYU?"
So Vicky is responsible.
Did he fast and pray first, and then, hey? And then when the kid said he's going to fast and pray, you know,
he was over.
It's like, oh, okay.
Oh, man, it's all over. Because, and then usually the parents, if the kid fasted and prayed to come out, I'm going to Utah. You better go back in your room and fast and pray again.
Hey, Nate, did you entertain Utah at all? Did they come after you?
I was just going to say, Coach McBride might not remember this. I had a chance, so
you fasted and prayed?
I didn't fast and pray, so maybe I should have. But back in so I won state in the 100 in the long jump, but that's in May, right? I was second team All-State. I rode the coattails of Fahu Tahi. He was the one that got the ball, and if he didn't, 8 guys would get on him, and they'd pitch it out to me. So I had a pretty good high school career, but Fahu was our guy.
Yeah.
So I was a second team All-Stater, And I went to I don't know who decided they might want me as a preferred walk-on, but I met with you. I met with Coach Edwards. I met with Lavelle. And then I also went on a trip to Weber State. And they were able to offer me half football, half track. But I turned it down because I knew I was going to pick BYU Utah. Huh. And honestly, I just told this story earlier today. If Fahu decided on Utah, I probably would have went to Utah. Honestly, I just kind of Fahu's at BYU. I guess I grew up watching both. I grew up going to Utah games, BYU games. So, I was in your office, Coach. You've met too many people to even remember a little peon like me, preferred walk on. But I had
awesome.
those three options, basically the end of right before graduation. Nowadays you recruit out of their junior years.
Yeah.
I was nothing my junior year. I scored one varsity touchdown. Carson Ryan's dad was my quarterback at Granger my junior year. So it's fun to see.
Carson Ryan's
dad was my quarterback.
But who was your coach?
Ray Groth.
Yeah,
Coach Groth.
Ray. I love Ray.
Ray's my guy.
Ray's awesome.
So I grew up in that Granger. Yeah. We were good in the 90s. We were really good.
Right. And then Ray got in some trouble out there.
Yeah, Ray got in some trouble always. They shipped him off to Highland.
They did. Yeah, I mean,
at Tooele first, and then the Highland. Yeah.
How do you get in trouble out there?
He's a football coach at Granger, and I mean, you either loved him or hate him as a parent, as a faculty, as a kid. But I mean, I loved him. He's
a great dude, man.
Yeah.
Hey, we got to get Scotty off.
Where's he going?
He's got a game tonight, Coach.
Utah State, San Jose.
Are you flying to Hawaii?
Nope. Thank goodness.
Yeah, well, tell Kenny I said hello.
I will, for sure.
Hey, I love Kenny.
Oh, Kenny's the best. Absolutely.
Yeah.
By the way, Bronco is still Bronco.
He's got to be, right? He doesn't know any other way.
No.
He's just he's
nope.
one way.
Hey, I tell you, Bronco is a piece of work.
He better be doing pursuit drills all day long. So that's all I'm saying.
I tell you what, he's really good football coach, and and he doesn't think he's funny, but he is funny.
Yeah. He's got some lines there.
Yeah, he does. Come on, Bronco, are you serious?
I did ask him before our coaches show earlier in the week. I'm like, hey, do you miss this week at all? He looks at me, he's like, not for a second.
Not missing it.
Hey, remember, coming up tomorrow, we got you covered right up until the rivalry game. The UCCU, Love Where You Bank, they are providing the coverage of all of our rivalry week coverage, including tomorrow. We got college football Saturday beginning at 10, the best of the rivalry week from noon to 4, and then the Utah BYU pregame show from 4 to 6 at UCCU, Love Where You Bank, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a trip to Hawaii, Bronco Mendenhall has a short week to get ready for a Friday night showdown in Logan against San Jose State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Friday at 6 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
The Holy War is here. The Holy War. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
I think I'm just extremely excited and passionate to be able to take the field with so many individuals that have impacted my career, you know, both at the University of Utah and now being here at BYU. A lot of people could say it's just another game. Obviously, I could feel that it isn't.
You know, I never really heard about it, but then once I got out here, I realized, like, it's a pretty big deal and it's a lot of fun, you know, just like last year, the fans, it was crazy. It was a lot of fun.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. That's Kenny J's Barbecue at kennyjays.com. Great stuff. Amazing barbecue, delicious flavors. Coach, throw your headset on there. So we're talking about, obviously, the rivalry game, and we've gone through a lot of X's and O's. Did you know your primary guys coming into that rivalry game? Did you lean on certain guys and say, all right, rivalry game, I've got my trusted quarterback, or I got a trusted receiver? Did you lean on those veterans, those provens to come into this game at the end of the season?
No, what you do is you see where you thought you had a mismatch, and then you take advantage of the mismatch. And obviously you try to get the ball in the hands of your playmakers and try to take the ball away from the other team's playmakers, you know, and limit, you know, their ability to do certain things. So yeah, and as you know, with game plans, it all can change. You go in with one plan, then all of a sudden things dictate, and you got to do something else, and you make adjustments accordingly, and hopefully you keep up with the speed of the game, and then all of these in the last 20 years. I think most of these games have come down to the fourth quarter. So you've got to win the fourth quarter. You got to win the final 4 minutes. You got to, and the kicking game becomes crucial.
Last year was important.
Yeah. So you're going to find out that this should be a fourth quarter game. It should be the last 4 minutes of the game. It should be, the kicking game should play a large part. If both teams play to their potential and you don't do things to turn the ball over or do stupid stuff, so it's going to be, it's and then which team cares the most, I think there's more people at BYU that are playing that are from the state of Utah that maybe care more about the game. Like Utah has a lot of new offensive players, so they maybe don't have a feel for something like this. They're deep, but our defensive guys remember.
Well, a lot of them are from BYU.
Yeah.
The two edges.
Yeah.
Fano and John Henry Daly.
Oh, yeah. So it'll be, and you usually, games like this, you don't have to tell your players anything. They already know. Hey, you don't have to say, hey, this is a big game week or whatever. No, they know. They're quiet. They come out to practice. They enjoy practice. They get on the bus. They're quiet. They get off the bus. They're ready. The whole thing. And a lot of it is, okay, what's your mindset? What's your mindset when you get on the bus? What's your mindset when you get off the bus? What's your mindset when you're in the locker room? All these things come into play because your thought process and what goes through your mind is key. And, so, and if you got really good leadership on your team, everybody knows, okay, this to live in this state, you have to win this game.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, every Sunday in church, you're going to pay a price.
Well, I was going to say, how much pressure is Kyle feeling, losing the last two over the last 4 years?
Well, obviously, that's probably one of the reasons he came back. And I think he knows the importance of it. And he's, in order to survive in this state as a coach, you need to win that game.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
and you knew that when you took over this job.
Absolutely. And I had an opportunity for 3 jobs the year I took the Utah job. Wisconsin, UNLV, Canadian, but Utah's the only job I wanted because I wanted a piece of BYU. And that was a big thing because, I have total respect for their program, total respect for the players and their coaches because they were, in those 19 out of 21 years.
They were balling.
Oh, I mean, they're good players and they're cocky guys and they're, but the only way you can gain their respect is you have to beat them. And you have to beat them at their place.
Yeah. It can't be a fluke. Oh, we got lucky we beat them.
Yeah,
it's got to be.
You can't be 19 to 21 years, you've won twice. No, it has to be where nobody knows who's going to win.
Yeah.
You walk in there, this game's going to be decided in the fourth quarter. Everybody has good players.
Yeah.
You know, who makes the plays at the end?
Hey, Coach, did you ever have to take on a former assistant coach that became a head coach? Did you ever prepare or have to play against a guy that was your assistant, like in Kalani Sitake being Kyle's defensive coordinator? I just wondered what different layer of preparation that is. And then, you know, with all of the intertwined Sione Pua and Jay Hill and,
So
then Jason Beck, everything that's kind of intertwined here.
Yeah, so it's believe me, they're all loyal to the place they work.
Yeah.
And so all that other stuff goes out the window, you know. So when I was at Weber, we played Gary when he was at Utah State. We played Kyle when he was head coach at Utah. You know, we played, you know, but
okay,
it wasn't going to be, you know, in
just different levels.
Yeah, different levels, but yeah, and you know, Kyle has done a great job at Utah, obviously, and Sitake, you know, has done a great job at BYU. And they, you know, the assistant coaches are really good at both schools. The tradition is good at both schools. So, you know, somebody's going to rise and somebody's going to fall. So,
this is as intertwined as I've seen it.
Yeah,
Emma.
I tell you, I watch all of the media that gets released from BYU, so including yours and Greg's calls, and then they got this great camera that is in the coach's booth that shows them calling the play with a split screen. And they're showing the play. Great stuff. If you're not following BYU's media that they release and the cut every week, which I watch religiously, it's fantastic stuff. But to see Jay Hill, and having covered Jay Hill as a Utah assistant and then as the head coach at Weber State, not to see him call the defense for BYU, and you talk about the intertwined part of this, there's so many guys that have been at one place or the other, and now they're on the other side. And there's a lot of truth to what Coach is saying, is that these guys are all loyal to the team that they're coaching for. Like when Steve Kaufusi went to Utah, he was a Utah guy, and that was evident by all of his relatives, his brothers and cousins that ended up at the University of Utah. And so there's that's very real. But it has gotten to the point, back when I was playing, there wasn't a whole lot of that going on. Now, everybody, Marky Atawaya is at Utah. All of these things that are going on, it's like, okay, like everybody feels like it's not interchangeable necessarily, but the rivalry is the hatred for the other team. It's like, how can I hate, Kyle Whittingham? How can I hate, Morgan Scally? How can I hate, or Marky Atawaya? These guys that are there now, they're friends or even family, and so there's a lot of that goes on that has. I don't know if it's softened it a little bit because it's still emotional, and I think, coaches, you were talking.
Now it's going to become bigger.
Yeah.
Because you're in the same league.
Yeah.
You're going for the same things. So every year now this game is going to become bitter.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a nice, friendly situation because now you've got to beat that team to survive to get where you're going. So the team that wins this game is in the driver's seat.
They are.
Yeah.
It's them and Texas Tech.
This game, yeah. So this game is, and also it puts a perspective on the assistant coaches. It puts a perspective on the players, and so now this thing is going to go back to what it was.
Yeah.
Where the whole state is shut down when you play the game, and this is everything.
Yeah, if they can move this and schedule it in November, like it was in the WAC in the Mountain West, then that elevates it even that much more. And we talked early on this year about, man, what if both these teams come in 6-0? Well, this is as good as it gets. BYU is 6-0 and Utah's 5-1, and this really does, represent who's going to be able to make it or put themselves in the position to go to Arlington and play in the Big 12 championship. This game has that kind of swagger to it.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of, there's obviously a lot of games to be played, but when you look at it, the winner of this game has a good road.
Yeah.
The loser of this game has a tougher road.
Yeah.
So this game has to do with a lot of things.
I'll tell you, I had a really surreal moment last year in this rivalry game at Rice-Eccles Stadium. So I'm up there in the booth calling with Greg, and our broadcast booth is right next to the BYU coach's booth. And I was exhausted. By the time Will Farron kicks through that field goal, I was exhausted. That drive, that stop, all the different officiating things, and I'm trying to decipher what's going on to try to give anybody any type of indicator what's happening on the field. And the end of that game, they kick it through, and I couldn't believe it that BYU pulled that off. And the surreal moment came. My first experience back here in the market was 2006, 2007, was watching Gary Anderson as the D coordinator at Utah, coaching, that crazy defense before they moved into 2008. And I got to know Gary in that moment because, Gary's just a spectacular human being. Gary came through the broadcast door after the win, and to see him all in blue and this big smile and giving him a big bear hug, and we hugged and high-fived, and it was like, this is crazy. I'm looking at the guy that was Utah's defense that just orchestrated a stop to give BYU's offense the opportunity to score and win this game. And I'm looking at this guy. At that moment, I'm like,
that is surreal.
This rivalry game makes no sense.
Yeah.
Because you got brilliant minds on both sides that have been on both sides that are trying to figure out a way to upset their very good friends.
Yeah.
And it's like, how do you make any sense out of that?
Well, it kind of eventually strains your relationship. It
does, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, that's because it has to do with recruiting, has to do with a lot of stuff.
There's stability on the line.
Oh yeah.
All right, we'll take a final quick break, and we'll come back, get you wrapped up, ready for JJ and Alex. That's coming up next.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Rivalry week is here, and Kyle Whittingham and the Utes head south for a battle against BYU in Provo. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bang.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, you want a great idea for the rivalry weekend? How about an order from Bar W Beef? Incredible ribeyes, great New York steaks. You got insane roasts. You got all the things that you're looking for. How about a tomahawk steak? You can order tomahawk steaks right off barw.com. barwbeef.com. You can order those huge 2-pound tomahawk steaks that have the gigantic rib bone, and it's so much fun to cook up for big parties, big birthdays, big important events. barwbeef.com. Remember, when you're using Bar W Beef, you're buying locally produced and processed beef right here from the state of Utah. So it's born in Spanish Fork Canyon, raised on Spanish Fork ground. It's processed in Nephi, and then it's shipped directly to you without ever leaving the state. Support local ranchers. Support a local product. Buy your beef from Bar W Beef at barwbeef.com.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
The Holy War is here. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Between the two teams, there's a lot of similarities statistically. Both rushing for roughly the same amount, throwing for roughly the same amount, scoring roughly the same amount. Defensively, there's a lot of similarities as well, both in the upper third of the conference in most of the key stats, and so should make for a great matchup, and away we go.
The one thing I do know about Morgan Scally and Kyle Whittingham is that they basically pattern the defense off the skill that they have on their team, and that's what we try to do too. So the differences you're gonna see is who we have and what we're trying to highlight, and same thing goes for them, where they can take chances and take some risks. We all cut our teeth the same way. It's just a matter of seeing what our differences will be, and if that actually becomes a competitive advantage for each one of us.
It's like anything, you grow and you learn, and I'm grateful for the opportunity that I have to be here to learn from this staff, and especially Coach Woody.
I love that term chess match. When I think of those guys, it's been a blessing to go against them for the past 3 years. I think it'll just be who can stick to their fundamentals and ultimately who can play with that passion, but keep that engagement and focus that is critical to high performance.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, let's get right down to it. Coach Mack, BYU Utah kicking off at 6 p.m. Big rivalry game. How does it play out?
34-31 Utah.
You got 34-31 University of Utah.
Yeah.
You feel like this is going to be kind of high-scoring game.
Yeah.
Quarterbacks will get their job done. I've already heard yours and Frank's.
I consulted with Frank Dolce, and we have collaborated, and now together we are announcing, Frank and I both, that BYU will win by 3, 24-21.
Frank didn't come up with that.
Thank you, Frank, for that. Because I was sitting on the fence. He's like, of course BYU's going to win. I said, I think you're right.
Frank said that?
Yes, that's what happened.
Oh,
that's exactly what happened.
I know better than that.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my phone the text to come in right now.
I'll give you the actual here. So Frank came on, and he actually fixed his score. He went 28-10 Utah. He thinks it's going to be an 18-point win.
No, that's insane.
Why do you pick it in Frank's name when he didn't say it?
Well, we have that kind of relationship.
Frank accused Alema of being a liar, which I did not like that on the broadcast at all.
That's just inappropriate.
Why did he say that?
Because he's inappropriate.
Because he's a former Utah quarterback.
Did he use that word inappropriate?
I used the word inappropriate.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I did. His behavior was inappropriate.
All right, Coach Mack's got it 34-31. Utah. Alema's got it 24-21.
BYU.
Frank's got it 28-10. So there's your
what do you have?
Official picks. You know, Coach, I got this one as a really good game. I think it's going to be a very...
He sounds like a media guy.
Vote for hands for mayor of Provo.
That's about all I got.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. It's going to come down to how those BYU offensive tackles block in the zone stretch, block in the zone reads, and block on pass sets. Because I think there's a couple of dudes with their hair on fire on Utah's defensive side of the ball.
Well, the other thing is, BYU has a lot of speed on defense. BYU can really run.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, you watch those guys in practice, and I'll tell you what, there's one guy on the defensive side of the ball that can run.
Yep.
I mean, they fly, they change directions. They're very athletic, and Jack will be back. He'll make a difference. He's a huge difference because he's the guy that lights the fire.
Yeah.
We don't need him standing on the sidelines. So, Jack, get rid of that. There's street clothes. Put on the real clothes. Get out there and play.
He'll be ready to go.
He'll be ready. All right, we're live at Tim Daly Mazda in Southtown. Josh hanging out with us one more time. Let's get him out here.
Yeah, come on down. Say hi to us. We've, it's a beautiful day. We got a lot of good things. We got big football games going on, and we got a lot of cars to sell. So come on down, say hi. We got some great incentives on our cars, 0% right now on our 5s and our 50s, and best selection in Utah also.
Nate Solberg came down.
Yep.
He's looking for a used car, and you said, hey, look, we got this, and this, and this on the lot. We'll keep an eye open.
Yeah.
You'll help people through the used car market, too.
Absolutely. And it doesn't matter, not everybody can afford a $30,000, $40,000 car, let me help you out. Let's find you something that could be for your son, your daughter. We've got cars for them too.
Make it a first priority when you're thinking of buying a car, whether it's a new vehicle, a used vehicle, maybe it's the lease, maybe it's a purchase. Come down to Tim Daly Mazda and just take a look at the different offers they've got, because Mazda's always rolling out great incentives. We need to sell some cars this weekend. It's going to be beautiful weather. Come down. That's Tim Daly Mazda in Southtown. Big thanks to Alema, Coach Mack, Josh, Scotty heading up to call the San Jose State Utah State game. We'll see you on Monday, and we'll have a full rundown of what happens
Monday
in the rivalry game.
Monday will be a good day.
We might need a special appearance from Coach Mack or Alema, depending on how this thing plays out.
Depending on how it plays out, yeah.
That's
I tell you what, Alema will be having that BYU thing.
We'll see on Sunday. If the Utah wins, all of a sudden Utah fans, they show up for church. Where you been? Haven't seen you in a long time. And the BYU fans, if BYU loses, they don't show up.
They don't show up. So now when they got the guy, the counter,
The clerk.
The counter. So Bill Earl was our counter, right? I said, Bill, when we beat the BYU, and then I would show up to church where I hadn't been in 2 years or whatever. I walk in there, and
Count me, Bill.
And then everybody in the church is wearing red. Hey, where's Johnny B?
Where's
Johnny B?
Brother Smith?
Why, he's hiding in his house.
I love it, Coach Mack. Big thanks to everybody who joined us as well throughout the week. JJ and Alex next.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to the Sandman, Adam Sandler, at You're Not My Best Friend Tour. Sunday, October 26th at the Delta Center. Get tickets at CD or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Upgrades, repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride, but saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes, that's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU preview show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. With slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides, Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at kennyjsbarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, I'd love to say that we finally arrived to a Football Friday, but tomorrow's just going to be another Football Saturday. We're going to have it all dialed up, but we did arrive. It is Football Friday right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are, again, in the shadow of the Delta Center, or Delta Center, however you prefer to do the pronunciation. We are here in front of Delta Center. Don't use articles. We're Eastern European. Come on, man. I'm out here in front of Delta Center with Stevenson Sylvester, Sly, nice enough to hang out on a Football Friday. He's got not just short sleeves on, he's got no sleeves on today.
He's in game form.
He's got shorts on.
He did not look at the weather forecast, and I love that he didn't.
JJ and I took.
He doesn't care. It's game week.
JJ and I apparently took dressing lessons from our aunts who sent us out the door. Don't forget a couple of different layers, boys.
A lot of people were worried about my well-being today, and
Yeah.
so I made sure to bring a jacket.
Jeremiah, do you have your third layer? I just don't want you to get too cold. You can always take things off, but you can't add things if you don't have them.
I packed some chicken soup, too.
Alex, which aunt was that?
Oh, none of my aunts.
That sounded like somebody's aunt you know.
It's none of my aunts. No. My mom would definitely. My dad was always funny because he's like, no shoes out here, huh? I'm like, nope. I was a no shoes and shorts guy.
Oh, really?
I didn't care about the weather. And now it's funny because I'm running my kids down and going, put your dadgum shoes on. And then I look in the mirror and go, who have you become?
Right.
We all become our parents at some
Who's
point.
this guy? Who's this guy?
I know.
So those commercials, what? I forgot. What,
Yeah, becoming a dad,
It's
progressive.
Geico or
Geico,
Progressive,
yeah.
like one of those.
Yeah, that's me.
Why do
Yeah.
I love those commercials?
Because
I need a
don't know
coach.
how.
I need a coach because I am my dad.
I don't know how, but I have definitely those things hit hard because they are talking to.
They're so true.
They're talking to the 30 to 40 somethings right now, which is where we're at.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And it's making fun of us because we made fun of our parents, and then those commercials are getting back at us going, you thought you knew.
You thought.
You thought you knew.
Well,
and now you're
fellas.
going, I think I could actually do something with that chuck roast. Keep it in the freezer. That is.
What, are you born in a barn?
I know.
I catch myself saying that. I was like, dang it.
We become those.
I love the one where it's like that random wood piece that you save from
Oh
scrap
yeah,
wood.
that's an internet meme with that dad. He's like,
You never know when you're going to
he's
need
like,
it.
yeah, and he's digging.
I
through
have
there.
several of those in my garage.
I have one that goes like this and one that goes like
Wait
this.
a
I
minute.
can't
Wait
throw
a
away
minute.
lumber.
No way, no way. The celebrating that they do too.
Oh,
the
yeah.
dad and the son. Yeah, it's
Oh,
great.
yeah. I knew I'd need this one day.
And they're putting together some garbage.
Yeah.
They're piecemealing together a bed frame of some kind. All right. Welcome to the program. Bunch of dads trying to get their lives together.
Dads, how about
talking
that?
about sports. Yeah.
Plural, guys.
I know. Welcome to the club.
Newly minted.
Yeah,
Sly.
But now at this
in the
point,
dad club.
Now at this point, you're probably, I don't know, at least 100 diapers in your life right now, right? I wish I would have kept tabs.
100?
I don't know. No, that you've personally changed. I don't know how many you've changed personally. I wish I would have kept tabs. That's one of those things when you get to the pearly gates.
You
they're like,
might
what
have
would
approached Guinness Book of World
That's
Records.
what I'm saying. They go, what do you want to know?
Levels of
What do you
diaper
want to
changing.
know? Anything you want to know? I go, tell me the exact number of diapers
I wanna
that it
know,
was. I want to
what's
know
your
the number.
fastest diaper change?
Man, I was like a pit stop at NASCAR, man. I had a system.
It's not about how fast you do it. It's the weird places I've had to do it.
Yeah, that too. That
We
too.
did say, what was that, Weber this year? I seen a guy changing a baby in the middle of the yard. He's like, I'm not trying to miss any of the game.
No. I've done
And
it.
I'm just like, you ain't going to take the kid anywhere? He's like, nope,
No,
he's
I've
fine.
done some. I've wilded out on some places that I've changed these kids, and I'm like, deal with it.
It's
You know what I
fine.
mean? Pumpkin patch, you're on bare corn.
Oh, stop.
You're on bare corn stalks. We got to do this. We're not walking back out and going
That's
back
why
in.
that kid has an allergy now. It's your
Diaper
fault.
rash for days.
I don't know why we got started off on this mode, but here we are. It's a Football Friday. Stevenson Sylvester, myself, and Jeremiah Jensen, and we are outside Delta Center. Game 2, home game 2 for the Utah Mammoth, who snuck a 3-1 win over Calgary the other night. That was a nice one. We'll see how they do tonight. As game number 2 approaches, we chatted with Bear, of course, yesterday, and that was a big deal. We're trying to figure out what this team's got to do to score some more goals because, frankly, that's what's lacking, right? But they are one of the best defenses in the league right now. They are one of the best to hold teams to not very many shots during the game, and so I'm interested to see when the goal totals start to the pucks start to go in, as Bear would say yesterday.
The Sharks are in town. Tonight would be a good night.
But I was getting nervous about that team's supposed to be
I don't think
bad.
the Bruins are good either. So
who knows?
Should be a good weekend.
Who knows? All right. We got lots to do, though. It's a Football Friday. It's rivalry week. We're going to get you kicked off right here. Starting things off with the cut, top of the program. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJANwealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Let's talk a little bit about about this rivalry itself. I want to know about. We've been interviewed, by the way. If you want to go back and listen to any of our interviews during rivalry week.
Yeah, who'd you guys have this week?
Oh, JJ, at this point, it's a blur, right? I mean, it's at least
Hunter Dimmick.
There's at least a Zach Moss.
Zach Moss we had Wednesday.
We had Andy Phillips
yesterday.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of. We usually had we at least had one Utah dude and a BYU dude every day. And
Jaron Hall yesterday.
Jaron Hall yesterday. We've had. I'm trying to think. We're missing some people, but for sure,
David Nixon was on.
Yeah, we've
good old Nix.
Yeah, we've done a ton of it, and I don't know. I started thinking
with
about
Jordan Gross on Monday.
And yes, Jordan Gross on Monday. Sly, let's talk about your life inside of the rivalry in the context of, because you had a phenomenal career as a Ute, and you had things that were bigger than this game in your career, and yet this one always comes back around to us. We get to address this game every year. There's not a Utah versus Alabama every year. There's not a this is a totally different deal. So your relationship with the rivalry week, with the rivalry game when you were a player versus what it is now, what has it become? What was it like when you were a player?
Man, it really didn't hit me until after my freshman year. I had to play at least one game to truly understand it, right? When you first come in, everybody's talking about it, but, it really doesn't mean anything until you've played that game.
We had that discussion this week. People are always like, oh, no, my brother played in this. He told me all about it.
It's Devin Dampier's talking this week. Yeah, Dorian told me about it.
No one doesn't matter until you're actually in it, right?
Until you're in it, right? And people could tell you all of that stuff, and, it just doesn't – it just never impacted me. And so I love hearing the stories from guys that grew up around it. I went to this game. I went to this particular game. I saw this. And you can see their eyes light up as they're telling the stories, and you can see how passionate about it is. And that's really understand how important it is, not just for you and you being a part of it, but you're a part of somebody's story, right? And you want them to be able to, I remember when Sly did X, Y, Z in his game. So that's why as a player, it hits home for that, but it really doesn't hit you until you've actually been in it. You feel the energy, you feel that crowd, whether it's home or away. And, man, it's special, man. I can't even tell you, my blood's been boiling all week. Honestly, probably since last November when we played them. Because that game last year, anybody that's on the team that was in that game last year, you feel that, right? You'll be like, we got to get some get back, right? We had 9 straight. We're going for 10 straight. That's when they won in 21. We were
it's
going
been 2 in a row for BYU, but last year was, painful because of the way it ended.
Right.
The controversy in the final minute, being so close.
A
game that might have shifted Utah's season last year if they would have pulled that off.
Exactly. And all the BYU fans that came at me for my remarks on Sunday night. And I'm just like, it's so stupid because I can pull up any BYU film and say that, right? But, it's just the heat of the moment, and it's crazy, and you love your team, and I think that's what it's all about. You love your team, right? We talk about it all the time. I love good football. I love good matchups. I just don't want a tight game with my team.
Right.
Right? And that's what happens in these rivalry games. It's always tight. I remember every single year it was within 3 points was the determination of that score, man. So I absolutely love this game, what it does for the city, what it does for the people who play. It is the definition of why you love football.
What I love about the game this year, Sly, and you know it, you were in it, you played in several of them, and you continue to live in this community, and so you've been a part of it ever since. But the nation doesn't know. Honestly, we've witnessed some of these incredible moments over the years, and these great games, great players, great tradition, great coaches. There's so much greatness in this rivalry, but it's been very I almost want to call it a bubble. Like, not everybody in the country has been able to appreciate the greatness of it, the history of it, everything.
Right.
That's going to change tonight. That's going to change on Saturday night because both of these teams are ranked. Mm-hmm. Both of these teams are in a power conference now. And the winner of this game is going to be on track to go to the Big 12 championship game. That's the way it's shaping up right now. This is going to be a springboard one way or the other for one of these teams to get there. This rivalry is going to be exposed this weekend to a lot of people around the country who have never seen it. And that's exciting to me because I would love to see the nation appreciate what this is and what it's about.
Yeah, I think that's the difference too, right? I like, when's the last time this rivalry game had so much on the line?
2009?
But even then, did it have this much?
No.
Right.
Because that was back in the days. It was, Mountain West.
Right.
And,
there was
the
no
winner was
CFP
going to the
at
Las
that point.
Vegas Bowl, right?
Right. And so, like,
they were ranked in 2009, but
2008 we were ranked, same thing, but it's never been like this.
Yeah,
we're ranked 21 or 23, whatever we are. And BYU's ranked 15, but there's so much else. As the stuff all you alluded to, right?
Yeah.
The history, the nation notoriety, the conference championship position, the CFP position, springboarding yourself within the conference of knowing who is the person to look out for. This is potentially a game that you look for the future, right? The future of this conference, the future of what it is.
The Big 12 needs this rivalry.
The Big 12 needs this, and I think they were looking forward to this, and this is actually happening probably a lot sooner than Big 12 was anticipating.
Right.
They knew that it had this type of fervor, but, like, it's like this, right? The juice of the game last year, that's what everybody's talking about is what type of game it was last year, right? You got big noon kickoff coming to cover another Utah game in the first 6 weeks of the season. Like that's huge. So both of these teams bring a lot. I remember what you said early in the season before the season started. There's potential where both of these teams could be undefeated going into playing each other.
It was
right?
as close as you can come without.
It's as close as you
it's
can
that
come.
one loss for Utah, and that's
that fourth
it.
quarter in Texas Tech was just awful. But, like, there's just so much behind this game that's providing the excitement that everybody should get behind, man. So I'm absolutely loving it. So much so that you guys want to shotgun a bull with me?
Are we going to ride the bull?
We're going to shotgun
We're
going to
ride the bull.
Okay, right here, baby.
Here's Stevenson.
Sly's riding the bull.
He hit the hey.
He has wings.
I was going to say.
Yes, folks.
A little early, Sly. It's only 3:20 in the afternoon.
Again,
what did Adam Sandler say on Happy Gilmore? Only 365 days to try out to got to pump it up. It's never too early.
Are you going to the batting cage right now?
Let's go, baby.
I wondered what was going on over here. I go. Last week he's taking chocolate milk shots.
Hey, man, if you're going to tailgate, you got to tailgate.
Now we're shotgunning.
Hey, I felt great all weekend. I got my protein last weekend. And none of the lactose. It was great.
I felt terrible.
Come on.
They were like, "What's going on?" I go, "Huh, something's going on in my gut right now."
What
did you have to eat? Nothing.
I got to experience the fair life.
Yes. Dude, oh no, it had nothing to do with it. It was just an amount of sugar I was not used to. Because like you could say Fairlife, it doesn't, it's lactose free, it's high in protein. I was like, yeah, but I'm dunking Nutty Buddies into this thing, okay?
Well, you didn't have to add that
Nobody
part.
Nobody said do your Lunchable and do that.
Oh my gosh.
There.
Yeah, we graduated from Lunchables to Red Bull this week. We're making progress.
Very wild. Well, let's talk a little bit about what some of the things have been in this game, in this rivalry game. At KSLSports.com, there is a listing of the 5 biggest wins in BYU's history and 5 biggest wins in Utah's history in the rivalry. Tell me if you agree or disagree with any of these. Or the thing about this is, for me, it's not even about the games having that legendary moment. Like everybody remembers those moments, and last year became one of them, right? Because of the post game and what happened with that, and Mark Harlan and all that involvement. And it was 21-22, right? That's how the thing ended. But there are things that you say. The Brandon Burton block, people know what you're talking about. You talk about in the case of, and again, like I said, go to KSLSports.com and you can read up. I'll look at the BYU ones real quick and tell me if we're missing any of these. 2006, Beck to Harline.
That's probably the most memorable BYU win that fans will. If fans, you ask diehard BYU fans, especially of our generation, Beck to Harline's number one on the list.
What's crazy about the Beck to Harline one was BYU was favored in that game.
Oh yeah,
at Rice Eccles, they were a team that had a lot more like notable names on that list that were impactful, and yet it came down to the last play of the game and an insane last wild play of the game. Now, Brian Priest, who put this together for us at KSL Sports, he put in the 2021 26-17 win. We talked to Jaron Hall about that yesterday. He was the quarterback in that game, and it was wild to talk about the names that were involved in that game. His running back was Tyler Algier. His wide receiver is Puka Nakua.
The talent in that game was off the
Dalton
charts.
Kincaid,
both sides.
Yes, Dalton Kincaid's there. Mekhi Bernard runs for
Brant
150. Brant Keithy's on the team. And who did they have to throw to him? Charlie Brewer. Which I know Utah fans are looking back now.
While Cam Rising standing on the sideline.
It wasn't until the next week that everyone goes, maybe we give that number 7 guy a shot. Right?
One of the most bizarre things Utah's
listen,
done to the quarterback position in the time I've covered them was that whole
about
situation in 2021.
Think about how wild that year.
I know he was coming off shoulder surgery, but still.
Right. Think about how wild that year ended up being, because at the end of all of it, we were all sitting at the Rose Bowl watching Utah with his Pac-12 champs.
What the heck were we doing at the beginning of the season?
Right.
I know Utah fans are just like.
But
the reason that was a big one for BYU, I'm assuming he put it on there because they were going in.
It ended the streak.
Yeah, it ended.
And I don't think
yes.
if you're a BYU fan and you lived through the 2010s, through the independence era, and you had to go through, what was it, how many, 9 in a row?
9 in a row.
9 in a row? That was pain. That was pain. And in 2021, to win a game like that and to win it convincingly was something that BYU fans had been praying for a decade.
Right.
So was it the most memorable game in the series? No. Was it the most meaningful to BYU fans in the last 10, 15 years? Absolutely, because it ended that streak. And that streak was so painful for so many BYU fans. There was a website that had a counter on it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And it continued for a decade.
Yeah.
To put all that to bed was such a relief for BYU fans, and look what's happened since. The program has they got the Big 12 invite. It was just right around that time.
It was that exact. I think it was
everything
the week before.
turned.
Yeah.
Everything turned in that moment. It was more than just the win. It was everything else that came with it.
Lots of babies named Jaron.
Yes.
After that night.
That were made right before
Utah.
Sunday
County
service.
Oh yeah.
In 1989, 70-31, that was coming off of getting beat the year before.
That was a big game.
Badly up at Rice Eccles by Scott Mitchell and company up there.
Ty Detmer dropping 70 on the Utes.
Now, he put 1977's 38-8 win. You don't think of that one as being like one of the biggest wins because it was a 30-point win for BYU. But Mark Wilson, obviously a guy who is one of the greats and was one of the early additions of QBU, right? He puts up 571 yards and 5 touchdowns through the air. Still remains as a record in the rivalry for itself. Are they missing any, JJ? Because I was thinking about it. And I was like, 17-10 in 2007 when Max Hall was it quarterback there.
I think historically, I mean, if you're going to look at it from a historical perspective, I can't remember. I should have wrote this down. I can't remember what year it was, but back in the 50s, there was a long Utah winning streak, and BYU beat them. And I think they carried – there's old footage of somebody being carried off a field. It was a big deal for BYU because, BYU for a long time.
Eldon Forte coming off the field.
Well, yeah, it was. It was even right before that era. So I'd have to go way back then. But you got them right. I mean, there's as far as BYU goes, I think 2017 was on there too. 2007. Magic happens.
The 17-10 one.
Yeah. That was a crazy.
That was 4th and 18. We talked about that.
We're opening wounds for Sly here.
Yeah, but look, Utah's
that era of BYU Utah was intense because both programs were so good and so competitive. And
you had no idea who was going to win those games.
No, and those were, you'll look back, those are great BYU and Utah teams with a lot of talent that ended up in the NFL. That was a golden age of the rivalry because the games are so good and so much was on the line then. I feel like we're entering another stage of that in the Big 12 era.
I've been in both of these stadiums multiple times during this rivalry. And number 5 on the list for the Utah list of top 5 wins, I can't disagree with it being on the list because I've never been at Rice Eccles Stadium when it melted down more than the comeback in 2018 when BYU was up 20-0 at the half. And
I believe it's the greatest comeback in the rivalry's history.
The pick six in the second half. Jason Shelley leading Utah, of course, and they end up getting that win 35-27 there at Rice-Eccles Stadium. I've never been in a louder environment. In fact, I did the first half where I was sitting over on the BYU sideline. I did the second half standing next to actually Andy Phillips and Tom Hackett during the second half, and I just remember watching how this thing was going down and the intensity on Coach Witt's face. By the way, it never changed. Like, crazy stuff's happening throughout the game, and his face is not changing. He's this, steeled, crazy field general, right, out there. You can just picture him.
I know that well.
Nothing shook him. It seemed like nothing shook him, and so that whole place melting down. That was number 5. Number 4 was in 1988. Like I said, I mentioned the Scott Mitchell, 384 yards. They won 57-28 in that game. It was a blowout.
Ended a 10-year drought for Utah in the series.
54-10. I remember being up in the booth for that one.
John White.
It was a crazy. I think in 2011. Oh boy, I'm trying to think in 2011 because it wasn't Harvey Longy.
Harvey Longy was on the Utes.
Harvey played on the Utah.
He played in that game for Utah.
So Harvey was on that 2011 Utah team, and then and they went. I just remember it being, I don't know what it was at the half. Maybe it wasn't super bad, but it ended up being just an absolute train wreck. I'd never seen people file
Jake
out of.
Heaps getting thrown around like a rag doll by Derek Shelby.
I've never seen a group of fans walk out of Rice-Eccles Stadium in the rivalry at LaVell Edwards Stadium that quickly.
That was. I just remember Trevor Riley's play.
Yes,
and
Trevor had a game that night.
The Julian Blackman.
That was his breakout.
Yeah.
No, that was in the 2018 game. The Julian Blackman.
18 and 19, Julian had big games.
Week 11.
Blowouts are so rare in the series that's why that game really stood out for Utah.
Speaking of blowouts, yes, 54-10, but then 52-21 in 2004, and then in 2008, I'll add that one on there because I know that was one you were a part of. But that 48-24 game, that was not even close.
So much was at stake.
It was close.
And that BYU team was really good.
They were a good. It was a good BYU team, and it just ended up you just couldn't stop that Utah team.
Yeah, our defense just put it on them, and Max Hall really felt it that night.
Yep, the turnovers were the difference in that game.
They just couldn't overcome them, and our offense just started to turn it on. And that second half, we just turned it up, so it was good.
Take your pick of 34 to 31s in the series.
Well, let me say, 93 was important.
Yes,
93 was the turning point in the rivalry because from that point on, that was a signal to kick a 56-yard field goal to win it in LaVell Edwards Stadium was a signal to BYU that everything has changed. Ron McBride has changed his program, and from then on, it was back and forth. I think the Utes won 3 in a row, 93, 94, 95, and then they won again in 97.
Can we get an explanation of why there's a discrepancy between the two programs on the record?
Of course, why wouldn't there be?
What?
They're not going to agree on anything.
Well, here's the thing: Utah's still in the front, but
technically weren't a university until they started doing. Yeah, there was a lot of
Let's just say BYU didn't win a lot of those games that aren't counted before
between
1922.
Between 1897 and 2000 or in 1922. BYU pretends that era didn't happen because there was a lot of 12-0. The Utah Utes took it from the BYU Cougars. I don't even know if they were Cougars back then. Or if it was just
it wasn't even radio back then, was there?
In 22 there was. KSL radio.
That's right.
1922.
All right. Year one.
I don't know if they have the broadcast rights back then, but was I'm trying to think if Paul James was making those.
Probably bought them for a shilling.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go on our Football Friday, getting things started off right, reminiscing about some of these games. Let's get to the here and now with the games that happened last week. That Arizona State thumping by the Utes up there at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Boy, they needed that. And BYU escaping the desert with a double overtime win for the freshman quarterback Bear Bachmeier to get to 6-0 on the season and to stay perfect and to move up in those rankings. We'll come back. We'll break it all down next. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Southbound slowing in the normal spot of I-15 from Murray to Bluffdale in place a little earlier than usual, and there's also northbound I-15 slowing coming from an earlier accident, moving below the normal pace in several spots from the point of the mountain up into Sandy. Advanced Window Products, get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's another edition of the Holy War as BYU returns home for another chapter in the BYU-Utah rivalry game at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you want to avoid your furnace breaking down this winter, the best thing you can do is stay on top of your furnace's annual maintenance. If you do find yourself with a furnace blowing cold air, Any Hour Services technicians service all brands, and they can usually get to you pretty quick. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Whether you need maintenance, repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, the technicians at Any Hour Services can help you keep your home comfortable all winter long. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
For 70 years, Les Olson IT has helped businesses succeed, and for the past decade, we've been your trusted managed service provider, delivering stability and innovation to protect what matters most. This October, during National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, remember, your business needs protection on every front, physical and digital. From advanced cybersecurity to secure office technology, Les Olson IT has the tools to keep you safe. Call this month for a free network assessment, including a full cybersecurity risk evaluation.
Les Olson IT.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride. But saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes? That's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West, 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Mills is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMills.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMills.com.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
From sunrise tailgates to the final whistle, keep your edge with Bucked Up Energy. Zero sugar, legendary flavors, clean performance. Stop by 7-Eleven, Maverick, or Holiday Oil. Pick up your favorite Bucked Up can and stay dialed in through every Cougar touchdown. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy. Utah born, Cougar strong. Ready when you are.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU defensive tackle Keanu Tanavasa, who's played for both teams in this rivalry now, talks about his excitement for the rivalry game.
I think I'm just extremely excited and passionate to be able to take the field with so many individuals that have impacted my career, both at the University of Utah and now being here at BYU. A lot of people could say it's just another game. Obviously, I could feel that it isn't, but I've never had this game just circled because I believe that, every game deserves the fullness of my energy at that time.
You know what deserves the fullness of my energy? Kenny J's Barbecue. They will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Hot and Cold's next on a Football Friday. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Holy War is here. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
I do enjoy, I think that's within my zone, is talking a little bit. And so within these guys, I'm sure I'll hear a bunch of it, considering they know a lot about me and I know a lot about them. But it wouldn't be competition if it wasn't that way.
I mean, they got a great offense, right? They got a lot of moving parts, and, they got a great team in general. And so I'm just fired up to go into this game, go into the BYU Stadium, and go play some Utah football.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bang. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You want me to snort them?
I just thought you were getting weird because you got
Sly's riding the bull. I got a little jealous.
Sly shotgun the Red Bull, and so I look over at you, and I thought
That's
I
a
heard,
Football Friday and rivalry. Let's get crazy.
Let's get crazy.
Let's snort some nerds.
I thought you snorted some nerds. I'm like,
bad timing on the chew. Sorry, I didn't think that was going to go over there.
Nothing has been more rivalry. They're like, did you bring the nerds? Set them up on my phone, dude.
It's an underrated sugar candy. It really is.
All right, welcome to the program. Thanks,
especially
for
the
being
gummy
with us.
nerds. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. It started with just the nerds rope.
Yeah.
And then and what's funny is it got a big following because people who run like marathons and stuff, they found out that like whatever the combo of that type of sugar
gives you a quick boost.
Yeah. Versus Anyway, listen. We can do this hot candy talk another time.
Yeah, look at you guys. I'm sitting over here.
Sly, don't act like you don't know. Don't act like you don't judge people.
The
for
guy
their
that brought a box of Nutty Buddies to our
Hey,
last
man.
Football Friday is like, oh, come on, guys, eat healthier.
So you're saying you didn't have a good time?
You know what's funny is that you guys remember the movie Alive? Where it's like, the
rugby movie,
the rugby team.
Yeah. It's dark. They did a remake too.
Yeah, it wasn't a cannibalism thing, but I did at one point accidentally stumble upon. Like, I was kind of rifling through my car this week, and because I was like, man, I am so hungry right now. And I found a box of Nutty Buddies. And I was like, what? But they were crushed. They had been, like, stepped on. Like, not a box. It was from last week. I had my bag had smushed 2 of them, and
And
that
your
was
heart was just devastated.
I had just no because I did because that was one of the things is before they resorted to eating one another on this airplane crash up in the mountains in the Andes. They had all these chocolates that they were fighting over and just smushed chopped up chips and stuff. And I felt like that. I was in the back of the car. I was like, I'm not trying to get it. I was like, that's how desperate I was for treats this week. So
that's sad.
Yeah.
What's the Pilgrim story when they were traveling out west? In the
Donner
80s?
Party?
The Donner Party. That sounds like a Donner Party.
Over the
story.
Sierras.
Yeah. It's definitely a Donner Party story.
There's one thing about eating your buddy, but just eating nutty
Eating
buddies
your
is funny. Eating your buddy versus eating a nutty buddy. I choose the latter.
Yeah, definitely a nutty buddy in that context.
Oh, boy, the show just got weird, and I apologize. It's all my fault.
I don't know. Maybe Doug is underrated. I don't know.
Let me see here. So first one up here on this conversation. Let's chat a little bit about, from this week, the 42-10 whooping that Utah put on Arizona State. From a moment of a big sigh of relief standpoint, Sly, was
So
that
what
the
do we
feeling?
get when we get close to the wins? I know, JJ, you've gotten one. I think my score, Alex didn't write mine down.
You were
but
close.
I was
Last week?
38-13, I believe.
In that game? Yeah, and I had done one.
You almost nailed perfectly the BYU Arizona score.
The
West
Virginia game, I was maybe 2 or 3 points off also on one of them. But I don't think we've had anybody hit totally on that yet. But, the 42-10, though, I was – people were talking a lot about how when they revealed that definitely Sam Leavitt was going to be out. And I think we all kind of adjusted our scores accordingly with that. But I didn't know – it was going to be that lopsided. And I will say, too, Sam Leavitt wasn't in the game. You're right. But Sam Leavitt doesn't play defense. And that Arizona State defense, it was like the whole team took a massive, we don't have our guy. It helps. It helps to have your leaders. How big of a difference was that to be able to get that win at home? All people talked about all week long, Sly, was that 5 or 6 game losing streak at home in conference play for the Utes, which is so uncharacteristic. To be able to get that win, what was the vibe with the team after that?
Oh, it was spectacular, which is funny because after that meeting, was it Monday press conference where whoever asked the question actually educated Coach Whittingham that he doesn't have a conference win. He didn't even know at that time. But talking to all the players, Coach Whitt talked about it all week.
Really?
Yes. And so he's like, the players definitely, because nobody knew it until that moment, and Coach Whitt made sure that it was a thing. So the Utes came out with some energy, right? The whole start of the game was just where I was so, I don't know what the word is, but I was discombobulated. I had no idea what was going on from the rain, the weather.
It was a weird day.
It was like 8 minutes before kickoff, and I was still in the booth.
Yeah, because they were.
I thought we were going to go back on the pregame show to end it. And they were like, no, the game starts in like 5 minutes. I'm like, oh, I got to pack my stuff and get my butt downstairs.
I got work to do.
Yeah, and so I didn't even know because they were still warming up because they went straight from warm-ups to staying on the football field to kickoff.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting them to go back into the locker room, yada, yada, yada. So it was just a very different vibe, but the team was just so locked in that it didn't matter if Sam Leavitt was in the game. Those guys wanted that whole bye week, whatever they did the bye week, we talked about tackling. We talked about QB run game, what was important, how do you get better, how do you actually fix those things. And tackling is a mindset, right? And there was just a lot going on at the beginning of the season, in the first 5-6 weeks of the season, that if you got some rest, you're able to recalibrate and those things. I don't think we had tackling issues in that game. Even with Jeff Sims, being able to run around a little bit. The tackling issues wasn't hitting. Defense was sound, right? And when we were able to play complementary football, that's when you see the points on the scoreboard, right? And that's what we were able to see in that game was complementary football. Devin Dampier healthy, which we haven't seen in the last few weeks. But it's just primed, and we're getting ready for this huge rivalry game tomorrow night.
Yeah, their ability to run the football the way they did with Dampier was that really popped to me.
200 yards in like the first half.
Insane. And that's what we all envisioned Devin being. Right. We saw the clips from New Mexico. It's like, if Utah has a quarterback that could do this with that defense, then Utah's going to be really good. And the Texas Tech game was kind of a letdown because he wasn't able to do those things. And you're thinking to yourself, wait a minute, we were sold that it was going to be this, and this. Right. We didn't know about the injury during the game. We knew about it after.
Because you don't make excuses. If you're out there on the football field, you're out there on the football field. That's
that's true, and I get that. And So you were wondering ever since then what's going on with Utah, and I felt like in that game against Arizona State we needed to see them just absolutely blow the doors off of them.
And that's what happened.
I talked about it going into the game.
Yeah.
Is like, there's no excuse here. The weather's going to be bad.
No excuse.
It's nighttime at Rice-Eccles Stadium. There's no Sam Levitt.
Yeah.
Utah needs to go out there and make a statement, and I felt like they did. It was complete dominance from start to finish. They could have had Tom Brady. They could have had, I don't know, pick your Josh Allen out there
They were locked
on
in.
Saturday.
Right.
It wasn't going to matter. They dominated that game on both in every phase.
Yeah.
Every phase of the game.
Yeah, and Alex, to answer your question with the Sam Levitt stuff, sorry, I kind of squirreled it.
No.
But Sam Levitt was their emotional leader, right? Just like if you envision that team last year, Cam Scottaboo was that guy.
Yeah.
Right? He brought the juice, right?
Yep.
His blocking, his vocal leadership. When he made plays, the team felt that. That's the same thing that if you watch that Baylor game, you watch that TCU Arizona State game, even in the Mississippi State game, Sam Levitt was that guy, and now he's not on that field at all. Then you had all the adversity at the start of the game with the weather and all of that, because they were out on the football field with all of their pads on while it was coming down raining. And I don't know if you guys know, but that is the crappiest feeling, is to be rained on and then go back and sit in a dry area in your wet clothes. That's the worst stuff ever. If I'm raining and wet, let me just stay out there. But it was just so much adversity going on in that game, and they didn't have their emotional leader. Sam Levitt is their offense, defense, and special team guy, and they just didn't have that guy in that game.
Real quickly before we get out to the break, BYU gets the double overtime win against Arizona down there. They had a 14-0 lead early, and then they gave that up. I mean, look, as soon as they came back from that hour and 40-minute delay, there was
new game.
It was, and that's killer for momentum, man. I mean, like, you're doing well, and then suddenly you get.
It was a complete opposite of the Colorado game, right?
Well,
complete opposite.
They asked Kalani after, too. They go, what did you guys do in the locker room? What did you do to keep your guys sharp? And blah, blah.
We
He
just
goes,
grabbed hands and sung hymns.
No, he goes,
yeah, right.
He goes, we chilled out. We, like, just we ate a little bit. We, like, hung out. We, like, we
didn't talk about football. Yeah.
Ate some Uncrustables.
And in my mind, I'm like, I kind of hate that. Like, I'm not saying you need to be like, but, you know, like, I envision the guy from the program and those guys spitting into each other's mouths. You know,
Great movie that's not on the top 10.
I don't need that.
No doubt.
I don't need that. But what I do need is, like, he's like, oh, we just hung out, like, chilled out. And then, like, you get out to the field, and it seemed like Arizona, I don't know, they were like, change X, Y, and Z. Let's do this. Let's go this way. And so that is a hard thing to do.
It's so hard to coach.
Yeah,
so
it is.
What do you learn in a moment where you go into double overtime and you hadn't led since the first quarter, and now suddenly you're down the whole rest of the second half? In fact, you're down double digits going into the fourth quarter. They pull it back. What did Bear learn in that moment, do you think, as a guy who's leading a team coming back from what they did in the second half and then also winning in double overtime on the road?
The biggest thing for me is experience, right? There's no situation that you're going to go to that you won't feel comfortable in, right? And so for a true freshman to be a starting quarterback, have a big lead, have a delay, and have a comeback victory, to double over. There's so many different layers in situational football experience that he got in that one game. That one game, situational football, there were so many different things that happened, from his turnovers to bad passes to Arizona bringing pressure to not being able to get the ball to his receivers to late in the football game to fumbling. So praise the Lord. I keep forgetting the guard's name that recovered that fumble, but that was the game right there.
Everybody does.
If they didn't recover that
Good
fumble.
luck pronouncing that name.
It's not, but you know what's funny is it's actually easier.
I know.
I was telling our producer, Alex Napolis, I go, oh, yeah, I've heard it all week, but the spelling throws you off.
It does.
It's like Krzyzewski. You're
Yeah.
like, oh, you got
Anyways,
Krzyzewski out
that
of
guy,
Yeah.
that guy, if he doesn't recover that football, you get another chance. But what I absolutely loved about watching that is watching Bear's face in the huddle on the very next play call his own number.
Yeah.
What?
And they told him
as a true freshman?
And they told him that he could. They told him it was either A-Rod said it. He goes, it was either a pass play or it was him keeping that
and
thing.
He
and
called
kept
his own number. He's stone-faced. That is so different.
Yeah.
Imagine, you guys just mentioned it, Charlie Brewer. Did you see that kind of stone face when he was here and he was a veteran? He ran the Big 12 at Baylor, and he did not have that at all. He was shook from one play. But Bear Bachmeier, man, there's so much situational football. And I know you hear from Kalani, NFL coaches, Coach Witt, about how important situational football is. There's just experience with that BYU fans and coaches can love, that it's going to go for the rest of this season and his potential BYU career.
Let's take a break. We'll come back. When we do, we've got a Would You Rather, a rivalry edition on a Football Friday. Before we get you out there, I want to remind you, tomorrow we're going to be down there at the UCCU location on Freedom Boulevard. That's where our big pregame rivalry bash is going to be going on. Live from the UCCU in Provo. Enjoy food, games, prizes, cash, and tickets to the rivalry game also being handed out. Yes, you can win tickets to that. We're going to have Beehive Meals there. It's going to be awesome. Don't miss it. This Saturday, that's tomorrow, 4 to 6, UCCU's Freedom Boulevard branch in Provo. And, of course, this portion of the show brought to you by the good folks at Enbridge Gas. Prep for winter. Get that furnace inspection from a certified heating contractor. Make sure you're operating your furnace safely and efficiently this season. A reminder from Enbridge Gas. We'll take the break. We'll come back. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
The Holy War is here. Another chapter in this storied rivalry is about to be written. And only one station brings you complete coverage of the Utes and the Cougars in what could be the biggest matchup in Holy War history.
The Holy War is on.
Listen to the KSL Sports Zone all week long as we break down this game from every angle as the Utes head to Provo to battle the Cougars. Then on game day, catch a special edition of the Holy War pregame show live at UCCU in Provo starting at 4 with a postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, Doug.
Oh, hey, Kelly. Welcome back. How's the new Outback?
I love it.
Glad to hear.
I was wondering if I could test drive maybe another?
Of course. Which one?
How about that one?
But that's another Outback. You already have an Outback.
Yeah, but I don't have a red one.
Test drive the new 2025 Subaru Outback at Doug Smith Subaru in American Fork and get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months on all new 2025 Outbacks. No one knows Subaru like Doug.
Fall is here and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet courtesy of Advanced Windows, and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote. They stuck to the quote. It was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's advancedwindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine. Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. With slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides, Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at kennyjsbarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham talks about the impact that the rivalry game has on in-state high school recruiting.
A lot of the guys coming out, they're either going one way or the other. You know, they're already decided. And so they've either grown up blue or grown up red. And so there's very few that just have them to make a big decision right at the end there. And so I would say it has an impact, but maybe not as big an impact as some people may think.
That is your Utes of 50 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Would you rather's next on a Football Friday. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Holy War is here.
The Holy War.
And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Snap to John. John backpedals, plenty of time. He's moving to his left, shuffling. All kinds of time. Now the heat comes. He's got to run to the right. John Beck is on the run. He throws behind him. It is caught for the touchdown! Caught for the touchdown! Johnny Harleen got it for the score! Harleen by himself in the end zone! The Cougars win it on the final play of the game!
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
By the way, this was
recall.
This was unplanned. This was just hearing the Beck to Harleen. Sly just got all these nightmare moments of where his brain was.
Every single time I hear that.
Keep turned into a therapy session.
Oh, man, it's so bad, man. I'm just envisioning. I'm just like, okay, like somebody's got to come up. Giannone just breaks down from coverage. Like, I'm tired of this guy just sitting back here. Gets him, and he just chucks the ball. And I'm like, oh, he chucked it to nobody. And this guy comes out. No, I swear he stepped out of bounds somewhere. He had to. Does anybody got footage of that? Nobody knows where Harleen came from.
It's like the Zapruder film.
It was weird because nobody saw him on TV either. Like, the camera is on.
Yeah.
The camera is kind of a little too tight on.
On the broadcast, you don't see him until it pans out suddenly when the ball goes up. And all of a sudden,
this guy just slides into the screen like a Dirty Dancing freaking film.
I was in the back. I was in the end zone.
I was opposite end zone.
You didn't even see him.
No, because John's
You're
over
watching,
here, and all of a sudden the ball goes that
Everybody's
way.
looking left.
And he wasn't, and he was down because he was
Right, he
sliding.
slides, yeah.
Man.
And you're like, what's going on? What's happening? What happened? And then you see he's caught the ball. And he's raising his hands, and you're like, "Oh my gosh! I can't believe I just saw that."
sideline.
So
And just straight dismay, right? And for some reason, there was some debris in the air. It was just this nasty, cool air. The air just went right out of the stadium. All Utah fans were just shell-shocked. BYU corner, the visiting corner in Bicycle Stadium, they're just cheering like crazy. And I'm like, there's got to be a penalty. There's got to be something.
I'm going to give you a quick would you rather, Sly, and it's just for you.
Anything but that.
So, but that's what I was going to ask you. Which soundbite do you hate hearing the most? Max Hall's breaking down of, I hate him. They pour beer on my family, all that stuff.
I love that.
Okay, so the Vector Harlan one it rips your heart out.
Yeah, it's
the
good.
other one just feels more like a
the
raw
one-liner of the
after the game.
That Annapolis recorded of me talking about BYU basketball. That's what I hate.
Hold on a minute. I don't know why we haven't been playing this all.
You guys.
I actually love the promise of BYU basketball.
Nobody listen.
Man. I love the promise of BYU basketball.
You knew they were going to get AJ. You knew it.
But here was the funny part about it was it made it sound like you were reading a bedtime story to a kid. I want to hear it again. I pretend like Sly was reading this to his daughter. It's the very last.
Either that, or he was laying in bed and he put lipstick on after he said it.
Sunday night slow jams.
Okay, this is Sly reading a book about BYU basketball, and then this was him ending it on the very last page when he's reading a bedtime story to his daughter. Here's what it sounds like.
I actually love the promise of BYU basketball.
And to all, a good night.
And she had nightmares after that, folks. She had nightmares. She hates that story. I'll never tell it again.
Oh, my goodness. All right. We're going to get out to a break.
Slide
here.
knew they'd be a top 10 team this year.
Sure. I will say we still have lots to get to. We have tons to do on a week. This show's already fun to do during the year. It makes it even more fun for us to be able to do it right now as well. Every Wednesday, by the way, is a Win Ticket Wednesday right here on the KSL Sports Zone. So you win tickets to different events this week. Are you ready for this one? I've seen this one blasted across the the digital board right out here outside Delta Center for the last 20 minutes. And now I get to tell you next Wednesday, we're giving out tickets to Adam Sandler's You're My Best Friend tour coming right here to Delta Center October 26th. That's going to be next week. Yeah, so Adam Sandler coming to town. You can win those next week. And his concert, Sandman, You're My Best Friend, Adam Sandler coming to Delta Center. You can win next week or you can buy them on SeatGeek right now. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Mitch Harper, our BYU insider for KSLSports.com, going to dip in with us a little bit, give us some ideas on the early looks at the injury reports, etc., from this week. But we'll get Mitch's breakdown of what BYU's doing and what they're planning on with this Utah team coming down to Provo. Stay with us, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to the Sandman, Adam Sandler, at You're Not My Best Friend tour. Sunday, October 26th at the Delta Center. Get tickets at CD or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Beehive Meals, beehivemeals.com. JJ and I love what Beehive Meals has done to mealtime at our respective homes. Why? Because it's already hard enough to get everybody together. You have busy families. You got parents who work. You have kids that have every activity you can imagine under the sun. But if everybody can come home and they get hit with that smell of the slow cooker that's been working on that apple cider pork or those steak fajitas or the carnitas, any of those things have been sitting in that slow cooker and they've been cooking for hours, and you just pop the top on that thing and you have a real meal together. That's where it starts. Beehive Meals is going to save you money. It's going to take the guesswork out of it. It's going to take the prep time down to almost nothing and get you a great meal together as a family.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of frustration out there around mealtime and trying to plan meals, especially with these busy schedules going on. Make it a little bit more simple for you, right? And that's worked for our family. The ability to just throw something in the slow cooker on those nights when we know things are going to get hectic and crazy. You're going to have a hot, nice home-cooked meal waiting for you when you get home. You don't have to drop $50 in a drive-thru when the kids are saying, I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. No, because you know you got a nice home-cooked meal waiting for you when you get home. Take advantage of this option. It's awesome. It's going to save you time. It's going to save you money. Go to beehivemeals.com right now. Make your first order, and when you do, use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off your first order. It's beehivemeals.com, beehivemeals.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in Richfield October 16th, Salt Lake Drilling and Utilities October 21st, and Far West October 23rd. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and we're extending our free furnace sale. We still have a few more open spots we're trying to fill on our schedule. Just to recap how the sale works, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. Call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Water runs Utah, but water can run out. And with cooler fall temps, your yard just doesn't need as much. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Holy War is here.
The Holy War.
And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
I don't like Utah. In fact, I hate them. I hate everything about them. I hate their program. I hate their fans. I hate everything. So it felt really good to send those guys home. They didn't deserve it. It was our time, and it was our time to win. We deserved it. We played as hard as we could tonight. But I think the whole university and their fans and then the organization is classless. I think, they threw beer on my family and stuff last year and did a whole bunch of nasty things, and I don't respect them. And, they deserve to lose.
Holy War coverage on The Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You heard the Max Hall, the classic Max Hall.
Blunder.
You know what? At this point, not a blunder for me. I will say, though, let me tell you a story behind it. And by the way, Sly is like going right along with the image that Max Hall painted in our heads because he's shotgunning another Red Bull right now.
Hey, man.
We're on to number 2.
We're about
One per hour?
Yeah, every time we do a cut, baby. The cut. Let's start the cut right now, baby. Let's go.
Get this thing going.
He's taking that cut a little too literal.
This is so weird. Hit it.
Let's go.
Hit it, Annapolis. Let's get it started officially, man.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sly, he's all.
I don't know about beer, but Sly just spilt Red Bull on me.
Well, listen, I've never seen Red Bull shoot 14 feet across the plaza here.
Hey,
at the.
you guys
at
never
Delta
had a
Center.
Red Bull shower. You haven't lived, my man.
Oh, things just got weird at the broadcast. We wouldn't have it any other way. Yes, this portion of the show, The Cut, brought to you by your Doug Smith dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Nobody knows the Cougs like our own Mitch Harper, who he is the BYU Insider, of course, for KSLSports.com, host of Cougar Sports Saturday, host of also Cougar Tracks you can catch on KSL News Radio as well. Mitch, thanks for being on the program, man.
You bet, guys. Happy to be on. I just got done chatting with Urban Meyer and Brady Quinn, and Urban said, because I asked him, where does this rivalry rank in the great rivalries in college football? Because he's been part of some great ones. And he said,
yeah.
This
Probably
one
the
has
biggest
to
one
be.
He's been a part of. Yeah.
He said this one might be the nastiest, and I thought, that is absolutely true because this game gets downright nasty, and I'm glad that college football landscape nationally is finally starting to put a spotlight on this game because for decades this used to just live on local TV, really until the last 15 years. Is it become more of a national TV game, and now it gets a spotlight, stage, and I think it's going to be a really good game tomorrow. Looking forward to it.
Well,
Yeah.
that's something, right? Because Urban's saying that he's been a part of some really
Ohio State, Michigan, Florida,
Miami, Florida, Alabama,
Georgia.
Florida State.
Yeah.
But he's been a part of some of them, and if he says that,
Yeah, but it's some of that gamesmanship. He's actually been in this one too. Like you were
Right.
saying, but and maybe the key is the word nastiest because maybe it's because you're not expecting it. You expect there to be some foul stuff going on between Michigan and Ohio State fans. There's no way that the vitriol eclipses that, right? There's no way that the big game is eclipsed by what
I don't
BYU
know,
and
bro.
Utah
I've
delivers.
played in this thing. There's some nasty stuff.
I've covered this thing.
There's some stuff.
I've
I've watched this thing, and I've covered this thing now for 20 years. The weirdest stuff you could come up with has happened in this rivalry.
I
that's such a great
go to
point.
the league, and
Go ahead. Has an Ohio State cheerleader ever pummeled a Michigan fan?
No, it's a good point. Mitch, when he said it, did you feel like it was less of the Urban Meyer just trying to get the crowd riled up for a big noon kickoff tomorrow?
Well, I followed up and asked him, I said, well, what do you think's caused the nastiness? Because, Urban even said that he ingrained himself in the game when he arrived. And, he said that Whittingham taught him a lot and everything. But he doesn't have exact reason or a thing that he points to that caused the nastiness. But really, it goes back years. I mean, it wasn't with just Urban. I think a lot of Cougar fans look at Urban was the guy that, kind of kicked it in an overdrive. I disagree. I think this has been just going on forever. I mean, you go back in even the history books when BYU was getting it off the ground, there were fights then. I mean, that's 100 years ago. So this thing has always been intense. It's always been incredible. It always lives up to the price of admission. It's the most expensive ticket in college football, and it's going to live up to it. And I think that's what's so cool about this game. And I just think that when you know that, a power conference title potentially is on the line, at least a trip maybe to Arlington, the college football playoff. I mean, these are things that these programs were dreaming of, where, it was always kind of trying to knock the powers that be and break through to the BCS or get through the alliance and try to find workarounds to get there. Now the path is pretty clear, where you just got to take care of a game like this and take care of your schedule. You're going to have everything in front of you in college football, and I think that's what's so cool about this particular matchup is having two teams that are playing for so much, because we've never seen this before, and that's why I believe this is the greatest stakes rivalry game that we've ever seen, just because both teams have so much on the line. I think it's the highest stakes game since when Sly was playing in 2008, because BYU was a one-loss team that year. Utah was undefeated. Similar deal in this situation, but then you add a power conference stage. It magnifies the setting.
Agree with you, Mitch, 100%. This game has never been played on this stage with the stakes, with the records, with the rankings. This is an all-timer, and it has the potential to be an all-timer. Well, as you're looking at breaking down this matchup, what kind of feeling are you getting about the matchup here? Because we all understand the stage. Are these two teams going to put on a performance that's worthy of that stage?
I think it's going to be a defensive game. I always trust that there's going to be defense in this matchup. You know, BYU hasn't scored 30 points or more in this series since the Johnny Harline game in 2006. By comparison, Utah since 2000 has had 8 games of 30 points or more. So if you turn to high-scoring outputs, it's, you know, more times than not Utah's the one that has those games. BYU for the last 2 decades, they're kind of living in that 24 points or less threshold, with a few exceptions like the one in 2021, the last meeting in Provo. I really think the defenses will shine, though. I think both defenses are 2 of the best in the Big 12, right there with Texas Tech, and I think they show up. And then it comes down to those turnovers. And it sounds so simple and so easy to point to, but really they are magnified in this game. You know, +5 is BYU in the last 2 meetings in this rivalry. And no coincidence, you know, BYU has won. You go back to 2019, the last time Utah won, BYU had 2 pick sixes in a game that was 30-12. If you take those away, maybe it's a little bit different ballgame. I mean, that was the one game where I point to and say, under Kalani, BYU was probably outclassed in 2019. I think that was Whittingham's best team, honestly, in my opinion. But I think that, you know, but one thing that's for sure is that BYU's teams have always shown up under Kalani. They've been an underdog pretty much in all of these games since Kalani took the job, and they always show up. And I think an underdog BYU that's undefeated in their home crowd, BYU is in a, pretty good spot, honestly, where they should go into this game pretty loose. Because I think that, in the past too, in the early years with Kalani and Independence, it was almost like every game was in this series was an indictment on BYU's existence in the college football landscape, trying to keep up with their rival and prove it on the field, and just kind of magnified everything for them, and it made everything so tense. I kind of think BYU's going to be loose in this one, where all the pressure resides on the Utah side of things, in my opinion. So I think, then you got to execute. I'm curious to see, after the scripted plays, how this thing kind of plays out. And I'm really curious to see what Aaron Roderick scripts for Bear Bachmeier in this game early on. I can't imagine that they're going to run the ball 22 times with Bear, but they seem to be very comfortable running the football with Bear. I can't imagine it's up to 20, though.
What do you think that the biggest change has been for him just over the 6 games, Mitch? He's had to learn some tough lessons, and I brought it up during our show on 1st and 12 this week, and it was, he had the interception and the fumble, of course, the fumble less so in the West Virginia game, but the interception, that was a bad throw, but it didn't hurt his team. Those interceptions on Saturday hurt his team, and those are the types of things that obviously you learn a lot from. But what do you think the biggest growing up has been for Bear going 6-0 to start off his career at BYU?
Well, he's had to learn some harsh lessons because those turnovers were significant last week, and he darn near cost the game by putting the ball on the turf. If it wasn't for Kyle Safarchuk recovering that ball, that's game over, and he's taken an L because of that fumble. So ball security is amplified here, and Aaron Roderick noted this week that, he's been part of this game for 21 times now, and he even said it's turnovers. It is so key in this game. But I do think that Bear Bachmeier has shown an ability, the carry with Chase Roberts and Parker Kingston has improved, and you've seen some explosive plays. Parker Kingston told me this week he feels this is the most explosive the offense has been since he's arrived, and he's been at BYU since 2022. There's been some good quarterbacks in that stretch for that time, but they feel like this is the most explosive, and they feel like they're trending up the last 2 weeks in the passing game. BYU's had some big chunk plays, and I think they've got to deliver those. You can't expect, big plays or drives, against Utah's defense consistently. So you got to have a few kind of plays that break your way. Last week Parker Kingston broke free for a big touchdown. Chase Roberts 2 weeks ago, an 85-yarder against West Virginia. I don't know if you can expect, 80-yard plays, but, man, if you could, break out a 40-yard, 50-yard reception, I think that could be the real difference here in a game that's so the stats would suggest these teams are so similar. They want to run the football, the physicality, and that I think just those big plays through the air could be a real difference. And BYU has been trending up in that regard, most of which coming from yards after catch, which is something of note there. So, how does Utah's secondary maybe defend BYU's receivers to prevent that from happening? That'll be something interesting to see. But BYU has had success with yards after catch this season.
How much did they miss Jack Kelly last week in Tucson, and how big of an impact does he need to have in this game for BYU to win?
I think it was huge because, and he was close to playing. He was going through all the warm-ups, and I saw him talking with the trainers. They had Dr. Skylar Maine, the guy with the mustache that works with a lot of athletes in NFL draft, preparation. And, there was a real conversation, and it was a true game-time decision, but he ultimately goes to the sideline. I think that was the right move. He has been in a green no-contact jersey still this week, leaving the practice fields this week. So I'm really curious to see how his shoulder responds when he takes that first hit, when he's laying that contact on a Utah offensive player, and see how it responds because it's been, he has practice, but no contact jersey for him, that jersey that the quarterbacks typically wear. But I think his absence was significant just because, I think back to what Kelly Papinga told me a few weeks ago, that the defense, because I asked him about the defensive ends and how they haven't had a sack, and that was going into the West Virginia game, and still to this day they don't have a sack yet. But he noted that the defense is funneled to Jack Kelly and Isaiah Glasker to make plays. And, it's very simple, but they are the playmakers. They are the guys that generate the pressure. If you're going to have someone that can stop Devin Dampier off, to get outside and go off for, last week he had 2 runs, Dampier did, of 24 and 22 yards. To avoid those sort of plays, Jack Kelly's your best bet. And then Glasker alongside him, they work so well off each other. It's critical to have Jack Kelly back in the lineup. Ace Kafusi's really good, and he's got a bright future ahead of him at BYU, the guy that replaced Jack Kelly last week. But just as far as the knowledge of the scheme, what Jay Hill expects from that player, from Jack Kelly at that linebacker spot, there's no one like him. He's irreplaceable. And so having him back in the lineup will be huge for BYU. Again, curious to see, how he kind of responds in that pregame warm-up. But Jay Hill's saying that they expect him to go. I would expect that as well.
Mitch, any other things that stood out on the injury report on either side that might be of interest to some fans who are following this one?
Tommy Parasis being out for BYU catches my attention. Now, he has been out the past 2 weeks. He's the starting nickel for BYU. But it kind of creates an opportunity potentially to see the debut of Jonathan Cabella. And Cabella has been a name that maybe has been forgotten, but there was a lot of preseason expectation and hype for Cabella until he suffered a fall camp injury that's kept him sidelined. He went through pregame warmups last week against Arizona, looked pretty good, but they ultimately did not play him. He hasn't been on the media availability report. And Cabella is kind of like the next Eddie Heckard to me. And similar size, 5'10", 5'11". And Jay Hill was really high on Cabella coming out of spring football and early on in camp until the injury. We could see the debut of him. They've also got Tavion Beasley from San Diego State as well, who's filled in for Parasis the past 2 weeks. But I think that absence is just noteworthy because it creates a little opportunity for Cabella to make his debut in this spot. And then, of course, doubtful with Raider DeMooney. He remains there. He took a hit to the rib cage, a helmet shot from Sialia Serra in the first quarter against Arizona. He went to the sideline, did not return. They have not seen him around practice this week. Again, don't know if he was going through practice or not. He just wasn't at the practice during the media periods, and he remains doubtful there. So that would leave BYU with Faletau Satawala, which is not bad because Satawala is a heck of a playmaker. And it also, their second unit still remains pretty good with Talon Alfrey, who hasn't played much this year, but he becomes that backup, and they trust him. So the depth has been shining because a guy like DeMooney being out, you'd think, oh, no, that position takes a big dip. I think they kind of go business as usual and maybe a little more athletic on the back end with Satawala playing there full time.
Yeah, I love Faletau Satawala. JJ, I know we've been talking about that guy since he was a sophomore in high school. But I mean, I like just sitting back listening. I really this is the thing about this game. These are two teams that we followed every single week. There's not much new stuff that we're going to be able to talk about with these guys. Health report is always great. But for me, in these Holy War rivalry games, you can throw the book out the window, man. It's the analysis is going to be whatever it is. This game's going to be weird at the end of the day. But Mitch, I'm really kind of looking forward to, like, what have you seen from Bear this week as far as fielding questions? What type of vibe? I know you probably paid attention to how he looks, how he's answering, how comfortable he is. What have you heard or seen from Bear this week that is getting him ready for this game tomorrow?
Well, I think that, he's, gotten to know what this rivalry is about. And, I think so much is made on the Utah side. I think for fans, they think that just Utah's just, all in on this game. Like, it's BYU too. Like, this thing is so intense on both sides. And I think, Bear, they've kind of kept him off the mic this week. He did do a national interview this week. But, by all accounts, they've kind of kept him away from the local media because – he's sometimes a young guy. I remember in fall camp where he's talking about his grandpa having, Camel cigarettes and things like that. So they're avoiding any sort of potential, off-the-cuff comment that could be bulletin board material. And maybe that's the move that
I'll take it.
It's a smart move, I guess. But I think Bear,
Utah fans are like, we're Marlboro people. He knows that.
It was interesting. It was interesting. I've tried to avoid this comparison because it's so kind of cliche But, hearing another quarterback who's been through it and experienced it as a true freshman, Brady Quinn, who just spoke with us a few moments ago, he said that he sees Tim Tebow in Bear. And you kind of think about that, and it's like, yeah, you can kind of see it at times.
Physically,
because he's a guy that can run the football a lot, and he's a pretty good passer, too. I still am curious to see, like, that big arm of Bear. I don't know if I've seen that as much. Again, the yards after catch have kind of shined with Bear, but I think the biggest thing, too, is he's really won over the locker room because BYU had a lot of mature guys in that group, and I think they feel like they have a team that was so close last year to winning the Big 12, and they didn't want this freshman to come in and mess it up. And so far, he hasn't, to the point where they feel like they might be even better than last season. And I think he's won over that locker room with how tough he plays. And, he showed a little bit of clutch factor, too, last week to come up with 2 touchdown runs with the game on the line. Again, got to clean up the putting the ball on the turf. But by all accounts, I think he's just kind of won over this team. And this team kind of follows his lead. And he is the leader. Him and L.J. Martin are the leaders of this team. And they will go as far as BYU will as they will take them. BYU will. So I think it's a huge stage for him. But I think he also, I don't think he's been fazed by anything. He's just kind of a calm guy. I think the quarterback battle didn't faze him at all. All these kind of checkpoints of first game, first Power 4 opponent, first Big 12 game, he's kind of handled it well. And this is the toughest test to date, no question. But I would expect that he'll be pretty poised, and he even showed last week when facing adversity, down 10 points with 11 minutes to go. He still settled in, put together a methodical drive of 7 minutes, a little bit slower than I would have put together, but still, he put it together and did what Aaron Roderick expected him to do, and he got it done. So I would expect more of the same from Bear, and I think, like you said, Sly, I think it's going to come down to the wire, and I think maybe the biggest question is, like, what sideshow antic are we going to see from this game that emerges from it? But this thing always lives up to it, and I can't wait for the next edition of this Holy War matchup.
Yeah, something crazy and memorable is sure to happen. Another thing that always happens, Mitch, is there's always a player that becomes legendary in these games. Sometimes it's a key name, but sometimes it's somebody we don't know. Will Farron was that hero for BYU last year in 2021. It was Jaron Hall. You look on the Utah side, people know who Mo Lee is. I don't think he had another play that I can remember in Utah history, but everybody remembers that game and that play. Who's the guy for BYU on Saturday you look at and think, that could be a guy that makes a big play in this rivalry game? This is a guy that could be key to them getting a win as opposed to getting it going the other way.
I could see, if you want to go kind of a deep cut, maybe like a Preston Rex, they draw something up for him. Some big play to – he got a 16-yard catch last week. Again, I don't know how much they're going to turn to him actually carrying the football. Last week, 2 carries. And really, I think it was only 1 yard in those 2 carries. But in the receiving game, he showed a little bit of something. And I think it's something that, maybe Whittingham and his staff probably had to take note of in their preparation for this game. But, maybe BYU could dial up something for a guy like Preston Rex or even Cody Hagan, who's been so good on those reverse plays this year. 2 times he's taken it to the house. If he could do that again, that makes him a legend. And, he's barely played. I mean, he's played a lot, but he hasn't had the big numbers yet. That would put him in BYU lore. And you bring up Will Ferrin, it's funny because every home game this year, and even last year, the senior days and things like that, he gets the biggest cheers. And it's, not because of the streaks he's had, not because of all the makes, just that one make, because of what he did against Utah. And I think that's what's interesting to me in this game is just any sort of little mistake, like a simple drop that Chase Roberts experienced against Stanford, that gets magnified in this game because people will remember it forever. You can kind of forget those moments over time after a win against a team like Stanford. But in BYU, Utah, that gets ramped up, and then how do mentally you respond to that adversity and bounce back and just move on to the next play, because even Parker Kingston told me that those sort of things, everything is tense in this sort of game, because the emotions are so high, and how can you move forward to the next play and just kind of dial in and make sure to execute the play that's being called and do it right and not make a mistake, because everyone will remember it and everyone's on notice in this one because the spotlight's huge. I mean, just driving down here to Provo today, you see all the, all these different businesses and billboards of BYU Utah theme, haunted forest, this and that. Like, it's all, this state is all in on this game. They are ready for it. And it's so awesome to see. And it's one of those sporting events that it is the sporting event that just makes everyone pay attention in this state. It's so awesome. Can't wait for it.
Who would be, this is just a hypothetical here, and I know our producer's trying to get us out. Who would be the scariest person for a Ute fan in a BYU haunted forest, a BYU rivalry-themed haunted forest?
Oh, man.
Think about it. You know who it is?
Johnny Harleen.
What about
I don't know.
What about
Oscar
zombie?
Mayer
What
Wiener?
about for BYU fans? What about zombie suspenders guy? There you go. That could
or just suspenders guy.
Just suspenders guy.
He doesn't need to be a
Doesn't
zombie.
even need to be zombie.
A zombie Coca-Cola.
Oh my goodness.
What can you say? What can you say?
Oh my gosh! I was 8 feet from that, and I
I'll
was like,
never forget that.
I think
it was the
Bronco-
most bizarre thing I've ever experienced in my life.
Is Bronco Mendenhall going to have to punch a guy?
I've seen Bronco in a lot of moods.
That was
dark.
He stopped.
That was dark.
He stopped in his tracks. Mitch, thanks for hanging out.
He almost
with us.
committed a crime.
Thanks for hanging out with us. That's a quick, easy, clickable idea for you to put something up on KSL Sports tonight. If you want to have a haunted forest theme article up tonight, you can do it.
I'm on it, guys.
Mitch isn't worn out already from writing everything about
We'll
this.
see you tomorrow, man. Get your blue Cougar tails, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Alex, JJ, Sly, you guys are the best. Thanks.
There you go. Oh my gosh. Yeah, honestly though, that's a great thought. Who's the scariest guy in the rivalry side of the forest for BYU and for Utah? Think about it. We'll come back with more nominations next. We also have our NFL Blitz coming up next, so you don't want to miss any of that either. It's a Football Friday.
Joe Flacco. Oh.
Oh, that's a haunted forest, and he is a zombie almost.
I was texting you
basically
guys last
dead.
night. I'm like, who's this Aaron Rodgers guy?
I'm
doing
laughing
there?
my butt off as I'm getting those texts.
He's like the Undertaker rising from the grave.
This guy's unhinged. Gets
All right, we'll
we'll take a
by
break.
his own lineman.
We'll come back. More to go. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The delays are back from Hill Air Force Base to Riverdale on northbound I-15 with slowdowns starting around 650 north in Clearfield. The long stretch of reduced speeds are also there for Salt Lake County drivers heading between Murray and the Bluffdale exit. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Services Champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Every rivalry game has a new chapter. The week leading up has given us some stories too. And I'm curious if you think yesterday's Witt comments qualify.
You know, I'm just going to focus on us this week. Our guys, our coaches. So I'm not going to give much thought on the opponent this week. You have to ask them what they think of Bear.
Don't have a problem with it. He says, I'm not going to focus on that this week. He didn't lie and say, oh, I never talk about opposing teams' players.
So relax.
No, but it is funny.
People out there need to just relax. If you have any sort of a response to it, just make it a laugh and move on about your day.
Bear Bachmeier's friends can't text him and say, did you see what Witt said about you? And he says, no, what? And he says, nothing.
Not a dang thing.
He said he's not going to say anything about you.
Okay.
Oh, thanks for the text. Yeah, I've got bigger things to worry about.
Nice to hear from you.
Yeah.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers: a pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that "would you like to leave a tip" stuff is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride, but saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes, that's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU preview show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
Any Hour Services can help with any size electrical project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kalani Sitake gives major credit to offensive coordinator Aaron Roderick for the development that we've seen so far out of Bear Bachmeier.
I trust A-Rod. I think one of the most difficult positions in BYU football is to be the OC. It comes with a lot of criticism, but I don't know if it comes with enough praise. And so the things that A-Rod has been able to do when everybody was so concerned about a true freshman leading our team, I think everyone should give him a lot of credit for what he's been able to get done with Bear. And Bear himself deserves that too. But with all that said and done, man, I want to keep him humble. Our goal is to stay humble and stay hungry.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. The NFL Blitz is next on a Football Friday. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Friday to you. Thanks for being with us on the show. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, and, of course, Stevenson Sylvester here with us this evening as well as we get you ready for Rivalry Week and Rivalry Day tomorrow.
Harvey was scared.
Oh, man, did you see did you? Yeah, right. I love how you guys are like, I love how you, the back and forth of, you got to sing our fight song with your pants down, okay? Like,
you would never catch me
the
doing
stupid
the
stuff
stakes
that
would need
comes
to be
out.
a lot higher. I need to be a lot more on the line. I need to be get paid Kalani money to be able to do that.
It's just the amount of hilarity that it turns into is always funny to me. Watching people do. Anyway, yes. So here we are. It's a football Friday. We're getting you ready. The back and forth continues with everybody on this rivalry game as usual. The NFL Blitz. You can nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week program. We rolled out a winner yesterday. We do it every Thursday. So just nominate somebody at KSLSports.com/contest. That's KSLSports.com/contest. And you nominate the person who does a phenomenal job in your neck of the woods as a youth sports volunteer. And then we honor those people with a gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and from Beehive Meals. Hercules Hero of the Week program. All right, let's first I want to preview before we get into the hilarity of last night's what was it, the Icy Hot Bowl? Isn't that what
Yeah, they called it a lot of different things. The Jerry
I saw the
Bowl.
I saw the Unk Bowl to speak to the kids.
The J.G. Wentworth Bowl.
I just got traded from Cleveland and I need cash now. Oh my gosh. So I will highlight, though, our Sunday Night Football matchup is going to be a good, by the way, sneaky good game because the Falcons look pretty darn good right now.
They were great on Monday.
And their defense is phenomenal. And
number one in the league.
Bijan Robinson is no joke.
He's the best running back in the league right now.
Michael Penix Jr. he's not screwing it up. That's like the idea, right? He's got this thunder and lightning situation with Tyler Algier and Bijan Robinson's just phenomenal right now. And look, I don't know.
Set of receivers.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice
Drake
little.
London's terrific.
It's going to be a nice little.
George Kittle's back.
So that's what I was going to say. If George Kittle's back and you've got this offensive-minded coach on the other side at the 49ers, and you've got the Falcons who are going to be bringing the heat on the defensive side of the thing, it's going to be a nice matchup on Sunday. That's going to be your Sunday Night Football, of course, right here on KSL 5 every Sunday night. Joe Flacco wins the battle of the two guys who are too old. Did you see the offensive line? After Aaron Rodgers threw that touchdown and one of his offensive linemen tackled him from behind as like a celebration, I mean, this is a guy who had a torn Achilles 18 months ago. He got up and almost murdered the guy. Like, it was – I know everybody's excited, but, yeah, if I'm a coach, I'm going, do not tackle our quarterback and drop your hip 340 pounds.
Do not tackle our elder statesman.
You can't do it. He's got
as
brittle
excited
bone
as he looks. Calm down. Broderick Jones just took it a little too far, right?
He's got brittle bone disease. I don't know if he's taking his osteoporosis medication that day.
I was just looking for Aaron Rodgers' life alert. Like, I've fallen and I can't get up.
I know.
Good thing he takes Centrum 50.
Well, and it's a good thing he had that early lunch or that early dinner too at 2:30 p.m. That
early bird.
Hey, real talk. He looked good last night. Besides the two interceptions. Both of them, yeah. The way he was moving around in the pocket, I'm like.
The one interception was just a crazy athletic play made by a corner. That was insane.
We talked about training camp, and everybody's talking about, oh, he's too old. He can't even move in the pocket. I'm just like, it's training camp. It's his 20th training camp. Relax. But he looked darn good last night.
And at age 41, to be able to throw a Hail Mary 69 yards in the air.
I couldn't believe that. And
that
actually,
was beautiful.
I thought
there's no way he's getting to the end zone.
It's going to be 8 yards short.
Oh, my gosh. He got it to the end zone.
Not just did he get it there. It was 3 or 4 yards deep.
There was a chance to make a play in the end zone.
I thought DK Metcalf was going to go to his NBA All-Star, come over and jump and get it because that's what you get him for.
So Flacco goes 31 for 42.
Disgusting.
for 342 yards.
You understand why Mike Tomlin was pissed.
Yeah.
3 touchdowns and 0 interceptions.
Cleveland is truly the place where quarterbacks go to die.
I told you that.
The second they traded, he looked great last night.
It's not even quarterbacks. It's players.
Did you see,
Crazy.
too?
I heard
he
the
was
story of Bart Scott hiding in the restroom as he's doing an interview to go to the Cleveland Browns. His agent's calling him as he's in the Cleveland Browns building. He's like, "Get me out of here." It's like, I don't want to go here. Like, that's a real story.
It's
And
like trying to get my kids to do a speech up during the school play. It's your
I
part.
can't wait to get out of here.
to get out of here. Yeah, it's where your career goes to die. Everybody
Wow,
knows
that's terrible.
if you're on your last leg and you want to get your last little bit of money, you go to Cleveland. You know it's your last year. You know that. That's the only reason you go to Cleveland.
At least it's not Detroit.
But you can see that, right? Joe Flacco was your starting quarterback.
Yeah.
You guys have assets over there. Are you that bad of an organization?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And here's the other thing. Flacco, they were talking about after the game, and he's like, there's a lot of formations. I didn't actually know what we were talking about. Did you see that?
Well, you don't need to know anything.
But look how happy he was in that post game.
Yeah.
Just 10 days into the facility there,
And get it
compared
to
to how
number
long
one.
he was.
He's not stupid. Just throw the ball to Jamar Chase.
Get it to number
Easy.
one.
That's what he said.
Let's just play backyard football.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
He
Go
said
to the
even
best
last
athlete.
week against Green Bay, I was just like, I messed something up, and him and T. Higgins just went and got it, and he was just like, oh,
Yeah.
I got some guys over
Well,
there.
it's going to be
They
interesting
have
to
dudes.
see. I mean, there's some juice, obviously, from, you do get traded 10 days ago. I don't know if that was a true thing or not with him on that Southwest flight out of Cleveland to Cincinnati. When somebody took a picture of him.
He would have took any domestic flight. Joe Flacco is like a guy that
I know.
No. He just won the Super Bowl MVP, and guess where he went?
To his mom's house.
No, he was in the drive-thru at McDonald's.
Yeah,
I believe it.
You remember
didn't
that?
Didn't he live like in his parents' basement for a minute while he
He's
was just kind of
chill.
like waiting?
He's so chill, man.
Waiting between teams. He was just
Him and Dennis Pitt are really close, and Dennis talked about how great of a guy he was.
Yeah.
He just let down to earth, dude.
Here's what's funny is today my timeline gets hit with all. They're like, here's Joe Flacco's highlights when he was at Delaware. I'm like, you guys, one game and we're going back to freak out mode. But you know what? If you're
Why not?
Cincinnati fans,
They needed it. They just
made
saved
the
their
division.
season.
It made the division.
They got
look
100 yards
Massive
rushing.
win last night.
100
Massive.
plus yards rushing. What did they have? 150 something yards rushing.
Yeah, Chase Brown got going.
They've been averaging 52 yards rushing a game before that.
Good for them.
Yeah.
And against that Steelers defense, which isn't easy, but that defense is.
They look like
They've got questions,
they had
right?
to wake up.
Yeah, that's
First of all,
not a Steelers defense. that
Yes,
played last
because here's the issue is, and I told you that Minka Fitzpatrick trade is more on display last night, right?
Right.
Because
Yeah, absolutely.
all of those gaffes on the defensive side of the ball, that was man coverage. That's
Right.
mano a mano. That's what do you need other players for that, right? That's Jalen Ramsey, that's Darius Slay, that's Joey Porter Jr., all number one cornerbacks.
Right. Yep. And Porter Jr. had, he was on Jamar Chase basically all night, and it was tough.
All of them were.
Ramsey got it.
They were trying to figure it out.
I thought he was going for 200. I'm just like, you guys can't figure out a basic under route right there.
But even
you can't see if they're in stack formation. You know he's going to come under.
Lot
and
of
you guys
confusion.
double him, and you leave the freaking seam route wide open.
That's what I was going to say. Sometimes when they throw the ball down the field and you're anticipating.
That's Darius Slay covering that guy. What are you doing?
When the camera would move, you're expecting to see a Steelers defender right there, and instead you had just a guy who came back on this route and is in this soft zone in the middle that nobody was covering.
But that's what pissed me off is like it wasn't schemed like crazy. They weren't running like amazing double routes or anything like that. It was a basic slant, basic under route, a seam route, bracket coverage, and you could not figure it out. That was what was bonkers, and they got to figure that out because that was ISO man coverage against Jalen Ramsey, Joey Porter Jr., and Darius Slay, all top-notch Pro Bowl guys.
All right, the tracks train going by says we got to go to break, so we'll take that break right now. We'll come back. We're right outside Delta Center for game number 2. The home opener, of course, was a win for the Mammoth. Tonight it's the San Jose Sharks coming to town. We'll see how they do here in game number 2 at home. Game number 5 of the season. They've got 4 points after
I love
the 2
that
wins.
Mammoth logo.
It's pretty sweet.
Do you like the guy? Tusky? I showed it to my kids and they were like, "Oh yeah, that looks pretty good." I was like,
my wife tried to give me crap. I was like, what is Tusk up? I'm just like, do you not know what a mammoth is?
How dare you?
How dare you?
That's
a great slogan.
Lots of talk this week on Tusky. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. Stay here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Really slow southbound I-15 going from the south interchange down past 90 south into Sandy, and that's a prelude to further reduced speeds the rest of the way through Salt Lake County. Northbound US 89 from Davis County into Weber County is also slow next to the mountains approaching I-84. Put your energy into the fight song, not fighting for parking. You win when you take UTA to the game. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Rivalry week is here, and Kyle Whittingham and the Utes head south for a battle against BYU in Provo. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bang.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss, slcfatloss.com. Excuse me while I watch pizza reviews online. That's how I get my.
You can watch the reviews, just don't eat it right now.
No, that's how I get my. That's how I get my pizza fix
Can
now.
I touch
I
it?
watch
Can
people.
I touch it?
I watch people take pictures of food, and I go, "Man, that'd be awesome to eat that." No, but listen, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has helped us out a ton. Obviously, dropping weight is a big deal. Obviously, being able to get to that goal weight, awesome. But what's it worth if you can't stay there? And that's the difference of Salt Lake City Fat Loss. That's why it's been so good for us. And Salt Lake City Fat Loss is going to help you not just get to that goal, it's going to help you stay there as well.
Yeah, if you're thinking about or knowing you need to lose weight, and you're kind of puzzled. It's like, what do I do? I want this to work. I want to know what I'm doing. I want results. I need help. It's okay to want help and need help. Salt Lake City Fat Loss is a program that's going to help you get there. It really helped me out. I've battled, weight in the past and lost a ton of weight and then comes raging right back, right? Well, I found a program with Salt Lake City Fat Loss that helped me lose the weight quickly and then keep it off. And I lost that weight fast, naturally, healthy, no injections, nothing crazy, just eating good food and using strategies that help you lose the weight fast, keeping those calories way down so your body can burn that fat and burn it fast. And you never felt hungry. I never starving on this diet. It helps you get through all that, lose the weight, and then it's going to help you keep it off as well with a great maintenance plan that's going to educate you and teach you long-term how to keep that weight off. It really does work. It helped me reach some goals. It can help you do the same. If you're ready to lose weight and you want to commit and you want to get it done, they're going to help you reach your weight loss goals. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Get a free consultation. Tell them JJ and Alex sent you and take advantage of this $200 off fall special that they have going on right now. Take advantage of this fall special. Lose the weight. Stop waiting. Do it now. Go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner. A local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in Ridgefield October 16th, Salt Lake Drilling and Utilities October 21st, and Far West October 23rd. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride, but saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes, that's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. How do you know if you're good at what you do? If your company is good, how do you measure improvement? These are fundamental questions asked by every sustainable business. Shideo Shingo was one of the masterminds of Toyota's 30-year leap from low-cost, low-quality to very high quality. They are now the largest car company in the world, and every year their cars get better. Why? Because they always ask how they can be better. They measure improvement. The internationally known Shingo Institute and the MBA program, both at Utah State University, have teamed up with a powerful degree that teaches MBA skills, continuous improvement, and organizational excellence. Consider a Shingo MBA. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham breaks down the similarities between Utah and BYU.
Between the two teams, there's a lot of similarities statistically, both rushing for roughly the same amount, throwing for roughly the same amount, scoring roughly the same amount. Defensively, there's a lot of similarities as well, both in the upper third of the conference in most of the key stats, and so should make for a great matchup, and away we go.
That is your Utes of 50 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Top 10 next. JJ and Alex on a Football Friday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Holy War is here. The Holy War. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Nelson just flung up there almost for grabs, incomplete. Time is run out.
After review, there's 1 second on the game clock.
So this game is not over. This will be a 51-yard attempt to try to tie this and send it to overtime. Blocked. Live ball. Fans flooding the field. And Falslev is finally tackled, but a flag comes out.
We have a live ball foul. While the play was still alive, the crowd rushed the field. That's a live ball, 15-yard penalty. One on time down at the 19.
Holy smokes. So now Riley Stevenson will attempt this. A 36-yard attempt to try to send it to overtime. And it hit the upright. And the game does end. And for a third time, the Utah fans storm the field. It is officially over.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on the show, everybody. JJ, Alex, Sly, all with you on a Football Friday, getting you ready. We are outside Delta Center, so it's Football Friday. Oh, boy.
Did you just... you got to wait till the cut.
It's not yet.
You went early.
You went early.
Well, you got to go
Hold
now.
on. Now you got to go.
You can't hold off on
Sly,
the bowl.
Sly's on Red Bull number 3 that he's shotgunning during the program. Just really keeping that image of the classy Utah fans across the board here. All right, go ahead. We'll let you have your moment there. He likes he likes the sound of it too, because it does sound okay. All right, it's a family program. Shotgunning a Red Bull. It's a laugh from David, our tech over here. So I
do a dirty soda, JJ.
Oh yeah. Listen, before we get out to the break,
A little cream and some mango puree.
Who's ready to go, baby? Let's go.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Slice rivalry ready.
Who got wings?
I shotgunned a Cougar tail shake down in Provo. Wow. Is the malt shop still open?
And it was thick.
I'm just kidding.
The malt shop.
Remember the
Rest
old,
in peace.
I know. I love the malt shop.
That was a
ye old malt shop. It was never clean, but you know
was
what
a
it
landmark.
Was? It was never clean, but you know what it was?
It was never good.
It was available for a date night. Oh, my goodness. Okay. I've got something I'm going to propose to you guys.
Okay.
Before we get out to the break. We just don't have time for it right now, so I'm going to make sure we do it next hour. And it's kind of along the lines of a would you rather kind of top 10 sort of thing mixed into one. I'm going to make you pick out of the let's just go back to the 90s. So 90s, 2000s, 2010s, and now on both sides, we're going to pick out not best players, none of that stuff. The guy on the Utah side and the guy on the BYU side that you want to take. We're going to draft one from each of those decades for a street fight. All right?
Street fight.
Street fight.
Oh, man.
Sly's going to have a lot of intel on this, too, because there's going to be some guys that you don't look at and you go, oh, he's a great player. No. This guy will shiv you with a shank. This guy will shank you with the shiv. You know? I want to know who those guys are.
I'll take all 4 guys from Utah from the 2000s.
Now, listen. I know.
There's some guys on those rosters.
You got to get one a
that
decade.
I know. Okay, I got
you got to get one a decade.
I got
So we'll do that when we come back. We've got more around the corner, of course, as we get you ready through look, we've got tons still to get to, so I'm not going to try to short anybody on it. But, by the way, mentioning tomorrow, 10 to noon is College Football Saturday. All right? It's a rivalry edition of College Football Saturday. Myself, Christian Esparza, and our producer, Alex Napolis, we're all on the air walking you through from 10 to noon all of your College Football Saturday previews of the rivalry week and the rivalry game and everything else across college football. Then, noon to 4, right here on your dial, you're going to get the best of rivalry week as well. All the interviews from all week long. If you missed any of them, we're going to be going through, and it's a punch list of BYU and Utah players who've played in this thing, and you'll hear it all right here as well. That is from noon to 4. 4 to 6, of course, we're going to be down there at the UCCU branch on Freedom Boulevard in Provo for our pregame bash. The rivalry pregame bash is going to have food, games, prizes, cash, tickets to the rivalry game that we're also going to be giving away. So you don't want to miss any of it. Beehive Meals will be on site, so we're going to be feeding you as well. So we'll see you down there at the Freedom Boulevard branch in Provo at UCCU. Love where you bank. We'll take a break. We'll come back. More to go around the corner. We'll also be able to hear from Carson Ryan, BYU tight end, who was formerly a Utah tight end, and many other things to dive into still in this next hour right here. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eloquist.com or call 1-855-ELOQUIS.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
The Garden Restaurant in downtown Salt Lake. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3. Hearty, healthy, and so craveable. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. We're getting you ready for the Utah Mammoth, of course, tonight, right here on your radio waves.
I need another Red Bull.
You already had 3, dude. You already had 3, dog.
It's not enough.
You just can't just start taking them off for yourself, dude. Come on, man.
I'm so hyped for tomorrow, man.
Are you? Do you get excited for it? Now you're gonna be on the sideline doing the radio stuff, but like you get too into it?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Okay,
that's why they mute my mic. They mute my mic a lot.
Let's go down the slide. Never mind. Hit the dump button.
We hear him on the exchange. He's not paying attention. Don't throw to him.
Well, I think about all the different things that are the different angles of the rivalry every year, and we hit them all. We talk about them all, and we get into them all. But the game itself hasn't always lived up to it. Like the hype that runs up to it. Well, the last few really have. Like,
what do you mean?
Oh,
there's been forgettable games.
Very forgettable.
Of course.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying is I don't want there to be all this build-up and then flop a Reno tomorrow. You know
I just don't see that,
really?
Right? Because the games that you've seen
these teams are too good.
they're too similar.
Yeah.
You just heard Coach Whittingham talk about the similarities in the rushing yards and the tip. Everything. The defenses are exactly the same.
And he breaks that stuff down like crazy.
Yeah. And that's why it was like so hard for me like this week and looking at these guys. I'm just like, where is the edge? The only edge that I see in this game is Utah having a bye week 2 weeks ago. Right? And like
maybe resting up a little bit more.
Well, you rest up, and then not only do you rest up, you actually have a quality opponent that you got a quality win at, and you came out healthy.
Yeah, I think part of it. I think that if Utah would have had a close game against Arizona State last week,
it'd be different.
It would have been a little bit different.
I say that's the only edge.
It would have been a little bit different.
BYU's been through the grinder these last 4 weeks, and even they have another game after this before. They got that's my man right there. Go Utes. Even before they have their next bye week, they have another game next week. So it's just like, that's the edge that I see.
I don't think, but see, I don't. And listen, we were making our picks this week earlier, and so I put it out there, and I'll just say it too. I don't have BYU winning this football game.
Good.
And we'll talk about and it has nothing to do with anything. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to be truthful about it. I don't think you'll ever be truthful about the game. You have to pick it a certain way.
Oh, I keep it real.
No, you do not.
I will never pick against my team. How about that?
Well,
Utah 72, BYU nothing.
I know.
Can we not start the Utes?
Add another heart attack this week. Yeah. Easy on that Polish sausage there, Sly.
Sausage.
You're going to choke on that thing and have another heart attack.
Cougar tails, sausage. So I was looking at some of the things that we could break down, and one of the things that I wanted to jump into was I've got some sound for you first. Mitch Harper, by the way, made reference to what's his name? Urban Meyer, the former head coach of the University of Utah, of course, during that stretch of BCS busting in that the 2004 team, and then of course the year before, and then he leaves the year before. You guys, your senior year, Sly, are able to put together an absolutely historic season for the Utes and beating Alabama down at the Sugar Bowl. But Urban Meyer's been an interesting part of the history of the Utah football program. For as short a time he was there, he made a massive difference. And it was that interesting time frame between Coach Mack to Urban to now Coach Witt, who's obviously his own legend in his own right, and he'll have a statue one of these days outside of that stadium, I think. Here's Urban Meyer today, making his media availability down in Provo, or as he likes to call it, the TDS, right? Maybe he had to be nice and be now that when he's hosted by the city, he has to call them BYU.
Yeah.
But here's what he had to say, because Mitch made reference to it, but now we have the actual clip, the full 5 minutes of Urban Meyer talking to the media this afternoon down in Provo for Fox and Big Noon Kickoff.
Where does this BYU-Utah rivalry rank among the all-time great rivalries in the sport?
I've been telling our guys now for a week since we got this job that we got this game that I've coached in USC, Notre Dame, Florida, Georgia, Florida State, Ohio State, obviously the Wolverines, Toledo, Bowling Green. This might be the nastiest of them all. I mean, when I got here in 2003, I was shocked. I came out of the locker room right over here. It was a blizzard that day. And I was like, my gosh. And I tell people, Kyle Whittingham, because he played here in Provo, that his eyes changed color, man. This game, this is an emotion-filled game, and this is a nasty one, man.
What do you think creates the nastiness?
I don't know. I don't know if it's a Mormon, and they consider Salt Lake to be less. I don't know. They call it the Holy War. I think the fact maybe too that for years under Lavelle Edwards, I studied this game. It was a one-sided rivalry for many years, and Ron McBride did a heck of a job getting it back to win some games. And then we went 2-0, and then obviously Coach Witt did a great job. So I don't know. It's I'm telling you, the greatest people that I've ever lived. But for 4 hours a year, it's ugly.
When you coached rivalry games, how did you handle that? Did you treat it like it was another game, or
no? I jumped all into the rivalry, and we called them the team down south. You weren't allowed to have any blue in the facility. I went around to every office and threw out all the blue pens, all the blue markers. You weren't allowed to wear blue at all. You could never say the 3 letters BYU was team down south. But like the Ohio State Wolverine, you got to try to temper it as it gets closer because it's so big. This one, man, it's just different. And I've been trying to explain, I wish we were here to watch the game because we're just going to be here 8 to 10. But it's a intent. And I know Kyle Whittingham and Sataki are close, but this is very personal for these two.
Did Whittingham carry a lot of the approach that you took to this rivalry when you were here? Like, has he carried that over?
He taught me the rivalry. I didn't, he explained it to me and I was like, really? Really? And then when that week came, I was educated by Coach Witt. And Morgan Scally and Dave Revel and my players really, this is a deep one, man.
What are you expecting from this BYU crowd? You experienced it last year, but what are you expecting this time?
Yeah, to me, it's all Dan Pierre. He was hurt. He's a little bit injured, banged up against Texas Tech. They didn't look very good offensively. He looked unbelievable last week against Arizona State. The Bear, I call him the Bear Bachmeier for BYU, young freshman. I just think it's going to be a lot for him. The Utah defense, but he's a heck of a player. Tough. I just think the Utah defense will stiffen up, and I'm going to, obviously people know I'm going to pick the Utes, but I think it's going to be a heck of a game and in the most beautiful setting in college football.
Kind of on the subject of Witt, what do you think of the old DC and sort of what he's done up there?
The what?
What do you think of Witt and kind of what he's done up there?
Yeah.
Just kind of building on sort of what you guys were doing and then obviously keep building on that.
Yeah, I'm very close with the coach, and he's as good a football coach as I've ever been around. When we worked together, I tell people those are my favorite 2 years I've ever had. I loved the state of Utah. Obviously, we woke up a sleeping giant, the Utes, and he's continued that success. And even, we're now in the Pac-12, now the Big 12. So, phenomenal coach, phenomenal friend. And, I know legacy piece, he wants this one so bad.
What are your thoughts on Kalani, what he's built at BYU?
Yeah. Kalani's become a friend, too. He came to visit me a few times when I was in Florida. Love the guy. The guy's a great football coach. I didn't realize they're 17-2 the last 19 games. This is one of the top programs in college football. So I'm glad. Here's what it is. I'm really glad this is Big Noon. And they're national television, that the entire country gets to feel this rivalry.
You said that you kind of told some of your co-hosts. What have you specifically told them, like to Leinert and all these guys about this game?
I said it's absolute street fight, and they've been looking at me not like rolling their eyes, but come on. Now they're kind of feeling it because you can feel it while you're here. And I got a feeling tomorrow morning there's going to be some red here as well, and there'll be blue everywhere. So it's going to be kind of cool.
Big Noon prides itself on being a party. What do you think these BYU fans are going to be like?
A lot of Pepsi. A lot of Pepsi, man. A lot of Pepsi and candy. No coffee. Now the Utes, the Reds will be down here. The Red team they'll have a cup of coffee in their hand and maybe some other things. I just, once again, in all seriousness, the love I have for this state, respect for BYU, respect for Utah's immense.
Coach, do you think the rivalry's changed at all since these two programs got together in the Big 12?
I was so crushed when they took it from the last game of the season. This game should be played on Thanksgiving, and it should be played for the Beehive. It should be, but once again, there's a lot of things moving nowadays.
Why do you believe there's so much parity in this Big 12 conference?
Boy, I don't know, man. It's something, isn't it? We saw Texas Tech in person. Right now, they're the cream of the crop until BYU proves us different. Utah, the winner of this one will be a strong bid for a college football playoff spot. But I think Texas Tech right now is separate themselves a little bit.
Anything else, Coach? Thank you so much. Annapolis? Oh, there we go. I didn't know if we were didn't know he had stopped talking. I was waiting for an answer from him again. Oh my gosh, he's really thinking about this next answer. That was Urban Meyer, former Utah head coach, and of course he's part of the Big Noon kickoff crew. I think it's cool double dipping into Utah 2 weeks out of the first 6 weeks of the season. That's a big deal up here in Salt Lake when Texas Tech came, and then this one, of course, you can't miss. Honestly, I know that everybody's like, oh, I want this last game of the season. Big Noon kickoff would not have come to Provo if it was the last game of the season. It would have been – this is the benefit of being able to have this game being such high caliber and having it be October 18th or whatever it is.
Yeah.
That is that actually works out for the promotional sense of being like, hey, talk about big games over the weekend. Utah and BYU is one of the big ones. It's not just two ranked teams. It's not the SEC rivalries that are going on this weekend are not premier rivalries in the SEC. There's a lot of ranked teams in there. We all look at them and go, yeah, fake, ranked in some cases. But I think that this one is going to get as much attention as as any of these other games this weekend, and that's why being on this big of a stage matters. Being in a power conference matters. Being in a power conference together, and these two teams, say what you will, their futures are always going to be aligned with one another in some fashion. So it's going to have to happen. You've got to figure out how to make sure that game, I don't care if it's played last game of the season. I don't want it the first. October 18th seems fine. November 9th seems fine. I don't care. I just think that the last game of the season or not, there's going to be most years that the game's not going to come down to the last game of the year. It's not going to matter the last game of the season. But there is something to that when it's played the last game of the year, too, because everybody knows how big of a deal it is.
Yeah, I think, and JJ can speak to this, the relevancy matters.
Yeah.
Right? You talk about how many locals we have in the NFL from both of these universities that's very notable names. Now, right now, the best linebacker in the game, injured, but Fred Warner, right? Yeah. Taysom Hill, notable name. You got guys.
Nakua, Devin Lloyd.
Right, and you know, when those guys say there are universities across the screen, people are paying attention to. Now, set the locals in the NFL aside, Utah, you know, being a relative, as Urban Meyer said, giant, you know, in the last decade or so, having some remarkable games. I think that Ohio State-Utah game was one of the most watched bowl games in a very long time. Yeah. And that was a great football game. As many points. Yeah, and then, you know, the last couple of years, from Zach Wilson days, him going number 2 overall to, you know, the last couple seasons. As he said, the last 17 games, they've only lost 2, you know, and beating Coach Prime, that was bigger prime time. Everybody was watching that game last year.
8 million people watched the Alamo Bowl.
Right, and so, like, it just, relevancy matters. And I think relevancy of both of these two schools, you know, 6-0, 5-1, top tier, all the narratives going in it, true freshman quarterback, new OC quarterback for Utah, both defenses are great, all the coaches from both universities, the similarity. There's just so much that is going on. The marketing narrative is high, so why not cover it?
Yeah, these teams look like they're looking in the mirror at each other.
Yeah.
Both have dual threat quarterbacks.
Right.
The crossover on the coaching staffs, players that have transferred between the schools. It's just crazy how much there's the similarities between the two teams. It's fitting that they're in this position, and the entire country is going to be able to get to see what this rivalry is all about.
And it's a story that people have been close to because of the relevancy, right? People have known, like, okay, I know Coach Whittingham. Everybody talks about
I hope that the coaches, or I hope that people in the rivalry, the coaches, the players, everybody start to go a little bit more down the line of what A-Rod started doing this week was, yeah, we can say we're going to treat him like any other opponent, but we know it's not.
Yeah.
We know it's not.
Just be real.
Hey, by the way, JJ, look at those guns that Sly's got out right now.
Oh yeah,
they are goose bumped. He is freezing. He's trying to pretend.
Like
he's not cold.
We're in the shadows now here at Delta Center. The
sun's
starting to go over the Oakers.
You know, I played on the river in Pittsburgh.
You know what?
This is nothing.
Okay, all it's going to take is one more Red Bull to make those goosebumps go away.
I'm telling you, that gives you wings, and it also it boils the blood, baby. It boils the blood.
JJ, we're gonna get you out early on your prediction because we gotta make sure you get to your senior night for football down at Riverton High School tonight. So I'm gonna make you make your prediction now. We'll bring it up again next segment, but I'm gonna make sure that we got that out there. The Utes are a 3.5-point favorite down in Provo tomorrow. That shocked a lot of people. I said, don't fall for that. That's a Vegas thing. They're trying to get you to bite. Yeah. They want you to make that move. Come on.
It's going to go down to 2.5 by tomorrow.
Okay. So
it's basically a pick 'em.
Your thoughts on how this one goes down in Provo tomorrow night?
It's really hard because Utah comes in with all the momentum, right? Utah's looked like the better team the last 2 games they've played. BYU's looked a little vulnerable, but BYU is the undefeated team. They are at home. There's a lot to like about BYU and the way that they're playing and they've got momentum in the rivalry. They've won the last 2 games. Kalani and his staff have figured some things out there. So what does it come down to here? It's going to come down to turnovers. Mm-hmm. Which team's going to take better care of the football? Mm-hmm. And after what I've seen in the last couple of weeks, it's Utah. Bear Bachmeier turned the ball over in Arizona, and it cost him. It almost cost him the game. You cannot get away with that against Utah. And I have a feeling it's going to cost him on Saturday. It's going to be close, but I think it's going to come down to that. Utah's going to win the turnover battle, and they're going to win this game by 3. It's going to be a grinder. I'm going to go 23-20.
Wow. Okay. Sly, you
but
and
I
are
don't
gonna
feel comfortable about that at all because it's a rivalry game. You throw it out, and that
Could
BYU
easily
team
be the
is
other-
really good.
could easily go the other way, yeah.
And that you can get lost in the momentum of what you pay too much attention to what's been going on the last couple of weeks. It doesn't matter. This game is a beast of its own.
Okay, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll make some of those other predictions happen. I've also got some sound. Carson Ryan, the BYU tight end, who, of course, was Utah's tight end last year. We'll listen to his weekly interview with the press this week and see what he had to say about it. Stay right here with us, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A crash is still being cleared over on the right shoulder of northbound I-15 near the 13 South area with delays stretching back to 33rd South and South Salt Lake. It's also slow on northbound I-15 next to Hill Air Force Base approaching the 650 North exit in Clearfield with those delays eventually petering out going past Riverdale Road. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's another edition of the Holy War as BYU returns home for another chapter in the BYU-Utah rivalry game at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com.
If you've been quoted for a new furnace or AC and it felt more like a sales pitch than a solution, you're not alone. Many home service companies in Utah have been bought out by big corporations focused on profits, not people. At Your Service Pros is different. Locally owned, family operated, 5-star rated and trusted by Utah families for over 20 years. Let them help you with their $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. Because they know things are tight and want to help you prep your home affordably. Get a free second opinion because you deserve honest answers. If your system can be repaired, they'll fix it. If it needs replacing, they'll show you affordable options. Their goal is to earn your trust, not upsell you. Let At Your Service Pros be your pro and go-to for heating, air, plumbing, and electrical. Call 801-YOUR-PRO or online at atyourservicepros.com. At Your Service Pros, 801-YOUR-PRO.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whistling, everybody. You know why? Because he's into the Cougars at 30 updates. BYU's defensive coordinator, Jay Hill, giving a lot of praise to Utah's offensive line.
Best offensive line in the country is what they tell me. So it's a great challenge for us. I think they are very talented. They're obviously leaning on those guys to keep the offense productive. I like the matchup. I like where our defensive line is at and how we're getting better and better. So that will be a huge component in this game, is just how the defense and offensive lines match up on both sides of this.
That's your Cougars at 30 update right here. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, all of it. How about those holiday parties? Start booking them right now. New catering clients get 10% off of those new orders or all their first orders. Just go to KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. That's KennyJ'sBBQ.com. More to go around the corner. We've got our predictions coming up. We'll have to pay the piper on how our predictions went last week. It's all right here on a Football Friday. Stay with us.
The Holy War is here. The Holy War. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Kick return for BYU. And a big one to midfield. He beats the kicker down the sideline. Marion, touchdown, 96 yards. Vincent in motion. Keithy, left side, walks it in. Touchdown. High stepped it in. He's caught one for a touchdown. Now he's run one in for the lead for BYU. Snap, hold, kick, on the way. Kick is good!
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. It is JJ and Alex. It is 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone, and it is rivalry week. We're outside Delta Center for the Utah Mammoth taking on the San Jose Sharks tonight. Game number 2 at home here at Delta Center this year. Stevenson Sylvester is a card-carrying member of the Utah Mammoth fan club.
Yes, I am.
Got himself the customized jerseys and everything last year. He's in, man.
Yeah, I just bought my daughter some infant ones.
Oh, you guys are.
She got 2 of them.
You guys are doing it all, man.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Well, somebody's gonna have the kid dial up. It's you and Whitney, man. I mean, like, you can't let her go out in public looking like
I'm just like, stop
slouch.
spending money. She's got all the cheetah print outfits. She went ham. I'm like, do you know she'll be out of this in a month?
Ham. Oh my goodness. Well, yeah. Look, when you add daughter number 2, it'll be fine.
Oh, I know you know about that.
Well, I will say that we have benefited a lot from the boxes that you store of other clothing for other kids.
Hand-me-downs is a real thing.
Come on. All right, here's the deal. Sly, we got a couple things we got to jump into here. First of all, Jake and Ben on Tuesday are going to be out there in Ogden at Belliston Jewelry. They'll do their show all day there, 10 to noon. It's 1155 36th Street there in Ogden. Belliston Jewelry, locally made just for you, cherished for generations. Our last week picks, we had, let me see here. All of us, BYU over Arizona. I think we all got kind of lucky. We all did have it as a close-ish game. JJ went 21-16. I went 27-21. Sly, you went 30-28. You were right freaking there, man. We were all, I guess, just right around kind of where that pick was. We all had Utah beating Arizona State. We did not have it as big of a blowout as it ended up being, but I was 33-21. JJ was 31-21, and you were 34-13. So we're all kind of around there.
That wasn't me.
Oh, no. What were you?
I don't know why you didn't write me. I could have swore I did 38-13.
I swear I said 42-11. And so
slightly off.
43-11.
I thought I said 38-13.
Yeah. We were all dead wrong on Utah State. Utah State did not get the dub at Hawaii. In fact, they gave up a ton of points, and they did not look good out there on the islands. We'll see what Bronco and his guys can do to get it back next week. All right, let's go through a couple of predictions here, JJ. USC going to Notre Dame. This is a Sophie's choice for me because I can't wait for either one of these teams. Somebody's going to lose this weekend of 2 teams I don't like very much.
No, man. USC Notre Dame, legendary matchup, rivalry game. Everybody remembers the Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart push, the old Brady Quinn matchups. I know that's just legendary, those type of games. I grew up watching Notre Dame films, especially after you watched the movie Rudy, man. So very excited for that matchup just for nostalgia reasons. I actually think that USC will go in there and get an upset. You know, I agree with you. I'm with you. I don't like either of those teams. So
I want to see. I think Notre Dame getting this loss will finally just take them totally out of the conversation.
And that would be awesome
for
football.
Love that. And then and then USC, when they take their second loss at some point, they'll be out. Then they'll be out as well. So I'm all for USC beating Notre Dame as well. Tennessee at Alabama.
Wow.
This has upset written all over it because it's not. This is the Kalen DeBoer Alabama that has been up and down. Now they've been way up since
he's turned that program around.
He's turned that program around since that one lady threatened to fire him with their lottery winnings. So I think that that's a. But it still is. It's not a comfortable game.
I'll take the first $70 million.
Tell you what I'll do first. Head down there and fire old Byrne. Oh, what's his name? Old Kellen DeBoer and then old Byrne, the athletic director. So
a lot of passion behind
I think Alabama's still going to beat Tennessee, though.
I'm with
All
you
right,
on that.
so the home team gets that one. Ole Miss going to Georgia. I can't see Georgia losing at home again in the SEC. I think Ole Miss is probably.
I got Ole Miss in that one.
Oh, you do? I think Ole Miss has skated by on a little bit of some lucky moments, and they barely got out of a home game win over Wazoo last week, but whatever. And then I'm going to go, let me see, LSU at Vanderbilt. Your thoughts?
I got LSU. Vanderbilt is a great offense, but I got LSU down in Death Valley.
Yeah.
It's at Vandy.
Yeah,
I still got LSU. I still got LSU.
Yeah, you don't look at the legendary home crowd at Vanderbilt being a big one. I'm not that. I'm going to go with Vanderbilt though. I don't think Brian Kelly's guys are that dialed up. I think Diego Pavia is going to be feeling himself, and I'm going to say Vandy gets the win on that.
Is that a blackout game? It's probably going to be a blackout game for them too. So, I like that, but I still take Nussmeier. I think he'll come out and make something happen.
Texas Tech going to Arizona State. I don't know what the status is of Sam Leavitt. Have we heard what his?
I haven't heard anything.
I mean, that makes a huge difference. Obviously, You know what? He's doubtful as of last night. Okay. Well, if he's doubtful as of last night, then
game time decision.
We'll see. If he's playing, even if he's doubtful in the first couple of these injury reports, I don't think they have it. Plus, on top of that, even if Sam Leavitt were 100%, now he's upgraded to probable. Even if that's the case, Texas Tech has the edge in this.
I got Texas Tech too. I'm actually really looking forward. Hopefully, BYU beats Texas Tech later on in the season, and Utah, Texas Tech, and BYU all have 1 losses to each other, and I want to see how that plans out.
San Jose State tonight at Utah State, going to be kicking off here in just a little while up at Maverick Stadium. San Jose State coach Ken Niumatalolo and of course Bronco Mendenhall, they know each other pretty well.
Right.
Thoughts on Utah State? Can they get this one back as San Jose State comes into Maverick Stadium?
Unfortunately, when you have losses like Hawaii, you can blame it on such a
the
far
travel, yeah.
all kinds of different things. So, but you are playing at home, so hopefully they be able to get that. I don't know much about San Jose State, so I'm gonna just go USU.
I'm gonna say Utah State. I think they crush as well. All right, the big one, of course, for this week.
The big one.
Utah and BYU. You had JJ who picked Utah 23 and BYU 20. I have to stick with my pick from earlier in the week, which was when I had this chat with Mitch Harper. I said I thought Utah would edge out BYU as well. And I'm not going to change it. I'm going to stick with it. And I think the argument that I'm having with that is that where are all of the different edges in these games? Who has the edge? The defenses are both really dang good. The offenses have been producing about the same, but I think from a quarterback standpoint, I think Utah just has a slight edge. I think Devin Dampier is just a little bit more mature, a little bit more dialed in, and I think a little bit more talented right now than Bear Bachmeier. And that's the only edge that I'm going to give Utah, and I think they're going to edge out a win as well. I'm going to go with a 26-23 game in favor of the Utes.
Man, I like everything that you and JJ said about this matchup. It's going to be crazy. For me, analysts, I've did so much digging over the years in this game of how this is going to go. The season, the personnel, yada yada yada. Everything goes out the window in this
these
game.
Picks. We've made so many of these dang picks.
Right. It's like the unit that you think is going to do the best actually doesn't. Right, we think these defenses are going to do great, and I just think that it's going to be one of those matchups where it's just going to be like, what the heck is going on tonight? And so I do think it's going to be low scoring. I think it's going to be something funky. I was going to pick like a safety where it's going to be like
10 to 9.
Yeah, 19 to 16. No, I think that it's going to be a great game, but my final score is Utah 21-17.
Okay. There's the predictions right there. I want to dip in real quick with I hope we have enough time. I think we do. Let's get Carson Ryan, the tight end for BYU, and his thoughts this week. Obviously, he made the change over from being up at Utah the last couple of years to now being down in Provo. Here's what Carson Ryan had to say this week about getting ready for this special game.
None yet. I mean, we've been talking a couple times throughout the season, just guys that I was friends with out there from high school and from when I was there. So we keep in touch a little bit. Haven't talked much this week. Probably won't. Probably just stay away from each other, prepare, and then we'll see each other after the game. So.
You played in this rivalry game, and then obviously you played in the UCLA-USC rivalry game. How would you say the BYU-Utah rivalry stacks up to the UCLA-USC rivalry matchup?
I mean, this rivalry is it's a game that it's something like I've never been a part of before. It's a hostile rivalry, like with both sides that hate each other, and it's crazy because a lot of us, we're family, friends, old teammates, like we all know each other, and so that's what makes it more fun for me too, is because like you're going up against your brother in some cases, or friends, guys you've been friends with a long time, and guys from high school that I went with. And so it makes it more fun, guys you get to see all the time, you get to talk trash to, and it gives you that bragging rights for the rest of the year. So it's an exciting game, and I can't wait for it.
How do you take the emotion out of a game like this? Because at the end of the day, I mean, this isn't just another game, right? It's a rivalry and everything. But at the end of the day, you kind of have to, in some ways, treat it like, go out there and play football on Saturday, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's all it is. All it comes down to is, like, you try to make it something more than it is. And, you can't take that away that it is a rivalry, like you said. But you just got to go on, just treat it like another football game. Just play your game and just trust your process and, whatever will work out for the best. So.
Any other questions?
you know, it's
your season just so far to date, kind of the first 6 weeks of the year, or 6 games, I guess, 7 weeks of the year. Just how would you kind of evaluate yourself? Because it seems like you've really come out firing on maybe not all cylinders, but a lot of cylinders.
I thought it's been a really good season so far. I'm really happy with how I've done. I think I can always do better. There's a lot of room for improvement, you know, in all aspects of my game, and that's what I'm always striving for. But you know, I'm really happy with myself being able to affect the game in a lot of different ways, in the run game, blocking, pass blocking, you know, catching the ball too. So it's one of the reasons I came here, and it's something that I'm really happy that I've developed and can hope to continue to develop for the rest of the season.
How have you seen Kalani and this coaching staff and some of your teammates here, just the way the rivalry's talked about this season, this week, as opposed to last year when you were at Utah?
I mean, for both sides, it's a big deal. It's a big game. So, you know, you want to go out, you want to win that game, and you got to give it your all. So we try to treat it like every other game, you know, not to, you know, make it something more than it is, and just make it, you know, another game for us. So just keep our same routine, our same process, and not try to be different from who we are, and just keep trusting what got us 6-0 so far, and hopefully get to the 7-0.
How much are you guys embracing? You guys are undefeated, but yet you guys are viewed as the underdog in this one half. How much are you embracing that in this game?
I mean, we always love being underlooked. That's how usually it is here at BYU, and it's how it's kind of been for a lot of our games this year. Well, some of our games. So, you know, we embrace that, and we'll just take it with a grain of salt, honestly. Just go out, we know what kind of team we are, so we'll be out ready to play.
All right, there you go. Carson Ryan. Trying to pretend like take some emotion out of this one. Slide, I
don't know how you do that.
No such thing, right?
There's no such thing, especially him. He's a Utah County guy. He's been around this sport, this game, and what it's all about. As you said, growing up, you have high school friends, you got friends that you played at Utah with, and now being at BYU, there's so much. You can't take the emotions out. You got to control the emotions with all of this. It's nuts, man.
All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap some things up here. Get you ready for Utah Mammoth hockey. Puck drops at 7. That means pregame starts at 6 o'clock. Stay right here at 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A crash is still being cleared over on the right shoulder of northbound I-15 near the 13 South area, with delay stretching back to 33rd South in South Salt Lake. It's also slow on northbound I-15 next to Hill Air Force Base, approaching the 650 North exit in Clearfield, with those delays eventually protruding out going past Riverdale Road. Prep for winter. Get a furnace inspection from a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A reminder from Enbridge Gas. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com. All right, so JJ and I have been talking about SLC Fat Loss, and I want to incentivize you to be able to get yourself on the health track of things, and I'll tell you how they do it. You go to SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com, go to SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. You can see how the program works. JJ and I have been on this same program for over a year now. I dropped 65 pounds right off the bat on this thing in the first 60 days, and I've kept it off the whole time. In fact, I'm on my second round of the reduction phase, and things are going awesome. I'm on my way to losing almost 100 pounds in the last 2 years. And it's all because the Salt Lake City Fat Loss program, it works. You can use it yourself. Go get $200 off for the program right now, the same program that we use. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Fall is here and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet courtesy of Advanced Windows, and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote. They stuck to the quote. It was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's AdvancedWindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue with slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides. Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at kennyjsbarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
Les Olson IT is trusted for businesses providing state-of-the-art printers, copiers, managed IT services, and licensed security systems for Utah. Work smarter with Les Olson IT.
Les Olson IT.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Utah defensive end John Henry Daly, formerly a BYU defensive end, talking about the emotions that go into a rivalry game.
I mean, of course, there's a lot of emotions going into this week, and I think everybody on this team feels it, and we know how much this rivalry means to not only our team, but to our fan base as well, so we want to go out there and take it to them.
Kenny J's Barbecue will cater all of your family parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, holiday parties. Start booking them now. New catering clients get 10% off of that first order. KennyJ'sBBQ.com. That's KennyJ'sBBQ.com. Wrapping things up next. Get you ready for hockey right here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, I want to thank everybody here helping us out on site at the Delta Center, getting you ready for Mammoth hockey. And, of course, many thanks to Sly. Stevenson Sylvester, we'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to go say hi to Sly down at the stadium. So, Sly, thanks for hanging out, man. We appreciate it, as usual. All right, we'll be back again tomorrow. No, we're going to be all down at Provo all day tomorrow. UCCU from 4 to 6, all day long programming right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to the Sandman, Adam Sandler, at your Not My Best Friend tour. Sunday, October 26th at the Delta Center. Get tickets to CD or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy plates, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Drop in a Doug Smith and American Fork for our Drive into Fall event and get 0% APR financing for 72 months on all new 2025 Ram 1500s and 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokees. No one knows Ram like Doug.
Let's be honest. Shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride. But saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes? That's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
The weather is cooling off to the lower 70s and 50s at night. Prep your home early for fall and winter with a call to At Your Service Pros, your whole home service professionals, family owned by people like you. At Your Service Pros cares about their customers and know things are tight. And to help with fall prep, they're offering $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. At Your Service is all in the name. They're there for you, giving solutions without unnecessary upsell and backed by 5-star reviews. They want to earn your trust to be your go-to whole home service company for commercial and residential. And they support